Violetta stood at the window and silently looked at the thunderstorm. She realized that she had done everything in her power. She endured life in this terrible place for 3 whole years, and now the limit has come. Violetta poured a handful of pills into her palm and looked at them for a long time, a little more, and it would all be over. She put the pills in her mouth and washed it down with red wine, straight from the bottle. Violetta could no longer endure these ridicule. When the bottle was empty, Violetta felt very weak and dizzy. The bottle slipped out of her hands and broke. Having reached the bed with difficulty, Violetta lay down and closed her eyes. She had nothing more to regret in this life. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. She didn't even have anyone to say goodbye to. No one would regret her leaving. She was thinking about how it had come to this. Violetta was born the only princess in the Lacronda family. Everyone constantly admired her. Anyone could envy her life, because she was pampered from childhood and was never denied anything. Violetta wondered if she had not married this man then. Could she still be happy? The girl stretched out her hand to the sun, playing with the rays. What's the point of thinking about it? Time cannot be turned back. 3 years earlier, the reforms in national politics that King Lacronde had adopted failed miserably, and the king, unable to withstand a nervous breakdown, died. The flames of popular rebellion flared up every day, and eventually the rebels broke into the castle and captured the remaining members of the ruling family. Violetta, her brothers, and mother could not sleep peacefully. Each day that came was more alarming than the previous one. Soon the royal family was mired in debt and faced imminent death. At this moment, it became clear that Winter Blooming just needed a title. The reason for this was that he was the illegitimate child of the Duke of Blooming, born from a foreigner. Due to his unclean blood, the likelihood of inheriting the title of Duke was extremely small, but he had the talent to earn money. At that time in Lacronda, there were only 2 ways to obtain a particular title. The first of them is succession, when the title passed from fathers to sons, from sons to grandsons. The second way to get a title is through marriage. Although this option was slippery, it did take place. Based on his position, Winter had only the second option. He had to marry a girl from the royal family. Winter shelled out a fortune to pay off the royal family's debt. In exchange for this, he asked for only one thing: marriage with Princess Violetta. The poor mother had no choice but to make concessions and fulfill this condition of Winter. They did not postpone the wedding, because this process was beneficial for both parties and as soon as possible. Violetta looked gorgeous. Her soft blue dress amazingly emphasized the color of her eyes and feminine features. The girl did not expect Winter Blooming to be such a magnificent man. Violetta could not even think then that at first sight she would fall in love with the man who would become her husband. The happy girl admired Winter and really wanted him to have the same feelings for her as she did. Taking a moment, the girl approached her husband, took his hand, and said that when she met him, she immediately realized how lucky she was. When the music died down, Ash, Violet's older brother, said that everyone knows that Winter Blooming paid a huge sum as payment for this wedding. He took the opportunity to add that he apologizes for putting the royal family in danger. Ash said that to prove this, royal power would be abolished, and all powers would be transferred to Parliament. And in conclusion, Ash said that the Lawrence family renounces all titles. This marriage was the only hope of obtaining the title of Duke, and now all his hopes collapsed in 1 second. In front of everyone gathered, Winter Blooming was publicly humiliated in his attempts to gain power. Winter squeezed the wine glass so hard that it cracked and then shattered. He forcefully pulled his hand out of Violetta's palms and sharply headed towards the exit. One of the guests shouted to Ash that this was a great decision, but Violetta no longer heard it. Someone from the crowd added that the royal family was the first to give up privileges, and the example shown would be the beginning of a brighter future. Violetta headed to her room and suddenly heard screams from behind. These were guests and relatives from Winter. They caught up with her and began to accuse her of being the cause of everything, that her family looked down on the Bloomings. The guests began to grab her dress and demanded to return the money that Winter spent to pay off their debt. Violet was in a panic. She understood that her brother Ash's statement would be the beginning of a future tragedy. The maids ran after Violetta and begged the younger mistress to return to her bedroom. The girl managed to catch up with Winter before he was about to leave the house, and asked him to stay at least another day. Violetta told him that her mother was throwing a party today and asked Winter to go with her. Winter replied that this time he would return only in a week, and told her to go alone. He abruptly pulled his hand back and told her not to waste his time, then reminded her that he spent a lot of money to get the title of Duke. Winter added that she should choose one of 2 things, either return the money or give him the title. And if she can't do either, Then she should at least be quiet and not disturb him. Violetta replied, because nothing will change if he stays just a day. No attempts helped Violetta hold Winter. He simply silently freed his hand and went about his business. 3 years have passed since that terrible ceremony, and sometimes Violetta wondered if this always busy man would have come to her funeral. After conducting an examination, Rickman, the family doctor of the Blooming family, said that he did not see any complications. Violetta replied that she was constantly tormented by headaches, to which the doctor advised her to stop pretending. The girl said that the pain is so severe that sometimes it is difficult to get out of bed. The doctor only replied that if she called him again, he would be forced to complain to the eldest madam. The maids hurried Violetta, saying that she needed to get ready. She replied that if the doctor said that she was healthy, then so be it. At that moment, a thought came into her head to change something. When Violetta went outside, one of the maids noticed that something was wrong with her hair. The second one answered her that she said about some changes and cut her hair. But it was for the best. The maids were annoyed by constantly combing her long hair. Violetta really didn't want to go to this party. She understood that there would be no place for her there. Everyone would ignore her. But she also couldn't help but go. On the threshold, she met Winter's mother, Duchess Kasorin, and his brother Diev. The Duchess said that she was worried that she was constantly sick. The family doctor noticed Violetta from afar and shouted that, since she came, she was definitely faking it. There were censures from everywhere, apparently. She didn't want to be at her husband's family's party so much that she pretended to be sick. Winter's mother said that she was a princess, so a small pain would seem big to her. In the midst of the fun, Violetta stood alone on the side and thought that this party would end quickly. Diev approached her and said that, apparently, his brother was away on business again if she was always alone. He said that the others were too strict towards her, constantly slandering and defaming her name. Diev took off his scarf and, tying it around Violetta's neck, added that it hurt him to see that no one would take care of her. He offered her a drink and added that he was ready to brighten up her loneliness. She needn't worry, no one would know. Violetta sharply pulled his hand back and replied that he should not worry. Diev came close to her and told her to behave smarter, and her brother was constantly absent. Violetta escaped from his hands and rushed away. Diev looked after her and quietly said that she would regret this. The girl ran across the yard and was in shock, the heir to the Blooming family, and her husband's brother was a libertine who had thought of molesting her. Violetta was lying on the bed. She was so tired and could no longer endure the eternal humiliation. Violetta said goodbye to her happy childhood. I said goodbye to a 3-year marriage that felt like hell. Violetta said goodbye to Winter. Violetta's hand, which had been reaching out to the sun, weakened and fell lifelessly onto the bed. A moment later, she woke up and realized that she did not feel heavy thoughts. The headache disappeared. She felt light and warm. Perhaps this was heaven. Violetta thought that if she had known that death was so sweet, she would have died 3 years ago. Winter began to wake up with the bright morning sun shining straight into his eyes. He wanted to call one of the servants, but suddenly felt that something was wrong with his voice. Winter looked frantically at his hands and did not recognize them. They were not his hands. He began to panic greatly and could not understand what had happened to him. It was at this moment that Violetta lay lifelessly in her bed, but suddenly her hand twitched imperceptibly. Violetta, in a great mood, went to the mirror and saw with horror that she had become Winter. Secretary Hale came into Winter's chambers with breakfast and said that Lowell Badalin had already arrived and he urgently needed to get dressed. Hale added that Winter had also overslept and they were running out of time. He put his clothes on the bed and asked Winter to put on a tie. After all, the meeting was official. Winter thanked Hale. The secretary was at first surprised by Winter's politeness, but then decided that he was trying to speak. According to etiquette, he reminded Winter that yesterday he had lost his temper. Winter grabbed his head and asked what happened yesterday. Hale began to say that they were discussing the supply of coffee beans, and Lowell was trying to raise the price. And then the secretary remembered the time and asked Winter to quickly change his clothes. Winter asked Hale to go out for a while. He was embarrassed to change clothes in front of him and then come and tie his tie. Kyle could not stand it and replied that Winter had not been himself since the morning, and he was starting to worry about him. When Winter got dressed, the secretary, tying his tie, advised him to return to his speech and, as usual, throw out his emotions through swearing. Winter headed for the exit, and Hale advised him that if Lowell got on his nerves again, so that Winter would not overturn the table. Violetta thought that in front of her, Winter had always been cold and reserved, but as it turned out, he could turn tables with others. She seemed to have gone crazy. because everything that was happening seemed to her to be just an illusion created by her sick imagination. Violetta entered the room and saw Lowell. Be that as it may, she could not ignore this contract and tried to behave in much the same way as Winter behaves. She took the contract and began to study it carefully. Lowell showed his calculations and said that he would only sell coffee beans at this price, period. Violetta replied that they would not bear such expenses. Lowell laughed and said that this was a lie because Winter had restored his hotels and they were thriving. Violetta thought that this was impossible. Otherwise, Winter would not have behaved like this with her. It seems that this is the fruit of her sick imagination. She always felt guilty before her husband because he lost and experienced a lot. Therefore, every time Winter came home for a while, she tried to brighten up his return with a smile. Lowell said at the current price he couldn't even pay his children to do the work. Violetta asked in surprise whether his children really work and get nothing. Hearing this, Violet was ready to agree to Lowell's price and put her stamp on the contract. Hale stopped Winter and told Lowell that the president had had a little too much to drink yesterday and was not feeling well. The secretary whispered in Winter's ear. Had the president not sobered up yet to do such things? Violetta replied, but the children of Lowell are suffering. Hale replied that it seemed that Winter was affected by this because he was forced to work as a servant as a child. He added that this stingy guy won't pay the children anything anyway and just wants to make money at Winter's expense. Violet wondered what Winter would have done if he hadn't been hung over. She remembered that last time he turned the table as soon as it came to raising the price. KL had to calm Winter down and reschedule the meeting. Violetta realized that now she needed to turn this heavy table over, just like Winter would have done. Violetta grabbed the edge of the table, at which point Lowell stumbled back and shouted, "Not this!" Then she realized that she couldn't do this. She would never do that. Violetta took the contract in her hands and invited Lowell to start negotiations all over again, but he did not understand why Winter had changed so suddenly. She said she intends to continue the dialogue until both sides reach a common agreement. Turning tables and intimidating the other person is Winter's method, but now Violet is here. She had to live for years under the yoke of people's criticism and ridicule. Now this is what she knows how to do best. Violetta must treat this as another test that she must withstand. She told Lowell that they would now read the terms of the contract from the beginning. They will work until they make a decision, or one of them gets tired. Hearing that a bell could be heard ringing from the younger mistress's room, the servants hurried to answer Violetta's call. One of the servants assumed that Violetta would again begin to complain of a headache and suggested that the second one pretend that they did not hear. Without waiting for the servants, Winter decided to leave the room himself and tripped over the empty wine bottles lying on the floor. Coming out onto the stairs, Winter saw their family doctor talking to someone in the hallway of the house. Having descended, Winter told Rickman that he had a headache and asked him to urgently examine him. The doctor took Violetta's pulse and stated that just yesterday he had said that she was fine. He let go of Violetta's hand and asked how long she was going to pretend. Winter grabbed the doctor by the chest and shouted that today he needed to enter into a contract with that stingy Lowell Beidlin. He told the doctor to stop being rude and do his job. Winter went to the safe and, opening it, asked Rickman if this was enough for him to stop acting so impudently. He threw a wad of money at the doctor and told him to repeat what he had to do. Dr. Rickman fell to the floor and muttered that he had to cure the younger mistress. Winter told him to move and to get her back on her feet. Anything would do. Otherwise he, or rather her husband, would fire the doctor. Winter thought that he would fire him anyway as soon as he got his body back. Rickman was shocked how the younger gentleman could give his wife the password to the safe, and why she began to behave so arrogantly. One of the servants asked how he could help the younger mistress. Winter ordered him to bring him some hot coffee. Flip, Winter's personal servant, who brought her coffee, noticed that her taste preferences had become like Winter's. Winter finished his coffee and shouted for Dr. Rickman to urgently find her a cure for her headache. Personal servant Flip Winter ordered to urgently go to the station and buy a ticket for the nearest train. When everyone left, Winter grabbed his head, which was splitting from pain, and wondered what was wrong with this woman. He considered her a sophisticated princess, but in fact, her lifestyle was no different from his. Winter realized that there could be no mistake here, and he really swapped bodies with his wife Violetta. But for some reason this did not surprise Winter. It was better than being a slave in the land of the Lilliputians, or be stolen by some magician and subjected to his terrible experiments. Winter looked in the mirror. So much time had passed, and Violetta finally cut her hair. A year ago in the winter, a small conversation took place between Violetta and Winter. Before dinner, she said that she was glad that Winter would be home for 4 whole days, and they would spend several wonderful evenings. Winter, continuing to eat dinner, dryly replied that he did not see the slightest reason for joy. Violetta asked what her husband thought about her hair, whether it was too long. She added that maybe she could cut them shorter, Winter would like it. The husband answered Violetta that she could do as she wanted, he had nothing to do with it, and he didn't care. Winter then said that if she had nothing more to say, then he would go, he had a lot to do. That time, Violetta never cut her hair, and Winter decided that she had simply changed her mind. From that day on, all the questions that Winter didn't know how to answer so that she would be satisfied disappeared. A maid entered the room and brought medicine from the doctor, then added that the carriage would be ready in the evening so that Violetta could go to the station. Winter lay down and closed his eyes. The more he thought about Violetta, the less he understood her. Violetta woke up to the voice of Kale, who wished him good morning and was already carrying a cup of hot coffee. She wanted to get up, but the secretary suggested that Winter lie down because he did a great job and was inimitable yesterday. He recalled that Lowell gave up yesterday, then said that he was surprised that Winter learned cigar etiquette, since he constantly slept in class. Lowell apparently was also surprised that this rootless stranger knew how to smoke cigars correctly. Violetta remembered that yesterday she told Kale to bring 10 bottles of wine with good cigars, because there was a long conversation ahead. She smiled softly. Perhaps it was too much to torture Lowell for 47 hours. Hale replied how Winter could say that, because he managed to conclude such a lucrative contract. Violetta managed. She didn't even think that her knowledge of palace etiquette would be useful at such a moment, and she was ready to spend eternity in this state. While Violetta was drinking coffee, Hale said that a telegram had arrived from Mother Winter. He added that the younger madam cut her hair and suggested that her son compliment his wife. Hale said that everyone cared so much about Violetta, and he did not understand why she could not find a common language with the blooming family. He heard that Winter was not interested in this. Violetta recalled that her husband never went to parties with her, and at family gatherings he only talked about work, not paying attention to her. How could he know about the contemptuous glances, whispers, and accusations? She is sure, even if he knew, he would not have done anything. Violetta was to blame for his troubles and had long ago stopped hoping for anything. At this moment it was reported that the younger mistress wanted to see her husband. Hale was surprised why she was here. Screams were heard in the corridor. They tried to hold Violetta back, saying that they shouldn't barge in so unceremoniously. Winter, in Violetta's body, burst into the room and ordered everyone to leave. She and her husband needed to talk. Violetta in Winter's body was afraid that now this dream would end and everything would be as before. Violetta's servant Flip, who brought the younger mistress, approached Hale and said that she jumped out of the carriage and rushed off so quickly that her tone could not stop her. Winter closed the door and said that he was right. They really switched bodies. He sharply asked what she did to make it all happen. Violetta replied that she had nothing to do with it. Winter grabbed Violetta by the chin and asked what kind of bottles were lying around the room and why there was such a pungent smell of cigars. And the moment they touched each other, they suddenly returned back to their bodies. Winter sighed with relief. He would finally get down to his business and forget about his headache. Violetta thought that the dream was over, and she would have to live as before and endure contemptuous looks. Winter asked again how this happened, referring to the contract that Violetta signed for him. He said that his wife managed to extract favorable terms for him, and as soon as she was able to persuade this stingy Lowell, Violetta understood that she could not hope for changes in their relationship. But it seemed to her that Winter's words sounded like a compliment. She told her husband that it was important to find the reason for what happened, and drew attention to the fact that this time Winter was listening to her carefully. Violetta added that Winter descended from the Conic family, who emigrated a long time ago to Luckround. They said that among them were gifted with magic. Winter answered, "Does she really think that if a person was born from a foreigner, then he is definitely a sorcerer, and his dirty blood is to blame for everything?" Violetta said that she didn't mean it at all. She just wanted to find a reason. Winter replied that it was not the first time he had heard the humiliation of noble gentlemen, what to expect from the arrogant royal family. For the umpteenth time, Violetta tried to take a step towards her husband, but he constantly just pushed her away. Winter thought maybe he had gone too far, and Violetta had tears in her eyes again. Suddenly, Winter grabbed Violetta in his arms and opened the door into the corridor, in which the amazed servants and assistants stood. He carried her into the bedroom and said, whether he was a sorcerer or not, to throw it out of his head and better think about himself. He knew her condition, which he himself had experienced, and understood that she could barely stand on her feet. He placed her on the bed in his room, saying that she was the most comfortable in the house. Winter took off her shoes and told her to rest here while he was in the office, but Violet said she felt better today. He answered how she could call her condition the best. While he was in her body, he felt like he was dying. Her body was as heavy as a stone. How could she live in such a state? Winter sternly ordered Violetta to lie down. He would immediately make sure that the doctor examined her. Leaving the bedroom, Winter ordered to urgently find another doctor for his wife and choose comfortable clothes for his wife, to which Hale replied that the president, oddly enough, continues to display the image of a gentleman. The doctor came and carefully examined Violetta and said that she had obvious heart problems, then asked how long she had been taking medication. Violetta replied that she took the pills that their family doctor prescribed. The doctor doubted the doctor's qualifications, since these medications had not been used for a long time due to side effects such as headaches. As soon as the girl heard that her pain was curable, she immediately began to get out of bed. The doctor replied that in her condition it was better not to get up and lie in bed. But Violetta replied that she needed to go to her bedroom before the owner of the room arrived, which surprised the doctor that there was such a relationship between the spouses. The next day, Violetta's room was in a bustle from the very morning. The maids were running and fussing. Some offered her this or that dress. Others tried to help her choose gloves and style her hair. The head maid, Lulu, fussed and said that they would do everything to the highest standard and prepare her for dinner with her husband. The maids put one dress after another on her, and Violetta did not understand what it all meant. But most of all, she was at a loss when she heard about a joint dinner with Winter. Violetta herself wanted to choose an expensive and beautiful dress, but immediately thought about how the Duchess might react to this. Casorin will definitely not ignore this, deciding that her son Winter is spending too much money on her. Violetta decided to choose a more modest dress, but the maid said that the color of the expensive dress would suit her very well, noticing that the younger mistress was looking at it. And the girl still decided to wear this dress because it was her favorite color, and the style was very feminine. When Violetta started getting her hair done, she already understood that no one would contradict her or ignore her requests and interests. Lulu said that Winter is lucky. He is lucky to marry such a beautiful and kind mistress. Violetta replied that she was worried that Winter was spending so much money on her, and he was on the verge of bankruptcy because he paid off her family's debts, and today he bought her so many dresses. Lulu was surprised because Winter constantly buys dresses. This was a shock for Violetta. She had never seen them. The girl panicked. Then who owned all these dresses that he bought? Winter was nervous because Violetta was delayed and looked at his watch, and Hale asked him to wait a couple more minutes. Winter turned around and finally saw Violet. The girl came up to him and said that she was very glad to see Winter. Violetta usually dressed very modestly, but today she surprised her husband by choosing a beautiful and expensive dress. Winter said that perhaps she was hungry and offered to excuse her to the table. Winter caught a glimpse of one conversation among those present in the restaurant about the fact that an elevator was installed in his house. It was so convenient, especially if he was in poor health, and ordered Cale to urgently install an elevator in his house. Violetta felt embarrassed. She understood that all this trouble was because of her. Was her body really such a burden? At the table, Winter said that he had found out and was convinced that he was indeed from the Canic family. He found nothing in the records about witchcraft, but there is information about cases of body swapping, but it is not clear why this happens. Winter then said that while in his body, Violetta had signed a brilliant contract, and he wanted to express his gratitude to her. Violetta smiled and answered if instead of thanking her, she could ask for his consent to go together to his father's birthday. Winter replied that his time was more valuable than hers, and he wanted to express his gratitude with a valuable gift, asking what she wanted to receive. Although they were spouses, Violetta felt that they were like strangers, and said that she did not need gratitude. It was enough that everything ended well. Winter responded sharply that Violetta had again begun to irritate him with her behavior. Violetta said that she had long wanted to ask Winter one question. He replied that he was listening to her. She lowered her head and asked if Winter would have come to her funeral if she had died. He looked at his wife in fear, not understanding why she was having such terrible thoughts. Violetta added that it would be better to commit suicide than to continue living like this. Winter was furious. Even when he was beaten and humiliated, such thoughts never occurred to him. She doesn't even know what it means to work for days, be locked up, and go hungry. Winter was shocked that Violetta was now trying to threaten him with her death. The girl replied that she just wanted to know, then her husband could set aside one day of his life for this. At that moment, Hale was in a hurry to see Winter. He was in a hurry to show the president the estimate for installing the elevator. Winter abruptly snatched the papers from the secretary's hands and threw them, and, throwing them to the side, sharply headed towards the exit, leaving Violetta alone. Winter left without saying a word to Violetta, thereby causing her mixed feelings. The maids escorting the girl to the exit said that she must be tired and wanted to return to the estate. Violetta replied that they had not had an easy day either, and told Lulu to prepare the carriage. Suddenly, Ariella Lawrence, Violetta's cousin and famous actress, approached her. Ariella was glad to see her sister and asked why she was not visible in society. She needed to visit the capital more often. She then added that her husband Winter is a nice person. She often sees him at the Keisel Stadium and even found a common language. Violetta replied that she did not really like sports, which she was almost unfamiliar with, and in general she and her husband had different interests. Ariella said that her sister had not changed at all, and it was not surprising that Sir Winter was already tired of her. Hearing this, Violetta said, "How can Ariella say such a thing?" And she responded by saying that everyone notices this. If Violetta had been the same, she would have expressed everything to her face, but she understood that her words would be of no use. In their eyes, she is an insignificant princess who grew up in luxury and is unable to understand ordinary people. All of them would rather consider Violetta tiresome, perceiving her revelations as mere whims. In the carriage, Violetta asked Lulu if Ariella often stays at the Conic Hotel, and she replied that she did quite often and said that their hotels were the best. Suddenly, Lulu thought that these were the reason why the younger mistress did not know about the existence of the dresses. Winter was often not at home, but Violetta hoped to the last that he was not the kind of person who would cheat. She understood that her husband hated him, but until the last she hoped that he did not have another woman. Lulu poured tea for Violetta, saying that if she refused dinner, she could bring her dessert. She added that when you're full, life doesn't seem so hard if you're tired, and there's a haze before your eyes, then you just have to drink a cup of tea and everything will go away. Violetta took a sip and replied that it really helps. Tears appeared in her eyes. She then changed her mind and asked Lulu to cook her dinner to gain strength. Closing the door behind her, Lulu replied that she would soon bring dinner, which would be prepared by Tyrant, the cook who prepared a magnificent dinner in their restaurant. But for now, the younger lady could rest. Later, sitting down at the table, Violetta began to listen to Tyrant talk about his magnificent dish. Lulu interrupted him and began moving the dish she had prepared closer to the girl, chirping that she was also a good cook. Violetta found it amusing to watch how these two bickered with each other and each tried to get the girl to taste his dish. In order not to offend any of them, Violetta ate all the dishes they had prepared, then asked if her husband had returned. Lulu replied that she thought Winter would stay at their hotel in the capital, but he had recently returned home. Violet remembered Ariella telling her that her husband was tired of her and was determined to talk to Winter. She remembered her husband's reaction to her words about death and her funeral. At this time, Winter was in his office tearing and throwing papers from the table. He considered himself a pathetic coward for reacting to his wife's words in such a way. There was a knock on the door. Winter saw Violetta, who said that she wanted to talk to him. Violetta noticed Winter's dissatisfied look, but said that this could not continue and they needed to get a divorce. Winter remembered for a moment their wedding day, that graceful step and aristocratic manners. And this sophisticated princess was forced to marry him out of a sense of duty to the royal family. And he tried to buy a title only by his ability to make money. He had neither a title nor blood ties. The only thing Winter was capable of was to earn enough for his wife to bathe in luxury. It is his fault that with his indifference he brought Violetta to thoughts of death and divorce from him. For a second, Winter imagined what could happen to him if Violetta disappeared from his life. In response to her proposal for divorce, Winter said that they could divorce at any time. He agreed to this, but on one condition, that she would return him the money he spent to cover her family's debts. He then added that they had been married for 3 years, so he added interest as well. Winter came closer, took Violetta by the head and said maybe he could add more for her idly lying on the bed. He looked into her eyes and added if she still wanted a divorce. Violetta replied that she understood that their marriage was causing him losses. Did he really not want to get rid of such a marriage? She said that she was ready to work off the debt even to death in order to repay the debt to him. Violetta added that she felt that Winter hated her, so why torture each other? Winter replied that she was mistaken about hatred and he was not going to divorce her. He added that if he does not want a divorce, then no one will help her with this. At this point, Winter told Violetta not to bring up this topic again. A few days later, Violetta and Winter were sitting in a train compartment that was heading to Blooming Lands. Violetta understood one thing. She could not divorce Winter as long as money was involved in this matter. She had not fully forgiven her brother Ash, who received money for her marriage and left her in trouble, but now he was the only one who could help her. A couple of days ago, she wrote a letter to her brother saying that she intended to get a divorce and asked to find a way to award Winter the title of Duke. Winter drank another glass and fidgeted because the seat was not very comfortable. Violetta told her husband that he was already drinking his 7th glass, to which Winter replied, "Is it really so difficult for a wife to tolerate her husband's unworthy behavior?" She replied that she was simply worried about his health because his father died early because he drank a lot. Coming off the train, Winter, noticing that Violetta had stopped, said that a carriage was waiting for them. Violetta pointed to the girl who was selling flowers and asked to buy them for her as a reward for a successfully concluded contract. Winter asked if she would like to ask for something worthwhile as a gift, to which Violet replied that she liked flowers. The husband said that he would buy her flowers elsewhere. Even in their garden, the flowers are much more beautiful. But Violetta replied that she wanted exactly these flowers that the child was selling. Winter, as always, was absent on his business, and Violetta constantly thought why he didn't give her a divorce, whether there was some kind of personal benefit for him that she didn't know about. It was her father's birthday, which Ash and Winter were supposed to attend, and Violet was going to talk to her husband again, after agreeing with Ash. At that moment, Violetta was informed that Mr. Ash had arrived. She ordered him to enter. Suddenly, she saw that Winter's mother, Duchess Kesserin, had come with Ash. She said that Ash had told her everything. The brother said that he was disappointed in his sister. He did not think that Violetta was so selfish. A year ago, Ash met with the Duchess and current Duke James Blooming to reveal that Sir Winter had assigned Violet a sum of money as a share of the estate and offered to take it. He said that Violetta doesn't even know about them and the money is lying idle. There shouldn't be any problems with its loss. Ash suggested dividing them into 3 and no one would know about it. Duchess Kesserin expressed concern that the bank might be interested in the loss, to which Ash replied that there was no need to worry about that. He reminded them of his situation, and it would not be difficult for him to cover his tracks. He had already taken care of everything. Ash offered them joint cooperation and waited for their decision. Entering Violetta's room, Ash asked how she could think about a divorce if he wants. He will make sure that she does not even dare to mention such a thing. The Duchess grabbed her head and said that she tried as best she could and was lenient, despite the fact that Violetta was feigning her illness. Violetta tried to object to the Duchess, convincing her that she had never lied to her. The Duchess screamed, calling her ungrateful, asking whether she was unhappy with Winter himself or his lack of a title. Kesserin continued to scream that it was her fault that she endured all this, but she did not intend to wish for it anymore. Violetta replied that the title had nothing to do with it. She wanted to get a divorce for another reason. Violetta no longer intended to endure humiliation. Duchess and Ash listened as the girl wailed that every party she had to listen to how she was a fraud. She added that Winter was deceived by her brother. She had nothing to do with it. Ash immediately interrupted her and asked the Duchess to correct his impudent sister, and he gives his consent to any measures. Kesserin looked at Violetta menacingly and said that she was punishing her for her own good, and she must understand this. She gestured to the maids, and they immediately grabbed the girl and dragged her by force. Violetta was immediately locked in the closet. She heard the Duchess say that she was hurt by her every action, and Violetta should think about her behavior. Violetta asked to open the door, and Kesserin told the maids to let her out by the beginning of the party, because she had to be there. The girl cried and begged to be let out, but everything became quiet, and she realized that everyone had left and left her alone. Violetta was in despair. She couldn't stand it anymore. No one cared about her fate. She wanted to die. Guests began to arrive at the party, and after some time, Violetta heard that someone had opened the lock on the door of the closet in which she was locked. The girl left the bedroom, went down into the living room, and saw Winter. He was sitting on the sofa surrounded by his partners. Heading to her husband, Violetta said from afar that she was glad to see him return. She hoped that he would come to greet her. Approaching Winter, Violetta asked him to urgently talk to her. The husband answered dryly that he was currently having a very important meeting with his partners. Winter discreetly asked Violetta to return to the bedroom and said that he would come soon. The girl took his hand and, pressing it to her, replied that it was urgent. If not now, then never again. Winter felt uncomfortable in front of his partners at that moment, and he again asked Violetta to return to her room. The disappointed girl began to slowly climb the stairs. She was offended that the conversation with Winter did not take place. Violetta felt defeated and humiliated, and then she turned to the wall where the weapons hung. It was late evening when Violetta reached the end of the blooming property. It was a villa by the sea. An elderly woman who was watching over the villa came out to her. She was surprised by the appearance of the younger lady, who came here for the first time. She offered to make Violetta a cup of hot tea to warm up. The girl refused, saying that she would not be long, and asked the woman to leave her alone. She looked at the sea and thought that by demanding a divorce from Winter, she at least hoped to get at least a drop of his attention. After the betrayal of her brother and the humiliation of being in the closet, Violetta still believed that Winter would be the only one who would support her. But this last hope also collapsed. All these were empty hopes. It was an empty place for everyone. After finishing the meeting, Winter remembered Violetta. He was alarmed that she would behave this way in front of everyone, without even knowing what her wife wanted to talk about. And suddenly he saw traces of fresh blood on his palms. Violetta left them at the moment when she pressed his hand to her. Winter burst into Violetta's bedroom to find out where she might have gotten hurt, but there was no one in the room. He asked the servant if she knew where his wife was. She replied that she did not know. Winter ran around all the rooms and the area adjacent to the house. Violetta was nowhere to be found. He asked Kale if there were carriages heading to the capital. He replied that there was no such thing and asked the president to calm down. Winter shouted how he could be calm when his wife disappeared because she hardly knew the area. At that moment, a maid ran up to him and, quietly saying that Violetta was locked in the closet by her brother and mother, immediately ran away. Returning to the hall, Winter met Ash, who warmly said that he was glad to see him. Winter, not paying attention to Ash's speeches, sharply asked if it was true that he and his mother locked his wife in the closet. Ash calmly replied that Winter may not know this, but among aristocrats this is a common and easy punishment. Ash added that he knows about his sister's desire to divorce Winter and her behavior is crossing all boundaries. At that moment something happened, and Violetta felt herself in Winter's body again. While in Winter's body, she sharply replied that this was a personal matter between him and Violetta. And if it happened again, he would not leave it like that. Ash felt that something was wrong with Winter. Knowing his character and attitude towards his wife, he should have simply ignored Violet's punishment. Violetta went out into the yard and went to the coachman. She knew that she was in the villa and told the coachman to take her to one place. Now she understood why she and her husband were switching bodies for the second time, and this was not just a coincidence. Once Violetta chooses death, bodies are exchanged, no matter which way she chooses. Winter came to his senses and could not understand how he ended up in a villa by the sea, on the very border of their domain. The elderly maid was already running to the younger mistress to find out what happened and where the shot came from. And then Winter saw a revolver lying on the sand. The elderly maid quickly picked it up and took it into the house, not understanding how this weapon ended up on the shore. Winter looked around and couldn't understand why Violetta came to this place alone at night. He didn't understand why he and his wife switched bodies again. He approached the horse, but told the maid to call her a carriage, saying that she was too tired to ride a horse, but in fact he simply did not know how to ride it. Entering the house and waiting for the carriage, Winter thought that Violetta had done this on purpose, and that she was also to blame for their exchange. Violetta stood in the middle of the hall and looked at the ticket she had bought, which she bought without thinking. And Winter's wallet was in her pocket, so it turns out she stole her husband's money. But she did not want to return to the estate after the death of her father and the dissolution of the royal court. Mother Ella Felix left the palace with Ash and went to the lands of the Felix family. Now she lived by caring for her son, and for sure, there would be shelter for her daughter. Being in Winter's body, Violetta was already standing near the train. She knew that her mother loved her just as much, as long as she did not become an obstacle for Ash. On the train next to Violetta, there was a girl who chirped all the way that she had run away from home. Her family reproached her for not knowing how to spend money correctly and not having the slightest idea how to earn it. Violetta smiled and said that she was a very brave girl, and then the girl asked if by chance her interlocutor was Sir Winter Blooming. Seeing the young man's reaction, she realized that she was not mistaken and warmly said that she was glad to meet you. The girl introduced herself, saying that she was the princess of the Principality of Dos. Her name was Sharon, and she was a childhood friend of Princess Violet Lawrence. Violetta opened her eyes in surprise. Was it really the same Sharon, her friend, and she remembered her? Violetta replied that his wife often told him about the time when they spent their childhood together and studied ballet together. For a moment, Violetta forgot that she was in Winter's body and joyfully communicated with her childhood friend. At the same time, the carriage stopped near a house by the sea. Hale ran out of it and shouted to the president. Winter was surprised at Hale's quick arrival, but even more surprised at how the secretary realized that he was Winter. Hale recalled that Winter had recently asked him to find out about the exchange of bodies in the Canic family, and besides, the president's actions seemed strange to him. Hale added that he was finally convinced of this when Winter rode off on a horse, not knowing how to ride, and the younger mistress called a carriage. Sitting in the carriage, Hale asked Winter what happened. He replied that, apparently, Violetta decided not to go to the party and ducked out. Winter ordered people to be urgently sent to search for Violetta and was calm only in the fact that in his body she should not be in any danger. Hale replied that it would be so, and added that Winter needed to do something when they returned to the estate. Entering the hall, Hale said that Winter should attend the party in place of his wife while they search for her. To avoid panic, Winter agreed to do this and began choosing an outfit. But he didn't like anything. He considered all Violetta's dresses dull and boring. And then an idea occurred to him, and he headed to his dressing room. Hale tried to stop him, thinking that it might anger the younger mistress. Hiding in the fitting room, Winter replied that he should be angry because she was now using his body as she pleased, so he would repay her in kind. A few minutes later, Winter was ready and, opening the curtains, walked out of his fitting room. A year ago, Hale brought Winter a report on his financial condition and said that the situation had stabilized, and he could breathe easy. Winter remembered that he never gave Violetta a wedding gift and ordered to buy her several expensive dresses and take them to her dressing room. But after some time, the president was informed that Violetta had returned the dresses, saying that she did not need them, leaving only one wood-colored one. In addition, Winter was brought a letter from his mother, which said that the dresses were luxurious, but Violetta's family was modest and advised her son to take better care of restoring his finances. After reading the letter, Winter ordered new dresses to be sent to his wife. Perhaps she just didn't like them. But everything happened again and the dresses were returned again. Winter decided to leave this idea for now and ordered all the returned dresses to be placed in his dressing room. When Winter came out of the dressing room, Hale saw that the president had put on almost all the jewelry he had given to his wife and said that it was too much, but Winter did not listen to him. Hale tried to convey to the president that a normal noblewoman would not dress like that. People would not like it. Winter grumbled, not understanding how this dress was put on. Hale offered his help. The president turned sharply and asked Hale if he was going to grope his wife and ordered to call the maids. Hale was embarrassed and called the maids, who immediately began to help Winter put on his wife's dress. A few minutes later, the president looked in the mirror. He was pleased with how he dressed his wife, noticing that expensive dresses suited her very well. One of the maids whispered to the second that the lady looked as beautiful as at the wedding, and she replied that there was no need to remind her of this event, because then there was a big scandal. Winter turned and asked why they were whispering behind her back and added that he could kick them out of the estate at any minute. One of the maids replied that when the president disappeared after the wedding ceremony, Violetta waited for him all night without taking off her wedding dress. Winter watched the maids try to apologize, but thought that he didn't know what they just said. Did no one really tell her then that he just urgently needed to leave on business? As the maids did his hair, Winter realized that the wounds inflicted that evening would never heal. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why Violetta asked for a divorce. At the party, John Blooming was annoyed that Violet was late for his birthday. The Duchess was worried that her daughter-in-law had told Winter everything about the punishment and that perhaps something had happened between them. And in the hall there were whispers between the guests. Someone discussed Violetta's health. Someone said that in 3 years they had not had a child. The Duchess, having heard this conversation, said that perhaps Violetta did not accept her husband because he was the son of a foreigner. The discussions continued. Violetta is no longer a princess, but she neglects her husband, and not showing up for her father-in-law's birthday is just impudence. Winter boldly opened the doors and entered the hall, posing as Violetta. He loudly apologized to the guests for his lateness, saying that it took him a long time to choose an outfit for his father-in-law's birthday. The Duchess and John walked towards her, And Kasorin said that the party was dedicated to her husband. Was she dressed too flashily? This was what Winter had planned. He replied that it was a special day and she dressed like that at her husband's request because he spoils her with gifts. These words did not arouse suspicion among the Duchess because Violetta did not have her own money, and she said that since this was Winter's request, she would not object. Winter noticed the impudent expression on his mother's face and rude manner and decided that as soon as he congratulated his father, he would immediately leave. After delivering his congratulatory speech, Winter turned around and walked away. The Duchess shouted that this was impolite. She did not even listen to her father-in-law's answer. The Duchess could not find an answer why Violetta began to behave so impudently. Perhaps her relationship with Winter had improved, and she was hiding something. Winter walked towards the exit and was proud that he managed to cope with the role of Violetta perfectly. Finally, the train heading to the capital of La Cronda arrived at the station, and Violetta and Sharon stepped out onto the platform. Sharon said it was amazing how much Winter knew about Violet, and she had a great time. Sharon added that she had heard rumors that Winter and Violet were not on good terms. The king was constantly busy with the problems of the country, and the mother was busy only with her sons. The girl added that Violetta was really looking forward to having her own family. Violetta remembered how, as a child, she and Sharon often played with dolls, and she always got the role of a girl, a child. She also got along well with Farron, Sharon's brother, and it was a good time. Sharon said that she was happy for Violet that she had met such a wonderful person as Winter and wanted everything to work out for them. At that moment, a station employee approached Sharon and said that the carriage that would take her to the hotel was at the exit from the station. Violetta asked Sharon if it was true that the Principality of Dawes gave new citizenship. The girl replied that it was so. They have few inhabitants, so the Principality gives citizenship to anyone who wants it. After that, Sharon waved to Winter and said that she had a lot of fun. Left alone, Violetta understood that, planning to get a divorce, she needed to think about the future. If she fails to get a divorce, she will simply flee to the Principality of Dawes, obtain citizenship there, and thereby be freed from suffering. Violetta was sure that Winter would not even look for her when he found out that she had disappeared. Violetta thought about finding a place where she could stay, but at that moment someone called out to him. She turned around and saw a policeman who asked for a strange request, for cooperation, and the Duchess could not find a place for herself. She tried to understand what had happened, because Winter never paid attention to his wife. 12 years have passed since Winter entered their family. They gave him attention exactly as much as the money he brought in. They gave him love for money, which he accepted unconditionally. It was a deal beneficial to everyone. The Duchess was worried that if he found a new home, became close to someone and wanted to leave them, they would lose this source of income. She looked at Violetta leaving and realized that his attention to her could persuade Winter to do this, so their divorce might not be such a bad idea. Winter asked Hale to find out if Violetta's friends and relatives were at the party and ordered him to greet them. Cale replied that he would not be able to recognize them because Violetta had not been to any tea party. Winter was very surprised by this and realized that he already knew 2 reasons why Violetta wanted a divorce. He told Cale to take a closer look at the guests and hoped that the right people would come up and talk to him. Winter looked at the guest standing nearby, and assuming that she might be from Violetta's side, he smiled sweetly at her. The guest did not answer. She just looked at Violetta with an arrogant look. Cale whispered to Winter that they didn't seem to know each other and suggested they go to others. But the president replied that something was wrong here, and now they simply ignored him. And the guest, to whom Winter smiled, went away to others and began to gossip that Violetta had no dignity, since she, not seeing her husband's attention, was already flirting with his secretary. Winter began to become convinced that everyone was deliberately ignoring his wife's presence. He remembered when Violetta asked him to go with her to his mother's party. He should have asked the reason then. While Winter was thinking about all this, one of the assistants approached Cale and whispered something quietly in his ear. The secretary approached the president and whispered to him something that concerned his wife Violetta. Hale tried to do everything to ensure that President Winter caught the last train heading to the capital. As he put his luggage away on the top rack, he had no idea how the younger madam ended up at the police station. Winter doubled over from a sudden attack of pain, his lower back falling off and his stomach throbbing strangely. Cale asked the servant to immediately get the medicine. The secretary handed the president the medicines that were found in Violetta's bag, and he asked what kind of drugs they were. Hale replied that it was just a painkiller, but Winter grabbed the jar and read it himself. It was a remedy for pain during menstruation. The president threw away the bottle of pills and grabbed his stomach. He could not stand this aching pain. Finally, he agreed to take the medicine and asked for a glass of water. Violetta was sitting in the capital's police station and finally heard footsteps. It was Winter. He approached Violetta and asked how long this would continue, now they had already met at the police station. Violetta did not expect that her husband would find her so quickly, and now she would no longer be able to do what she had planned. Winter said that not even half a day had passed, and his wife had already done something again since she was here. Violetta replied that upon arrival at the station, police approached her to check her documents. She understood that this was their job and, taking out her identification card, handed it to the police. When they saw Winter Blooming's name, they couldn't believe their eyes and immediately apologized for causing him inconvenience. She wanted to ask why they were apologizing, but the police quickly left. A boy in a cap approached Violetta and said that, judging by his gray eyes, he was a foreigner, then added that his father was also not from here and he was also subject to such checks. Silver hair and gray eyes are a sign of the Connick family, strangers, but Winter gained enough influence for the police to run away from him. Violetta added that she could not come to terms with the manifestation of discrimination and turn a blind eye to what was happening. Winter knew she was right, but he didn't expect her to be so intolerant of injustice. Violetta wanted to talk to the police, but they replied that they had a lot of work and needed to wait. She was again ignored. Disappointed, she stood up. Winter wanted to calm her down and lightly touched her shoulder. Just like last time, the same thing happened. Winter and Violetta returned to their bodies. The president said that Violetta needed to rest. Her body was in terrible condition. But Violetta insisted that she needed to talk to the police. She sharply opened the office doors and resolutely entered the office. The police were surprised to see Sir Winter and the younger mistress at the door. Violetta looked into the corner where the cage stood and saw people locked inside. Noticing this, the policeman said, "If the junior madam came to ask for strangers, then she has no idea what danger they could pose." Violetta replied, "Doesn't justice really mean treating everyone equally? They should know the concept of honor." Winter saw the policeman go to open the cage and promised that all charges against the detainees would be dropped. Violetta thanked them for their understanding and added that in the future she would expect them to take the right measures. When they returned to the estate, Winter put Violet to bed and told her that she needed to rest after the trip. He added that he knew about her pain before menstruation, and was she really going to go to the police station in such a state? Violetta replied that this was not the most difficult condition she had experienced in her life. Winter asked if his wife had friends in the South. Violetta asked why he was so interested in this. He explained that there was no one at the party who tried to talk to her. She went there so often, but never made any friends. In 3 years, Winter had never gone to events with Violetta, so the aristocrats had the impression that he hated her. Violet said that perhaps Winter had a lot to do and she would not keep him. Winter replied that if suddenly they switched bodies again, and a policeman accosted her, then he would allow his wife to kick him. Then Winter took Violetta by the chin and said that it was the first time he had seen such an expression on her face. Having come to his senses, Winter pulled back his hand and said that recently he had begun to get used to her body and therefore was paying attention to every little thing. Kale followed Winter and said that he had set up a meeting that was interrupted last time. He then added that after the meeting there would be a management meeting. Later he would explain the details of the party to the sponsors. But Winter thought about Violetta. He was worried that with the onset of menstruation her pain would intensify. It was difficult for her weak body. He told Kale that he needed to go check on Violet. The secretary was noticeably surprised because they had to hurry and a carriage was waiting for them. Winter quietly went into the bedroom and, seeing that Violetta had fallen asleep, sat down next to her on the edge of the bed. He stroked her head and told her not to get sick, not to think about divorce, and to live with him. At that moment, Winter thought that he had come in vain. He urgently needed to go to the meeting, but his legs did not obey him. When Violetta woke up, Lulu came into the bedroom and said that she was glad to serve her again. She saw that Violetta looked better today. The girl said that after breakfast, she would go to the lands of Felice and ask that a carriage be prepared for her. Violetta added that she would like to send a secret message to a friend who ran away from home. Lulu replied that her friend was not a timid person and would now entrust everything to the servant. After sending the message to Sharon, Violetta had already arrived in the Felice lands and was getting out of the carriage. Violetta's mother, Ella Felice, came out and said that she was glad to see her daughter Violetta and asked how she was doing. Violet apologized for not visiting her mother, to which she replied that her daughter was now part of the Blooming family and understood her. She invited her mother to take a walk through their garden, and at the same time, talk about something and seek advice. Hale handed Winter an envelope and said that this was information about the next sponsor's party. This year, the organizer will be Cantus, a monastery in the south-central part of Lacraunda. Winter read the information and asked Hale if he received wine from them as a gift for donations. The president added that it had excellent taste, and he intended to supply it to the hotel he would soon build. Hale replied that it would be troublesome, but Winter himself knew that with his level of etiquette, it was useless to negotiate. And then the president thought about his wife Violetta, who knew how to exchange bodies. She knew court etiquette and negotiation tactics, so why not offer her to switch bodies on the appointed day? From a conversation with Violetta, Ella realized that she and her husband Winter did not get along very well. Violetta added that her husband does not even tell her when he will return, and the aristocrats in the South hate her. Mother said that everything was fine with them, but Violetta replied that she simply did not tell her about her difficulties. Violetta told her mother that she wanted to divorce Winter and asked her for help. Ella took her daughter by the shoulders and anxiously replied that under no circumstances should she do this. Mother added that troubles happen in any family, and divorce is not a solution or a solution to problems. The next moment, Ella said very important words. You can't blame another person when solving problems depends only on you. After a short silence, Mother said that her position was much better than Ash's because he, having renounced the throne, lost everything. Violetta understood her mother perfectly after the death of her older brother. She became even more obsessed with caring for her second son. She said that she knew everything perfectly well, but sometimes she just wanted to be her poor daughter. Returning home and receiving no support from her mother, Violetta saw Lulu, who said that a response had arrived from her friend Sharon. Lulu read to Violetta that her friend Sharon was staying at the Flower Garden Ogle estate in the south of the capital. Violetta decided to visit her friend at all costs and went to the capital. Sharon ran out to meet her and shouted joyfully how long it had been since they had seen each other, and she was so happy to see her childhood friend. Sharon was followed by Enna Tisha Ogle, Sharon's maternal grandmother and owner of the Ogle Flower Garden. Violetta asked her to communicate with her formally, to which Enna replied that Violetta could call her grandmother as before. As they sat down to drink tea in the greenhouse, Sharon constantly praised Violet, saying that she was good at flowers, even wild ones. At that moment, the servant ran in and said that something bad had happened. They had brought flowers for tomorrow's dinner party, but they withered during transportation. Sharon panicked about what to decorate with now. The flowers had wilted, and the roses in the garden had already fallen off at this time of year. Violetta decided to intervene and proposed her own idea, changing the theme of the event and decorating with other plants. She said that Moluccella blooms very richly in their garden and they could be used as decoration. They would add freshness to the room. Bouquets can be tied with green ribbons, and at dinner you can serve white wine, the transparency of which will create a feeling of lightness and coolness. Serve green grapes and olives with wine, then guests could enjoy the atmosphere of a summer night. Sharon happily exclaimed that her idea was brilliant and asked Violet to help with the decorations and organization of the party. And the grandmother added that if Sir Winter tolerates his wife's absence for a day, then Violetta can stay with them until tomorrow. The grandmother said that she was ready to pay Violetta if she helped and saved the current situation. Violetta replied that she would be willing to help. She always wanted to try to earn money with her own work. The girl turned to Flip, Sharon's brother, and asked him to tell her husband that she would be staying in the flower garden today. Violetta thought to herself whether it was necessary to inform him about this at all. She had to wait for Winter, but he did not send her any news, and this was the case for 3 years. She told Flip that she had changed her mind, because Winter would not be coming home either, so there was no need to notify him of her absence. Violetta wanted Winter to experience the same feeling as she did, painful anticipation and uncertainty. Hale told Winter that he remembered when the president bought the island after the wedding, but the situation with money was not very good. No one thought that Winter would get out. They came on business to the main Hotel Conic, which was located near the mouth of the Ricla River. Hale added that the Conic Hotel chain has now become the largest on the continent. Winter walked up to the carriage to return to his wife, and Hale offered to spend the night in the office because he worked hard and needed to rest properly. The president got into the carriage. When he worked, he could go days without sleeping or eating. For 3 years he worked like hell. Winter intended to invite Violetta to dinner tomorrow. He knew that his wife did not leave her room until breakfast, and wanted to take a look at her before going to bed. Returning, Winter met Lulu in the corridor, who reported that the younger mistress had not returned. She assumed that Violetta was having a wonderful time with her friend, since she did not return yesterday. Winter was surprised that Violetta spent the night away from home and, moreover, did not warn him that she would be delayed. The president knocked on Violetta's bedroom door, but there was no answer, and Lulu repeated that the younger mistress had not returned. Winter turned around and sharply replied that his wife did not like places where there were a lot of people. He would never believe that she went to have fun, and even did not spend the night at home. He scolded the assistants and servants. Were they really not alarmed by her absence and the fact that he had no news of Violetta? Lulu tried to justify herself, because the younger mistress went to the flower garden and nothing should happen to her there. The maid told Winter that he himself rarely appears at home, and now he is causing a commotion because his wife decided to unwind by leaving for the day. If Lulu had not been Violetta's favorite maid, she would have already been thrown out of the door, however. In some ways, she was right. Having calmed down a little, Winter ordered to report to him as soon as Violetta returned. Left alone, the president remembered his wife's words that she was ready to commit suicide rather than continue to live like this. If she hadn't started talking about death then, he wouldn't have lost his temper out of the blue. To drive away bad thoughts, Winter decided to work, but still continued to think that his wife was late. It was only morning, and Winter began to look through papers and bills. At noon, the president drank only a cup of coffee and was again distracted by work. It was already getting dark. Winter was already looking through the papers for the umpteenth time and couldn't find a place for himself. Finally, he could not stand this torment, threw away the documents, and shouted for a carriage to be prepared for him. Sharon lay down, tired from the preparations, and the grandmother told Violet that she knew from her granddaughter that Sir Winter knew his wife surprisingly well. Violet smiled discreetly, because Sharon had met her, not Winter. Grandma asked if Violetta had a hard time living in the South. Violetta replied that it was not easy, but it was much more difficult for her husband, who spent a lot of money on her. Making another bouquet, the girl added that if she complains, then, as her brother says, she will become selfish. She just has to endure and cope on her own. Grandma replied that she was sorry to say such things about her brother, but Ash was a real opportunist. She advised Violetta not to attach importance to everything he said, and not to take his words to heart. Violetta had nothing to fear anymore, but it was scary to imagine that there were people like him, ready to do anything for their goal. The grandmother stood up, hugged the girl, and said that if things get hard, she can always come to them. It was noon the next day, and this meant that the dinner party in the Ogle Flower Garden would soon begin. Arriving guests were delighted with the floral design. There was a feeling of lightness and pleasant freshness. One of the guests came up to express her admiration, and the grandmother replied that it was all thanks to the youngest mistress of the blooming family. Then the second guest came up and asked if Violetta was really from the same blooming duchy, and then added that she had a very developed sense of aesthetics. Next came Kenzie's, former commander of the Royal Guard and now chief of police. He kissed Violetta's hand. She learned that after the dissolution of the royal court he became a policeman, and he replied that he regretted that he could not protect her as before. Kenzie's added that he was aware that she had recently visited the police station and promised that he would take care of everything. Violetta had already forgotten that feeling when she chatted and laughed so carefree with other people. It seemed so far away. She really wanted to forget about her worries for a while and be wrapped in warmth and attention. But the second day passed, and Violetta was not at home, and Sir Winter left her on the wedding day and returned only a few months later. Suddenly, she heard Winter's voice, who apologized for arriving without an invitation. He approached Anastasia Ogle and presented her with a box of wine as a gift. Violetta approached her husband and asked what Winter was doing in this place. Winter didn't know what to come up with, and replied that he was traveling for work and decided to drop by here. Violetta said that there were people here who were very dear to her. She had not seen them for a long time and asked permission to stay here a little longer. Winter replied that he did not mind, and Violetta, surprised by this answer, invited him to greet everyone together. This was the first party in 3 years where Violetta and Winter appeared together as husband and wife. They returned to the estate, and Winter noticed that Violetta was slightly drunk, although the wine was not so strong. While they went to greet the guests, she completely drained the glass. Apparently, she really liked the wine. Violetta smiled when her husband said that she even got drunk decently. She replied that she had always dreamed of saying at a party, "Meet, this is my husband." Violetta added that she was very nervous that Winter would soon be leaving on her own business. Winter leaned her head against him and suggested that she sleep and not worry about him. Violetta said that she wanted to talk to her husband. Winter replied that if she was talking about a divorce, then he had already answered that this would not happen. The girl took Winter's hand and said it was time to talk about their child. She would like to save the marriage but move away from her relatives and have a child. Winter abruptly released his hand and replied that he did not want a child. Violetta said, "Is this really all his reaction, and he won't even explain the reason for the refusal?" Winter became gloomy and did not answer Violetta. Violetta said that a child is a guarantee of saving a marriage. Winter replied that he knew this very well, but could not give the opportunity for this child to be born. The next morning, they had breakfast in silence. Violetta wanted to ask what Winter wanted from her. She understood that it was not without reason that he came to her room in the morning and then offered to have breakfast together. Finally, Winter asked if Violetta wanted to talk today, believing that she had a lot to tell him. Violetta replied that they had already discussed everything and there was no need for these belated conversations. Winter began to get irritated and said that he was ready to listen to her, and his wife began to be sarcastic. He asked his wife what the secret was to exchanging bodies, to which Violetta replied that she would not tell. She needed to have her own weapon. Violetta asked a counter-question why Winter didn't want to have a child. Winter replied that they would talk about it when she stopped insisting on a divorce. Violetta said that she felt like something that was bought at an expensive price, but was not suitable for use. It's like a product bought by mistake, lying around in the attic as unnecessary. But it's a pity to throw it away because of the money spent. She is useless. But Winter doesn't want to let her go, so what's the point in her life? Winter said that he was not going to leave Violetta. He had no such thoughts. He added that thanks to the body swap, he knows how she feels and will try to find a solution. Until today, money is the only way to solve problems, and this has been the case all his life. Violetta asked if he really solves everything only with the help of money, and he has so much of it for this. Winter answered who he would be if he didn't have money and didn't solve problems with it. He led Violetta to the window and offered to look at the open spaces that he owned. Winter said she was acting this way because he demanded money from her during a divorce conversation. He added whether she really thought that this amount meant something to him, since he had so much money. If she thought her divorce proposal would make him happy, then she doesn't know him well. Winter said he would try to understand her and asked Violet to do the same. He then added that if Violetta had not planned anything, then in 2 days he would ask her out on a date. 2 days later, Violetta's whole room was filled with flowers, and she asked Lulu if it was all too much. Lulu looked at the younger mistress and replied that perhaps Sir Winter had gone too far with the gifts, but she looked very pleased. The maid asked where they would go on their date today. Violetta replied that she had no familiar places, and they would go where Winter was. The girl told Lulu that she would have breakfast in this room and asked her to bring breakfast here. Lulu, making the bed, said that Mr. Tyrant had bought excellent butter. It's a pity that Sir Winter doesn't eat it. Violetta replied that she did not know that her husband did not like butter, but preferred vegetable oils. Lulu added that his childhood was not easy, so he was not used to haute cuisine, which is why he liked vegetables more than meat. Violetta was once again convinced that she knew nothing about her husband, just like he knew about her. When Violet and Winter arrived at what her husband called their date, she was a little confused by what she saw. Seeing the naked torsos of tanned and stocky men, Violetta now knew what casal competitions looked like. Winter was in a good mood. He told his wife that he would not be jealous because she was looking at other people's men. He handed Violetta a bottle of alcohol, offered her a drink, and said that here you can drink straight from the bottle. Violetta, taking the bottle and trying to relax, realized that so far everything was not so bad. She looked at Winter. She liked that today he was not dressed as pretentiously as usual. His casual style suited him very well. At that moment, Ariella Lawrence approached them and, surprised that Winter was with his wife, asked what they were doing here together. Winter replied that he and Violetta had a date here. Ariella laughed. How can real spouses act so coldly towards each other? She added that considering how cold Violetta is, this is not surprising. She has been so ideal since childhood that it is not interesting to be with her. Suddenly, Winter grabbed Violetta and sat her on his lap, hugging her tenderly. Winter answered Ariella that watching his wife was much more interesting than watching the competitions taking place. Ariella made a displeased face and immediately walked away. Winter breathed out a sigh of relief. He was pretty tired of Ariella's pestering, and he couldn't be rude to her since she was Violetta's cousin. Violetta calmed down that her husband is not close to Ariella. She is trying to flirt with her husband. The cousin was jealous of Violetta since childhood and always wanted the same thing as her sister. In the end, Ariella could have what Violet couldn't: freedom and glory. Violetta asked Winter to let her go. It seemed to her that this was no longer decent. Winter asked how many times he would hear the word indecent from his wife, and Violetta replied that not one. Then Winter invited her to argue. He said if she wins, he will spend time with her at 3 parties, whatever she says. Violetta replied that if Winter won, she had nothing to bet on. Winter offered her a body swap for one day her help would be very helpful. Violetta looked at her husband in disbelief. Did he really need her now? She thought that in any case, nothing was keeping her alive, and it didn't matter if the exchange worked or if she actually died. Violetta replied that she agreed to help her husband even without a bet and asked when they should exchange bodies. Winter said that a bet is a bet and offered to bet on a kiss. He added that there would be one condition in the kiss. It would last until he was satisfied. Violetta thought that in order to win the argument, she just needs to be more attentive and careful. She will be in the black anyway, and she agreed. At that moment, it was announced at the stadium that the competition was beginning. The wrestlers ran into the arena and a real massacre began. Violetta was in real shock. She did not expect the competition to be so aggressive. For her, the behavior of the fans, who were not shy in their expressions and behaved rudely, also seemed wild. Violetta pulled herself together. If she controls herself, she will not lose. At that moment, the boy who accepted the bets ran up to them and, greeting Winter, was surprised that Princess Violetta was present. Winter said that if the boy recognized her, he should immediately kneel down, and the boy did so. Violetta jumped up and, approaching the guy, said that there was no need for such honors. The royal court had long been abolished, and her husband was joking. Winter took the board and began to write down the name of who he thought should win. He explained to his wife that it was the same as at a horse race. Only you bet not on the horse, but on the fighter. Winter invited Violetta to place a bet, but she replied that these were people, and she could not do it. Her husband suggested that she imagined that these were horses she needed to choose the most thoroughbred that could win the race. Violetta was seriously angry. How could Winter suggest such a thing? It's not decent. The next moment, she covered her mouth with her palms and, seeing Winter's satisfied face, realized that she had lost. The husband said that he did not think that their argument would end so quickly. He was even a little sorry. Violetta replied that her husband expressed himself rudely, and he replied that he deliberately provoked Violetta so that she would lose. Winter told her not to be angry and make a bet, as is customary in fights. Violetta looked at the wrestlers and pointed to one of them. Winter replied that it was Centaur Tan. The wife made an excellent choice. After 20 minutes of the fight, the judge announced that the victory was awarded to Centaur. Winter said that Violet won this argument. Violetta felt that if you get used to it, excitement appears, like junk food that whets your appetite even more. Winter got up and headed somewhere. Perhaps he saw some acquaintances. He stood nearby and chatted affably with some young couple. Violetta saw Winter smile for the first time. She thought that if she died, Winter would become freer. He called her over to meet his friends, and she thought about how it would benefit him that she continued to live. When they returned to the hotel, they were brought some crumpets that Violetta had never seen before, but they tasted excellent. Winter said that these are cheap baked goods from the night market, because today they are making and trying things that they have not done before. Violetta liked them so much that she even smacked her lips with pleasure. Winter smiled and said that she looked very cute now. Violetta was chewing a bun and didn't know how to react to her husband's words, because for the first time he called her cute. Winter reminded his wife of the promised kiss and added that now they were alone for this very reason. He warned Violetta that this would not be the childish kiss she thought about. Winter said that Violetta had a specific upbringing. She is modest, sleeps in clothes, is not used to being touched, and does not make unnecessary sounds. Violet looked at Winter and asked if this kiss was not just a touch of lips. When Winter sat Violetta down on the table, she tried to say that it was indecent, but her husband replied that it was okay during a kiss. Winter said that he wanted this for all 3 years and endured it, and Violetta wanted to know what kind of kiss it was and why she was so worried. Behind the door stood Lulu, who wanted to straighten the younger mistress's bed, and Hale, who was hurrying Winter to work. Violetta felt ashamed because she heard voices outside the door and asked Winter to stop. Winter held Violetta close to him and said that he had worked as a servant for a long time and would be able to handle the bed, and it would be made by tomorrow. Violetta tried to say that Winter should be ashamed of such words. Finally, the doors to the room opened, and the girl apologized for not opening it right away. Judging by the expressions on the faces of Lulu and Hale, they guessed everything. Winter displeasedly told Cale that as soon as he decided to rest, he immediately appeared. And Lulu asked Violetta in surprise what happened to her hair. As he was leaving, Winter said that if Violetta was going to a party, she should tell him and they would go there together, but only twice. Violetta answered because she lost the argument, and her husband said that he decided to show generosity to her. She looked after her husband leaving and thought, I wish I could argue like this more often. Lulu, entering the room, was surprised that it was hot there, although no one lit the fireplace. Having done all the necessary things, Lulu wished Violetta good night and left. Violetta lay there and remembered how the day had passed. Winter's behavior seemed strange to her, but she was not disgusted by it. 4 days later, Violetta and Winter were returning to the estate. Everyone liked Violetta so much that they didn't want to let her go. They wished her health and advised her to eat well. Winter noticed her behavior and said that she seemed to like the hotel employees. Looking at the servants, Winter said he could take them to the estate and compensate for the cost of moving as a salary. Violetta flatly refused. She didn't want the servants to see what she was like there on the estate. But she answered her husband that it was not necessary, there was no need for it. Violetta did not want to return to the estate and suggested to Winter that they live in the capital because his work is also located there. She added that she was ready to change places with him as much as he needed. Violetta could already imagine how angry Winter would be and deny her request. But, much to her surprise, Winter calmly replied that they would do so. He agreed with Violetta that it was not advisable to travel such a distance to work. Winter said it would be difficult to move immediately because the Blooming family has lived on the property for generations. Violetta replied that, in any case, she was glad that Winter agreed. The president said that it is still difficult for him to understand her emotions because she behaves so restrained, even when she is happy. Violetta remembered the people who were very dear to her and dreamed of returning to the capital again. At this point, a train employee announced that they were forced to stop for a short time due to problems with the railway track. Violetta and Winter heard that the stop could last 2 hours at Long Riad Station. They got out of the car and a large valley opened up in front of them, flooded with the rays of the setting sun. Violet told Winter that she always wanted to thank him for giving this valley to her. She added that her brother Ash told her about it on their wedding day. Winter replied that he could not allow his wife to starve. Violetta smiled. She was glad that lately she and Winter could communicate so freely and he didn't get irritated like before. Winter suggested finishing the walk as their train was ready for further travel. Violetta was grateful to Winter for such a gift, but in the event of their separation, she wanted to return these lands to him as untouched. She knew that Winter was a person with a strong sense of responsibility to her family, but she caught herself thinking that she still loved him, even when he was away from home for a long time. A few days later, Winter told his parents that he planned to move out in the near future. The Duchess and Duke were stunned by this message and asked why so suddenly and what the reason was. Winter replied that it was too far from the estate to the capital for work, and he and his wife intended to move to the capital. The Duchess asked if this was Violetta's proposal, to which Winter replied that it was just hard for him. The Duchess said that they rarely see each other anyway, and she is afraid that if he moves, he will not return. The son promised his parents that he would come as soon as they called. They should not worry about it. The mother decided to press for pity and asked if she and her father had really done something wrong to him. She began to sob and say that apparently he could not accept them as family. Winter replied that he did not say that and they were always kind to him. The Duchess asked them to think about it and not do this. They were not even mentally prepared to part with their son. Winter said that he heard them, but for now he will create a temporary residence in the capital so that he can travel there, because his wife cannot live in hotels like he does. The mother sarcastically said why her daughter-in-law doesn't like that expensive hotel built by Winter, that she might not be happy with it. Winter repeated that Violetta would not move from hotel to hotel. You cannot call a place where you don't belong anything home. The Duke decided to defuse the situation and said, in any case, a temporary residence is not so bad. Winter replied that we can assume that he received their consent and asked permission to leave. He had a lot of work. When her son left, the Duchess began to frantically think about what they should do now, because they would lose part of the wealth that their son brought them. Winter was only 5 years old when his mother abandoned him, leaving him in a small restaurant. There he began to be subjected to violence. Winter was forced to work hard and was beaten for any offense. Winter endured this for 7 whole years, and when he turned 12, he was determined to escape. One evening, he overheard a conversation between 2 restaurant patrons who were discussing that the Badalan aristocrats had begun purchasing coffee beans. Even then, Winter thought that perhaps selling coffee beans could bring some income. He soon escaped through the mountains of Baudelaire, scraped together all the meager funds he had accumulated, and bought his first cartload of coffee beans. After all the difficulties he had endured, Winter, risking his health, arrived at the blooming residence where his own father lived. While he was getting to the estate, the price of the goods soared tenfold, and the blooming couple realized that Winter had a talent for commerce. At a time when they could no longer survive on status, the couple needed a family member who could support them. John and Catherine warmly welcomed Winter into their family. Young Winter was fascinated by the ordinary life he experienced for the first time in the family. Winter became smart, cold, and ambitious, and most importantly, he was a bastard who did not need to bequeath the family. The Duchess was nervous. She did not want to lose such a reliable source of income because of Violetta. She was indignant at when Winter began to listen to his wife. What if she said to stop giving them money, as Winter would do? John also wondered how this happened, because until recently, Winter was completely indifferent to Violet. And then Catherine said that Violetta still doesn't know that she won't be able to have a child with Winter. Winter was a half-breed who inherited silver hair and gray eyes from his mother. Only one with the blood of the Connick family could give birth to him. John replied that he also saw that in the 3 years of their married life, the child had not appeared, which means that perhaps it was true. The Duchess said that Winter himself would not admit this to his wife, so as not to destroy their marriage and family. John replied that they could use this after learning about the deception. Even Violetta would not sit idly by and would definitely insist on a divorce. Winter sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the sleeping Violetta, who fell asleep immediately upon arrival. He could not understand how she lived with such a weak body. At that moment, Cale quietly approached and said that he had opened Violetta's dressing room. As soon as they returned, Violetta changed into one of her dull dresses, and Winter decided to personally find out what her taste was and proceeded to his wife's dressing room. He couldn't understand why she bought such dresses. Even witches from the West dress more expensively. Perhaps she needs to buy more land, although she is unlikely to touch it. Cale replied that something was wrong here, because from leasing these lands, you can get a lot of money and not deny yourself anything. Winter suggested that Violetta was renting out the land too cheaply. Otherwise, it would be impossible to earn money just for these dresses. The president ordered Cale to find out everything at what price the land was being rented out. He did not rule out such an incident as the fact that the intermediary takes most of the funds handed over and only pennies reach Violetta. Having paid the office employee a considerable amount, Hale looked through the documents and listened that this was not shown even to the owner's relatives. He asked why in the papers the lands were divided into 504,500 acres. The employee replied that perhaps members of the royal family used to divide private property this way. Hale said that the royal family had long since collapsed, and the documents were in a terrible state. And then Hale saw that there was a mistake in the owner's name. There was a different name there. He asked the employee why the rent for 4,500 acres was transferred to another person, and who Carlson Lowe was listed in the papers. And then Hale remembered that Carlson Lowe was a singer who was known in circles as a womanizer. But what could connect him with the younger mistress? Having found out everything he needed, Cale went out and asked the employee to keep everything secret. Hale hastened to report to the president that the bulk of the income goes to the main handsome man of La Cronda and the scandalous singer Carlson Lowe. The maid woke Violetta and said that today she was invited to dinner with the owner and madam, who asked her to arrive before lunch. Violetta tried to get up, but her body was heavy, her head hurt badly, and she felt weak. But she had to get up and get dressed, otherwise Winter's parents would think that she was faking again. At that moment, Flip, Winter's personal servant, came in and said that he was ready to give her a foot massage. A few minutes later, Winter entered the room and wanted to say that it had been so long and Violetta was still in bed. Then he saw Flip massaging his wife's legs and asked what was going on. Flip apologized that last time he couldn't cope properly, which caused Violetta's bewilderment. Winter told Flip to leave immediately. He remembered when he was in Violetta's body. He himself asked Flip about this. He sat down near his wife's feet and said that he would finish giving her a massage. Winter added aromatic oils to the water and added that he had his own method. And then Violetta screamed in pain. Winter said why she didn't say it right away, but endured it. To which Violetta replied that she saw how her husband was trying. Winter tried to massage as gently as possible so as not to hurt Violetta. A few minutes later, Winter said that he was finished and began to put the slippers on Violetta's feet himself. Violetta's gaze betrayed her aristocracy, and this dazzling sophistication constantly reminds Winter that they are of different origins. He wondered if that was why he wanted Violet to fall into his arms, live in the kingdom he created, and be next to him. It was an incomprehensible feeling, more than hatred. Winter told Violet that yesterday he and his parents discussed the move, and it seemed like they both weren't happy about it. The girl decided that this was precisely why they invited her to dinner. Winter told his parents that he would arrange a temporary residence for Violetta. In the future, he would buy an estate there and take his wife with him. Violetta replied that she could easily live in a hotel, but Winter replied that it would be easier to throw parties in her own house. Violetta realized that Winter was doing all this for her sake, and quietly snuggling, she thanked him. Winter did not understand her and asked why she did this. Violetta replied that she wanted to show how happy she was, but if he didn't like it, she wouldn't do it. He gently hugged her and told her everything was okay. Violetta replied that they needed to hurry, otherwise they would be late for dinner with their parents, because he was a gentleman and the eldest son of the blooming family. Winter replied that she did not know how aristocrats behave towards him. Violetta can't imagine how they react when he introduces himself to them as the eldest son of the clan. They looked at him like he was a rat who belonged in the slums. Violetta replied that she learned about his attitude when they changed bodies, and this is not disdain. They are afraid of him. Violetta added that they are trying to put pressure on him with status, but he does not need to be arrogant, because he is already an aristocrat himself, whom everyone fears. She said that there was no need to think about these nonsense, and Winter felt her warm and gentle palm on his cheek. He pulled himself together and said that soon they would need to exchange bodies, and he would need her manners of etiquette and behavior. Winter added that there will be a sponsor party at the Cantus Monastery in September, and he wants to monopolize their wine for sale, but he needs to act arrogantly. Violetta replied that she would help him as a thank you for moving, and Winter said that the princess had a sense of humor. The girl no longer felt Winter's hatred, and besides, he listened to her request to move. But would he feel her sadness? The more hope crept into her heart, the more intense was the feeling of fear of death, but she promised her husband. Violetta was afraid that if Winter understood her feelings, she would no longer be able to exchange bodies with him. At dinner, the Duchess said that she would very much like Winter and Violetta to live with them a little longer, because she is not asking for much. She sadly added that they would no longer be able to get together and have dinner together. Her husband John asked her not to get upset ahead of time because they were still close to them. Violetta realized that her husband's parents were stronger against the move than she thought and was afraid that Winter might change her mind. The Duchess turned to Violetta and asked how her health was, because she had been missing parties due to poor health. She added that she was worried that the move would have a bad effect on her condition, but Violetta replied that she was already much better. Winter interrupted their conversation and said that Violetta was still ill and had difficulty coming down for lunch. He added that their family doctor Rickman was a charlatan and gave Violetta medications of poor quality. Winter was sure that the doctor was embezzling money that was allocated for the purchase of drugs and said that he would definitely throw him in prison. The Duchess exclaimed that she did not know this and told Violetta that she must have suffered so much. Mother added that if she needs something, Violetta can always turn to them because they are one family. Winter's father, who had been silent until then, asked Violetta why she wanted to move out of their house. The son wanted to answer that it was his idea, but John said that Winter should not cover for his wife. The father added that he, as a father, and having known Winter since he was 12, understands perfectly well that he was not the first to talk about moving. John continued to press Violetta and asked if perhaps she thought the capital was more suitable for raising a child. Winter stood up abruptly and said if dinner was over they would go, and told Violet to follow him. Violetta tried to say that they had not finished the conversation yet, but Winter sharply replied that he had already said that there would be no child, and there was nothing more to talk about. The Duchess and her husband quietly glanced at each other, and John asked what it meant that there would be no child. Violet responded that Winter told her he didn't want to have children. The Duchess said that Violetta must convince her husband, but she herself knew very well that Winter was stubborn and suggested that Violetta calm her husband down. When Winter and Violet left the dining room, the Duchess said that she did not think they had become so close. John replied that it was obvious to the naked eye that Winter had begun to care about his wife Violet. In addition, they constantly began to appear everywhere together, like real husband and wife. The Duchess said that now they know for sure that Violetta does not know that she cannot have a child with Winter. John took a bottle from his inner pocket and said that he had prepared the necessary medicine for Violet. The Duchess called the servant and ordered to immediately invite Violetta's new attending physician. Winter stood in front of his parents' front doors and eagerly waited for Violetta, who promised to come out soon. At that moment, Hale approached him and said that he had found out something about the private property of the younger mistress. Cale wanted to tell the president what he had learned, but then Violetta came out. Violetta persistently asked to tell the reason why Winter refuses to have a child. The husband replied that she did not need to know the reason and that they should go home. Violetta said that she would not leave him alone and would still ask him to tell him everything. She understood that Winter was very stubborn. Maybe she should be content with his answer. Winter asked why Violetta did not manage her land, which he gave her. He added that she doesn't buy jewelry for herself, and her dresses are the cheapest and most inconspicuous. Maybe the money goes somewhere else. Violetta calmly replied that she was not doing anything like that. Winter believed her. He offered to buy her something, but Violetta replied that she did not need anything. She said there was something she would definitely like to try. Violetta walked up to Winter and, taking his hand, said that this was exactly what she wanted now. Winter was surprised and answered, "Is this really all she would like?" But suddenly Winter pulled his hand away and said that holding hands was not serious. Apparently they really had nothing in common. The next moment, Winter himself took Violetta by the hand and said that he had done what she wanted, and said that now they would buy her something that she would like. He pulled her along and said that they were returning to the estate, and Violetta replied that she thought that shopping was when you go to a busy street. Winter replied that he didn't have time to walk the streets. He could just call a busy street here. Violetta remembered that when she stood in front of her future husband on her wedding day, she was very worried and did not know what she should do. The only thing that came to her mind then was to take Winter's hand. Later, she always regretted that she had let go of his hand. Winter put Violetta into the carriage, but then Cale came up and briefly reported on what he had learned. The president said that he knew Carlson Lowe, but did not understand why he received part of the rent instead of his wife. Winter suggested that the property was divided because of taxes, but it was unclear why another recipient would be needed. When the president said that Hale could go, he was surprised that Winter really didn't want to sort this out. Winter replied, "Perhaps there is nothing wrong if another man uses her money, but if there is an affair between them, then Hale can deal with Carlson Lowe." The president said if Violet doesn't love Lowe, then it's okay and he can forgive her as long as they are together. Although he pushed his wife away, citing work, Violetta is not the kind of woman who is capable of cheating. But Winter wasn't entirely sure of this, so many people with nice faces do bad things. Violet screamed as Winter squeezed her hand tightly, and he apologized. And at that moment, the girl thought that finally their relationship began to improve. Winter decided that he would not suspect his wife of something that he did not know for sure. Beautiful dresses and various jewelry flashed in front of Violetta one after another, and the workers vying with each other offered to choose one or another outfit. Violetta said that she now understood what it meant to invite the street here, and her husband replied that it would be indecent to buy just one dress from them. A lot of time had already passed, but Violetta could not decide on a choice in her thoughts. She tried to decide whether this decoration would suit that dress, or whether the color was too bright. Winter watched Violetta and finally said that they were buying everything they delivered to this estate. After some time, the whole room was littered with boxes, and Violetta sat on the bed and watched as the enthusiastic servants sorted them out. She lay down and thought that Winter had been paying her a lot of attention lately, giving her expensive gifts, and she caught herself thinking that she didn't want to divorce him. At that moment, one of the servants approached her and asked where to put this purchased item. The girl's name was Jen, who said that she would now serve the younger mistress. Violet remembered how Winter had once told her that he was going to change half the staff at the estate. She told Jen that she was doing a good job and added that she wanted to join her and sort out the gifts she had bought. The new servants whispered that the younger mistress was not as they said about her. She even remembered their names right away. At that moment, Winter entered the room and, finding Violetta unpacking the boxes, pretended not to notice it. He said that he needed to go to the Hafit region for work, and it would take about half a month. Violetta asked in surprise why he was telling her this, because he never informed her about his departures and arrivals. Winter did not answer anything, only added that it was unlikely that all this would fit into her wardrobe, and suggested throwing away everything old. He boldly walked over to her closet and opened it to begin collecting old clothes. Suddenly he noticed scratch marks on the inside of the doors that had a bloody tint. Winter shuddered and remembered how he was locked in a closet as a child, and he scrubbed his fingers and nails until they bled. He remembered that party at which Violetta left blood on his palms and then suddenly disappeared. Winter turned to his wife and asked if Violetta had been locked in this closet. Violetta had to tell the truth that she was really locked in this closet. Winter thought maybe the teacher did it for disciplinary purposes, but his wife had always been a diligent student. Violetta said that there was no point in talking about it, and her husband might be late because he was in a hurry to go to work. But Winter sharply replied that she should not avoid answering and would immediately tell who did it to her. The girl said that, apparently, Ash did not like the fact that she wanted a divorce, and he asked his mother to convince her. Winter replied that this was nonsense, his mother would never do such a thing. But Violetta replied that she was angry that Violetta allowed herself to talk about divorce. Winter asked why his wife didn't tell him about this, to which Violetta replied that she tried to do so. She reminded her husband that she had approached him during an important meeting and asked him several times to talk to her. Winter remembered that evening, apparently. Then he thought that his wife had come to occupy his time with meaningless conversations about divorce. When they first got married, Violetta always smiled and offered to talk, and then she got angry at her husband's refusal. Violetta apologized for what she decided to do that evening and steal his body, but she didn't know what to do. Then Cale entered the room and told the president that it was time for them to leave. Winter turned around abruptly and ordered Cale to leave. Cale left, and Violetta said that Winter was angry with her again, as always. Winter looked at his wife in surprise and said, "Has he really looked furious with Violetta all these 3 years?" The girl approached him and, looking into his eyes, seriously replied that he did not seem like that, he was like that. Violetta headed to the bed to lie down. She reminded Winter that Hale and Work were waiting for him outside the door. And suddenly Winter followed Violetta, lay down next to his wife on her bed and closed his eyes. Surprised, Violetta said that this was her bedroom, and Winter replied, "What a shame, couldn't he just lie down?" After a couple of minutes, Winter became quiet, and Violetta thought that her husband had fallen asleep and turned to look at him. Much to her surprise, Winter lay there looking at her silently. Violetta turned away, and Winter said that he would leave as soon as she fell asleep. He added that if she wanted him to leave, she should quickly fall asleep and covered her with a blanket. Violetta closed her eyes. She thought that a person who knew nothing but work suddenly began to behave like this. She thought that no matter how much she got to know Winter, she still did not fully understand him. Winter went out into the corridor to tell Cale that he would be late and returned back to Violetta's room. A few days later, Winter arrived at a party hosted by his mother, Duchess Casorin. The Duchess said that she was glad to see him here, but what brought him here and whether this visit would affect his work, because he was so busy. Winter looked seriously at Mother and asked if it was true that she locked Violetta in the closet. Casorin realized that she could not avoid answering and said that this was done only for his sake. She added that it was very painful for her to watch her son being hurt by the news of the divorce. Winter replied that Violetta is not a small child to receive such punishments, and this is too much. The Duchess said she was sorry. If it had offended Violet so much, she would go and apologize to her immediately. Mother made a face of remorse and added that she just wanted to help them both not do anything stupid. Winter said that this time he forgives her, but this should not happen again in the future. The Duchess promised that she would not do this again and would definitely apologize to Violetta. Winter said it goes without saying, but he won't give them any more money for parties this year. Mother looked at Winter and asked if Violetta really advised him to do this to them. Winter replied that Violetta knew nothing about their conversation and that it was entirely his decision. Winter said that he had work waiting for him and headed towards the exit. The Duchess tried to come to an agreement with her son, explaining that without parties, she would not be able to influence society. But Winter no longer listened to her. 2 weeks later, Violetta arrived at the book club, which was located in a silk store on Rian Street. The hostess introduced the guests to Violetta, who was attending the book club meeting for the first time. Although the hostess showed her good nature, she could not understand why such an important person as Sir Winter's wife would attend such a petty event. She told Violetta that she was a little ashamed of her little shop and offered her a more comfortable chair. The princess replied that she did not deserve such honors, she just wanted to thank her for inviting her to the party. The hostess thought that Violetta was much nicer than she had thought about her at first. Before attending the book club, Violetta was nervous. She really wanted to make friends. But everyone treated her warmly and welcomingly, even regretting that she visited them for a short time. These half-months without Winter flew by unnoticed for Violetta. Thanks to her husband, his mother no longer threw parties, and Violetta spent this time in peace and quiet. But, for some reason, from time to time, disturbing thoughts visited her. Walking past one of the shop windows on a shopping street, Violetta saw a very beautiful watch and thought that it would suit Winter very well, but she did not have enough money. But despite this, Violetta still decided to go into the watch store, where she was politely greeted by a young salesman. Violet replied that she would like to buy a gift for her husband, Sir Winter Blooming. She asked to see the watch that was on display, but the store owner, hearing her husband's name, said that she could take it for free. But Violetta replied that she could not take the goods without paying and handed over the brooch, saying that she did not need it. The seller took the jewelry and, looking at the stone, said that it was a very old but very sophisticated brooch. He added that if she took the watch, she would still have some money left and she could buy something else. Violetta chose a scarf that was not very expensive but very beautiful. She told Flip to use the remaining money to buy food for her servants. Violet took the beautifully packaged box and wondered if Winter would like this gift. The maid Jen was very excited and said that the sweets bought in the city were very tasty and all the servants liked them. Jen handed Violet a spoon and, saying that this was a new medicine prescribed by the doctor, asked the younger mistress to drink it. Opening her mouth, Violetta thought that later she should also thank him for taking due care of her health. When Violetta drank the medicine, Jen said that Sir Winter had returned, but immediately went to rest. Violetta put her hand on the watch box and thought. Apparently, her husband was very tired, and realized that there was no point in bothering him now. She told the maid that she would meet her husband tomorrow and added that Jen could be free for today. Violetta thought that Winter probably had a better watch, and he was unlikely to look at it. She bought it without hesitation. She settled comfortably in bed and thought that tomorrow she would decide whether to give them to her husband or not. In the morning, Violetta decided to give her husband a gift, and, opening the door to his room, saw Cale there. Seeing Violetta, Winter asked what she was doing here so early, to which she replied that she just wanted to know how he went on a business trip. The president ordered Hale to leave immediately and leave him and his wife alone. Winter pushed back the chair and, inviting her to sit down, said that he himself was going to go up to her. Violet stood holding the box from behind when Winter said he had good news for his wife. The family doctor Beryl was invited to the estate. A maid approached him and said that she had come to pick up medicine for the younger mistress. The doctor asked if she was giving Violetta the right pills before bed, as he advised. The servant took a new bottle of medicine and replied that she strictly followed his instructions. She added that she felt sorry for the lady, wanting a child in such poor health. If the maid had not mixed up anything, then the doctor thought it was strange, because the Duchess and Duke Blooming had told him exactly the opposite. He remembered when the two arrived, the Duchess handed the doctor some pills and asked them to prescribe them for Violetta as a catalyst for a safe pregnancy. The Duchess asked the doctor to keep secret the fact that their son and daughter-in-law did not want to have children yet, and generously rewarded him for his silence. The doctor, with a sharp movement, snatched the pills from the hands of the servant. Beryl wondered if he should confess everything before anything happened to Violetta. Either way, can he get away with what he did? The doctor handed the pill back to the frightened servant, saying that he just wanted to make sure he was giving the right medicine. The doctor decided that if something happened, he did not know anything about the drug, he simply followed the instructions of the Dukes of Blooming. Winter informed Violetta that he had already chosen the estate, and Hale was now in the process of purchasing it. He added that the estate was on a hill, and she would probably like this place. Violetta joyfully replied that they could spend the next spring there, watching the spring sun rise. Winter replied that Violetta could plant a lot of flowers there to make their estate more comfortable. Violetta, seeing that her husband was in a great mood, realized that she had done the right thing by coming. She plucked up courage and said that she had recently seen a wristwatch in one of the stores. Winter interrupted her and said if she liked them, he could buy them. Violetta quickly took the watch out of the box and, putting it on her husband's hand, said that when choosing it, she hoped that it would suit him very well. Winter looked at his watch, and his only reaction was that he told his wife not to do this again. It does not fit the rules of aristocrats. He added that what he earns is enough, and there is no need to pay him or anything like that. Winter said he trained himself not to want anything, so as not to be disappointed later. He remembered when, on the wedding day, Hale reminded Winter about the rules of knightly etiquette, how to behave with ladies, and now he bears the title of Sir. Winter answered him that after the engagement he had been a Sir for a month now, but no one addressed him like that. Knowing the attitude of the aristocrats towards him, it was hard to believe that Princess Violetta, like the sky, recognized him, a stranger. Winter remembered how Violetta approached him for the first time, and there was not a drop of arrogance in her behavior. When she extended her hand to him, He remembered the rule of etiquette and had to pretend to kiss her. Violetta brought him back to reality and said that his rule of what is accepted by aristocrats and what is not is ridiculous. With her words, Violetta questioned Winter's rules. He told her that he could not believe that the princess bought a watch like a simple, ordinary person. Winter said he liked the watch and would wear it without taking it off. He began to see Violetta as a simple girl who did not need to prove her existence with money. In the evening, Violetta reminded Winter that they were supposed to spend the night together for 2 days, but this did not happen because of his business trip. Winter replied, "If the princess doesn't mind, they can do it today." He looked into Violetta's eyes and thought how sweet and unpretentious she was. Winter added that this day was appointed by birth, to which Violetta replied, "Is this really the only reason?" She added that she knows that Winter does not want a child or a shared room. Winter replied that it was true about the child, but what made her think that he didn't want a shared room? He added that if it weren't for this rule of sharing a room, he would spend time with her until she herself wanted to throw him out of the door. Violetta listened as Winter said that he was ready to deviate from the rule of sharing a room, but it would not happen so quickly and he was ready to sleep with her. Winter asked if he could kiss his wife now, Violetta agreed, but would like it to be like last time. Winter laid Violetta on the bed and kissed her tenderly on the lips. He began to slowly pull the strings on her robe, taking them with his teeth. Violetta was very surprised and asked why he was doing this with his mouth, because he could untie it with his hands. She wondered why smart people become dumber in bed. Later, Winter took a hot shower, but his thoughts were on Violet. When he returned to the room, he saw that Violetta had already fallen asleep. He quietly approached his wife, gently stroked her cheek, and then carefully covered her with a blanket. There was a quiet knock on the room. It was Cale, who asked why Winter had called him. The president, taking a sip of hot coffee, said that he was thinking about the child. At the moment, they only know about the mixing of blood in La Cronda. He told Cale to go to the Alika area, where the Conic tribe lived, and begin an investigation. Perhaps he would find out more complete information on this issue. Winter thought that if somehow they had a child, he could avoid divorce. If this does happen, then Violetta will no longer have a reason to leave. Then, Winter heard that Violetta had woken up, and he hurried to give the cup to Cale to return to his wife. Violetta said good morning to her husband and added that she did not feel bad at all. Winter said that since she was up, they could look at the costume prepared for the trip to the monastery, because the party would be this week. Entering the dressing room, Violetta carefully examined the suit and picked up the invitation. She said that the invitation said that you must come dressed according to basic standards, so you need to replace your tie with a white bow tie. Winter replied that he did not have a white bow tie and needed to buy one. He asked if a blue scarf would go with the suit. Violetta replied that in this case, the color preferred by the Blooming family would be suitable. Winter replied that unfortunately he did not know the color that his kind preferred. He had not had a chance to learn it. Violetta opened the box and showed a scarf, which she purchased in the same store where she bought the watch. Violetta added that the Lawrence people preferred the color dark gray and suggested using it. She added that just as she became part of the Blooming family, Winter became part of their family, so this scarf would be appropriate. Putting the handkerchief in her pocket, Winter said that he was definitely lucky with the body swap. At this point, Violetta asked if she and her husband could switch bodies a day earlier. She explained that his mother was holding a tea party and asked Winter to go there instead. The husband agreed, but in return asked to receive the maximum benefit from the monastery. Violetta was delighted and replied that she would be ready to switch bodies on Saturday morning. And then the day came when it was supposed to happen again. During this time, the distance between Violetta and Winter decreased. They tried to understand each other. Violetta stood in front of the bottle of poison and was overcome by fear. What if this time she would die for real? But the fear receded when she thought about what she was doing for Winter. Violetta wondered again whether Winter would come to her funeral if she actually died. Already sitting in the carriage, Hale said that they should finish their work and then head to their mother's party. Violetta caught herself thinking that she couldn't get used to Winter's body. She was alive again. She looked at her hand and saw that her husband was wearing the watch she had given him. Hale already knew about their exchange of bodies today and told the younger mistress that usually the president quickly gets bored with things, but he wears this watch without taking it off. Winter, arriving at the party and getting out of the carriage, immediately heard whispers around that the younger mistress had again arrived at the party without her husband. And as before, no one paid attention to Violetta or communicated with her. Winter thought it was okay because that's what he came here for. He caught a glimpse of a conversation that a new building was being built at the beginning of Ryan Street, but its purpose was still unknown. Winter boldly approached the guests and said that she had heard that it was being built by a theater organization. The guests turned to her in surprise and asked how the youngest mistress knew about this. Winter replied that her husband shared it with her because they sometimes discuss his affairs together. He needed to move little by little towards the goal of exchanging bodies, and he asked if they wanted to learn something interesting. Winter could tell them that Violetta would definitely make friends. Then one of the guests asked if it was true that Sir Winter had recently invited all the merchants to his house. Winter replied that she needed clothes, and her husband invited only the best that were in the capital. The man asked about the party in the capital. Was it really true that Violetta was there with Sir Winter? Winter replied that this was also true, but he could not understand what was wrong with these people. And one of the guests exclaimed, which means that the rumors that Sir Winter had forgiven his wife were confirmed. Then Winter saw that one of the guests stumbled and broke a glass of wine. The interlocutor explained to Winter that now this lady had become a scapegoat and an object of contempt for the guests because she mocked Violetta the most. And now this girl is treated the same way they once treated the younger mistress. Winter decided to leave this unpleasant company and heard the guests apologize for their behavior earlier, saying that they had no choice, because Sir Winter's influence was very strong. Now Winter realized that it was he who was to blame for the fact that his wife was bullied in society without recognizing her. And if Violetta had not dressed so modestly, she would have received condemnation from society, which considered her an outcast. If not for this exchange of bodies, he would never have been able to find out about it. Winter approached the place where the carriages with guests were arriving and was worried that Violetta was delayed. He couldn't wait to see and ask Violetta what she was experiencing and enduring all this time. At that moment, his brother approached Winter and asked what the younger mistress was doing here, to which Winter replied that he was waiting for her husband. Dave grinned and asked if someone who had never attended a party with his wife would really come. He leaned over and quietly said that Violetta looked like she was desperate from loneliness and added that she could rely on him. Diev began to hug Violetta, saying that only he could help and protect her. If only she agreed. Winter sharply pulled his brother back and ordered him to immediately remove his hands. But Diev continued to smile unpleasantly and insist on his own. Winter said that Diev became completely insolent and called him a bastard. And at that moment Violetta appeared. She stood between Winter and his brother, sharply saying that enough was enough. Diev pulled back in surprise and asked why Winter suddenly appeared here, because he had never attended a party with his wife. Violetta stood silently opposite Diev and glared at him with a menacing look. Winter's brother had no choice but to simply leave them and hide in the estate. Winter turned to Violet and asked how long his taking had been bothering her. Violetta replied that Diev has been behaving this way since the very first party she appeared in their house. Winter, seeing his wife's condition, wanted to reassure her, saying that he would sort it out, and extended his hand to Violetta. But Violetta managed to dodge, reminding Winter that if he touched her, they would switch bodies back, and she still needed to visit the monastery. But Winter pulled Violetta close and said that there was something more important than a wine deal. He added that if a wife enjoys introducing her husband to other people, she can do so today. Violetta, not understanding anything, asked if something really happened here while she was away. Winter silently looked at his wife, and Violetta understood what had happened. Violetta hugged Winter and thanked her husband for coming today. When Violetta and her husband entered the hall, the lady who had been talking with the younger mistress a few minutes earlier exclaimed whether Sir Winter had really decided to attend their party. Winter, who was in Violetta's body at the time, replied that his wife told him that there was someone here whom she did not like at all. The guests began to speak quietly and only glanced briefly at Winter and his wife. Violetta always wanted to attend parties with her husband, but she never thought that with him she would feel like behind a stone wall. Winter quietly advised his wife to behave calmly and slowly walk between the guests. And then suddenly it started to rain, and all the guests were worried that the party might end. The hostess of the party began to calm the guests and invited everyone to go into the house to take shelter from the rain. Winter understood that Violetta would not be able to run in heels and began to take off his jacket. He quickly covered his wife and, holding her close, said that Kale would soon bring an umbrella from the carriage. Standing in the rain and clinging to Winter, Violetta felt his heart beating anxiously. She continued to waste away in this marriage and was not afraid to die, but the sound of her husband's heart instilled life in the girl. Winter said that he understood that Violetta did not like standing like that, but asked him to wait a little. The girl replied that this was not the case at all. She just really wanted to move to the capital as quickly as possible. Winter replied that he understood his wife perfectly, having been in her body and felt what Violetta felt. The princess pressed herself closer to Winter and quietly said that most of all, she wanted to live just with him. And then she insisted that Winter was wrong about the fact that it was uncomfortable for her to stand like that with her husband in the rain. The next moment, Winter saw that Hale was already running towards them, having opened his umbrella in advance. The husband covered Violetta with an umbrella, and she thought that she was about to cry from her husband's warm embrace. Violetta wanted to say something, but Winter kissed her passionately, thinking that no one would see them under the umbrella. At that moment, they both understood that in order to begin to understand each other, they did not necessarily have to change bodies. Finally, the rain stopped and the bright sun came out. The following Sunday morning, the ceremony of the sponsors' party began, organized by the Cantus Monastery in the south-central part of La Craunda. The abbot of the monastery thanked everyone present and said that the meal was modest, but their wine was excellent. Winter took a sip and told Violetta that the wine was truly excellent and he must buy it. Violetta also drank a little wine, but suddenly felt a slight but unpleasant nausea. In order not to scare her husband, she told Winter that it might be because of the new medications the doctor prescribed her. Violetta touched her stomach to see if what she thought had happened. But this cannot be. Only a week has passed since that night, and it was too early to tell for pregnancy symptoms. She suggested that most likely this was the effect of exchanging bodies on her body. Violetta, just in case, did not drink the wine and put it on the table. Winter noticed this and asked what was the matter. Violetta tried to remain calm and told her husband that she could not drink red wine and invited Winter to drink her glass. She watched as her husband took her glass and wondered if what she had been waiting for had really happened. Violetta decided not to show it at the party, and upon her return she was sure to be examined by a doctor. She was having a casual conversation with some of the guests who, apparently, were related to the theater. Discussing one of the productions, Violetta said that the decoration perfectly conveyed the mood of the main character. The guest replied that she was amazed at how educated and well-read Violetta was, and her husband added that he would like to invite him and Winter to their theater for the premiere. Winter stood silently nearby. He could not catch the train of thoughts and did not understand what they were talking about and what they were discussing. Violetta noticed her husband's lack of understanding and quietly whispered to him, "In order to understand small talk, you need to read hundreds of books and watch at least 15 staged plays." At this moment, special cards began to be distributed among the guests, on which they had to enter the amount of their donation for the monastery. Winter told Violetta that they needed to enter just enough so that the monks would happily offer the wine themselves. Winter was just about to enter the amount when he noticed a smiling man approaching them and joyfully calling out to Violetta. It was Carlson Lowe, an opera singer, and he greeted Violetta, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Violetta introduced Carlson, the second son of the Lowe family, to her husband and asked Winter if he really didn't recognize him. Of course, Winter recognized him and asked what kind of relationship Carlson had with his wife Violetta. The singer replied that he and Violetta had been friends since childhood, although for some time there had been talk about marriage. But that was already in the past. Winter shook Carlson's hand so hard that he screamed in pain. Carlson whispered to Violetta, "If her husband is so jealous, then why spend more time outside the home?" With these words, Carlson decided to leave, adding that he would leave them until new misunderstandings arose. As they headed toward the vineyards, Violet said that she and Carlson had been close as children, and their parents had actually considered marriage. But that was the end of it. Winter remembered Carlson's face and answered whether they really wanted to marry her to this womanizer, and a drunkard at that. Violetta looked at her husband in surprise and asked how he knew this, because Carlson is not as bad as they think he is. Winter replied that he realized this when he shook Carlson's hand. It was noticeably shaking, a symptom often found in addicted people. He asked Violetta why Violetta was suddenly covering for her childhood friend. Previously, Carlson Lowe simply got on Winter's nerves, but today he really infuriated him. He thought that upon returning home, he would need to dig up more information about Carlson Lowe. At that moment, one of the monks overturned the table, trying to stay on his feet, and fell unconscious to the ground. One of the guests shouted to call a doctor. Someone suggested that the monk was simply drunk, but Violetta noticed the monk's blue fingers and realized that he was poisoned. Violetta ran up to the lying monk and shouted for one of the monks to urgently call a doctor and the second to collect the cards. And then she noticed that on one of the cards the flowers were different from the others. Violetta ordered no one to touch it. Violetta remembered reading about these flowers. They were very poisonous and grew only in high mountain areas. Violetta ordered the third monk to immediately prepare tea infused with herbs, which would stop the spread of the poison. She tightly pulled the monk's hand with her belt and thought that these flowers could not have ended up here by accident, and that someone had brought them here on purpose. Returning to the estate, Violetta could not understand how these flowers could end up in the monastery. Someone specifically wanted to poison the monk. Winter replied that the party was already over, she needed to get it out of her head, and the police would take care of everything. He added that, thanks to her, the monk was saved and everything ended well. Winter left the bedroom, and the servant said that Violetta needed to change into a house dress. When Violetta changed clothes, she told the servants to invite the doctor to see her. In front of Dr. Beryl lay a suitcase containing twice as much money as last time. The Duchess said that the request was the same, and if Violetta asked about the symptoms of pregnancy, he must tell her that she was pregnant. The doctor wanted to say that this was a violation of medical ethics, but Duke John reminded that Beryl had a son who could study abroad. After the examination, Violetta sat opposite the doctor and wondered what was happening to her. Maybe these were signs of pregnancy. Beryl frantically turned over possible solutions and answers in his head. He had to tell Violetta that everything was to blame for the medications she was taking on the recommendation of the Duchess, that her menstruation would soon disappear, and that the pregnancy was false. But the doctor congratulated the younger lady, saying that she was pregnant. Violetta exclaimed, "Is this really true?" Because, thanks to the doctor's care, her condition improved and she was able to get pregnant. Violetta asked Beryl to keep this a secret for now, because Winter does not want to have children. She herself will tell him everything, choosing the right moment. And the doctor only reassured himself that nothing bad would happen from this lie. Choosing the moment, Violetta decided to tell Winter about the pregnancy, but he said that he was looking through the documents, and negotiations about wine went haphazardly due to the incident at the monastery. And then he looked at his wife and said, after all, she saved the life of one of the monks, and he should come and thank her. Winter added that, according to etiquette, he would ask for a return of gratitude, then the question of wine could be raised. Violetta replied that she did not save the monk for the sake of a reward, and to use someone else's fortune for personal gain is inhumane. Winter replied that if it was unpleasant for her, then they could switch bodies and he would do everything himself. He added that if Violetta knew what he had to do to become rich, she herself would faint. Violetta was sure that her husband had not done anything wrong, to which he replied that his wife still knew him so poorly that she started talking about divorce. Winter invited Violetta to sit down and asked what she wanted to talk about. Violetta asked if Winter didn't want to have children with her, or if there was another reason. He replied that he simply didn't want to. Violetta said that the word simply would not be suitable for them to come to a compromise. Seeing his wife's serious attitude, Winter replied that he did not have time to raise him. Violetta said that she would raise him herself, and Winter wouldn't even notice how he would grow. Winter understood that her sense of responsibility was so great that Violetta even felt responsible for her brother's guilt. She could use this when talking. Then it will break her heart and she can rely on another man. And Winter said, if the protection does not work and a child is born, then he will need to be raised and educated. Violetta answered her husband with thanks, because he was not angry, although it was not entirely clear whether he was against it or not. And Winter tried to drown out his conscience, because there would be no child anyway. He got up and offered Violetta something to eat, but she replied that it was too late and it was a pity to wake people up. Winter replied that there was nothing complicated, and he would cook for them himself. He worked in a restaurant until he was 12 years old, so he can figure things out in the kitchen. Winter decided that he would buy his wife whatever she wanted. Violetta would do whatever she wanted. And if she doesn't find something worthwhile than a child, then they will talk, and Winter will say that they cannot have children. Cale informed the president that a letter had been received from the monastery, and they were interested in how they could thank him for saving the monk. He added that he touched on the topic of wine, and they willingly agreed to a meeting. Hale said that thanks to the younger mistress, everything was resolved quite easily and safely. Winter knew that he would be preoccupied with this issue for some time, but for some reason he was not so inspired by the good news. Winter wanted to quickly finish his business and return home. He knew that Violetta was waiting for him. She would greet him with her sweet smile and gentle gaze. While having casual conversations with her, Winter will watch how her facial expression changes. But then Hale interrupted Winter's thoughts, saying that a telegram had arrived from the Alec region. Winter instantly returned to reality, because he was interested in the question of half-breeds. Kael said that there are no half-breeds there if a person belongs to the Kanik people, then he cannot live in the Alec region. The secretary added that this is a closed area, and even half-breeds cannot immigrate there. Kael was silent for a while and then said that he managed to find out that the president's own mother was in Alika. Winter is speechless. Maybe Hale is wrong. He remembered his last conversation with his mother, who handed him a bag of beans and said that if he eats this, she will soon come back for him. Winter looked after his leaving mother, holding the bag, and believed that his mother would return, but she did not return. Then he thought that the mother simply did not have the means to feed her son, but when Winter became rich, she did not look for him. He himself wanted to find her, to compensate her at least for the difficulties she experienced in giving birth to him and caring for him. It turns out that the problem was not money. His mother simply could not bring him to a place where there is no place for half-breeds, and his mother had to abandon him for her own well-being. Winter was disappointed. He was wrong about the reason why his mother left him. From the very beginning, he was a man who had no place anywhere, and he had ceased to be surprised by this. Winter told Hale to get rid of everything he had acquired for the meeting with his mother and cancel all plans. Seeing that the president stood up abruptly, Kyle asked if he was going to wipe out Alec's region from the face of the earth. Winter ordered the secretary to urgently prepare the carriage. He is going home. He now needs a wife. Thanks to the help of the merchant community, Violet threw a party for an occasion. One of the party organizers told Violetta that this green dress suits her very well. Then the second assistant in the organization came up and said that they were glad to help Violetta throw a party. Violetta replied that this was not really a party. She decided to arrange a romantic evening for her husband, at which she wanted to tell him an important thing. At that moment, the servants were already running to Violetta to report that Sir Winter had already returned. The assistants quickly got ready, glad that they managed to organize everything before the early arrival of the mistress's husband. Violetta, seeing Winter, said that she was only expecting him for dinner, but was still glad to see him. Winter silently walked up to his wife and, hugging her to himself, put his head on her chest. Violetta, noticing her husband's pale face, motioned to dismiss the servants and asked what happened. Winter replied that everything was fine and, looking around, asked what the party was about because his wife didn't like them very much. Violetta said that she wanted to create an appropriate environment and tell her husband about something. Winter began to insist that Violetta tell him right now, but she replied that he needed to rest. This did not stop Winter. Violetta replied that she did not know how her husband would react to this news, but for her, it was great happiness. Violetta told Winter that she was pregnant. She added that she was afraid to say this before, but when her husband said that if a child appeared, they would raise him, Violetta decided to tell Winter about it. The only thing Winter could say in this situation was that it was great. The next moment, Winter changed and angrily asked whose child it was. He knew that he and Violetta could not have children. Winter did not allow Violetta to answer and said that he was a half-breed, so he could not conceive children with someone not from his kind. And if Violetta is pregnant, then there is only one thing. She is pregnant from another man. Violetta looked pleadingly at her husband and said that this cannot be. This is Winter's child. Winter told her not to lie to him. He would assign a man to her who would watch her for days. Violetta replied that she did not deserve such treatment. Her husband could not do this to her. Winter got angry and said that it could very well be that she had forgotten what her family had done to him. He added that if Violetta had not been his wife, she would be nothing now. Now she would have no money or status, and he could do whatever he wanted with her. Violetta was horrified by what she heard. A lump came to her throat, and tears appeared in her eyes. She tried to be patient, not to get nervous and not to panic. Now she had to think about the child. Violetta summoned all her will and told Winter that he would regret this. She added that when the baby is born, it will look like Winter. Violetta said that he would definitely regret that he did not believe her and slandered her, insulting her with dirty assumptions. Without saying another word, Violetta walked away, leaving Winter on the festively decorated lawn. A few days later, entering the president's room, Hale could not stand it and told him to stop moping. Winter was lying on the bed and there was complete chaos around him. There were empty bottles lying around and the smell of tobacco smoke. Hale opened the curtains and asked the president to get out of bed. Winter replied that if Hale was going to lecture him, then he had better get out of the room. Kael did not pay attention to this, and only added that his mother and father had come and were now communicating with the younger mistress. Hale added whether Winter had thought about another reason for the pregnancy before suspecting his wife of cheating. He said that Junior Madam is not the kind of person who would cheat while her husband is alive. Hale tried to cheer up the president and said that anything can happen in life, even miracles. Violetta was surprised by the arrival of the Duke and Duchess, who came as soon as they learned the news about her pregnancy. Perhaps it was Winter who told them everything. Catherine felt sorry for the girl that she could not eat anything but fruit, and then asked if Violetta was taking the medicine that the doctor prescribed for her. Violetta replied that she was afraid that it might harm the child, and then added that they should not worry. Violetta would be able to bear and give birth to this child. The Duchess said that she knew that she and Winter could not have children. Violetta replied that how could they know and not tell her about it, because for 3 years she was blamed for the child's absence. Duke John said that Violetta and Winter had nothing in common except money, and this marriage would have taken place anyway, no matter whether she knew about it or not. Violetta replied that if she had known about this much earlier, she would have simply accepted this bitter truth and continued to live. The Dukes looked at the girl reproachfully, and Violetta tried to justify herself and asked to wait for the birth of the child, then they would recognize him. Then Winter burst into the room and said that he heard everything. Parents have no right to say that to Violetta. He attacked his mother, saying that before they condemn his wife, they should answer what they have been doing all these 3 years. For the money that Winter gave them all this time, they had to take care of her, and he is the only one in the family who is doing something useful. With a sharp movement, Winter pointed to the door, letting his parents know that they had nothing to do here. The Duchess told her husband not to be angry with his son, and it was better to leave now. Violetta, almost crying, sat on the bed and claimed that this was Winter's child. Winter replied that he had nothing to say in response, but he also could not prove it. He would only believe in what could be believed. Violet said if Winter can't believe her truth, then the divorce proposal is still valid. Winter was seriously angry when he heard that Violetta was talking about divorce again, and added that now we are talking about the child. He will not allow others to judge him because his wife gave birth to another man. Winter leaned over his wife and said that he had paid a bribe and checked her cadastral records, which contained evidence. After all, this bastard, Carlson Lowe, it's not for nothing that he receives rent from the lands owned by Violetta. Violetta looked at Winter in surprise, and asking what this meant, asked him to explain everything. Winter said he wouldn't believe Violet didn't know Carlson Lowe's name was there, and he wouldn't believe her excuses. Violet replied that she really didn't know about it. She stood up to show Winter the papers on the ground that she had. Winter looked and said that he was not talking about these 500 acres, but about the remaining 5,000. Violetta replied that she only had these documents, and she did not own that part of the land. Perhaps those lands became the property of the kingdom. Winter, looking at the documents, said that she originally received 500 acres from her brother. Violetta replied that this was so. But then Winter gave his wife 5,000 acres. Whether for sale or for rent, they should have belonged to her. So how, without her permission, Lowe was able to transfer these lands into royal ownership? Winter had no words. Violet replied that Ash liked to play golf with dignitaries, and the governor of the capital's central bank, who was in charge of royal property, was often there. Winter screamed how rotten these aristocrats were if Ash and the bank manager could be planning something behind his back. He asked Violetta if she didn't find it all too strange from the very beginning. He did not understand how Violetta could maintain the status of a princess with such pittance because she could come to him and find out everything. Violet replied that she knew how Winter felt about her, so she didn't think it was strange. She added that she would go to the central bank herself and find out everything there. Winter replied that she should not shake in the carriage while she was very pregnant, and he would take care of this matter himself. Violetta asked her husband to check everything as thoroughly as possible. Even if he had to pay a lot of money, he needed to know how they were able to pull this off. Winter looked at his wife. She was no longer the insecure Violetta he knew until yesterday. He wondered if this child was born safely. Would Violetta find the will to live? Cale walked quickly behind the president. He reported to Winter that he had brought Carlson Lowe immediately after the performance. Winter walked along the corridor and thought that if the central bank was on Ash's side, then neither he nor Violet would be able to do anything. Although the monarchy was abolished, Ash still had enough influence. Carlson, seeing Winter come in, asked the servants to pour him more wine and affably said that he was glad to see him. He asked displeasedly why he was brought here. This was not very polite on the part of the president. Winter replied that it was Carlson who was behaving indecently, drinking for no reason. Lu Wei replied that his speech was already over and he had the right to relax a little. Winter said that in that case, he would get to the point and began to unbutton the cuff to roll up the sleeves. He approached Lo and asked how he managed to obtain the lands of Long Ryud. Carlson replied that Winter is not such a good businessman if he only noticed it now. Winter could not resist, grabbed Lo by the shirt and asked why he was receiving money for renting these lands. Winter told him to confess, suggesting that it was Ash's doing and he was the one who forced Law to participate in it. Carlson replied that Ash had nothing to do with it, he personally did this. Winter continued to shake Carlson and told him to admit how much he benefited from being loyal to that bastard Ash. Lo replied that if Winter had not appeared, he would have been able to marry Violet. But now he hates her, so he did so. Winter raised his fist over Lo and asked if there really was nothing between him and Violet. Lo replied that he found it funny that Winter suspected his wife of cheating, despite the fact that Winter was indifferent to her. Carlson laughed at the fact that Winter did not notice the money fraud behind his back and asked if Winter told Violetta about his suspicions. He added that Violetta has a strong sense of self-esteem. He knows this well. Lo was madly in love with Violet and did his best to get her to reciprocate her feelings. He said that Violetta will never change, nothing in the world will change her. Carlson chuckled and added that Winter would never be able to receive Violetta's forgiveness. Winter threw Lo aside and headed for the exit, and Hale shouted if the president really wouldn't finish the job, or at least offer money for beating the famous singer. Winter replied that Lo was drunk and wouldn't remember anything anyway. Besides, he stole his money for 3 years, so what excuse can there be? Winter could not understand how Violetta became pregnant. Then he does not believe in miracles, and is not at all sure that this is his child. But Cale constantly talked about the miracle, and it couldn't get out of his head. He and Violetta urgently need to talk again. Perhaps this is just some kind of misunderstanding. Violetta has no idea how much Winter spent on her and how strong his feelings really are. He remembered Carlson's words that he would never be able to achieve Violetta's forgiveness. Winter was in a panic about what to do, what to say to Violetta, what would happen next, how they could understand each other. A cheerful servant ran into the bedroom. She was carrying some kind of box in her hands, saying that the Dukes of Blooming had sent it for her. The servant gave the box to Violetta and said that perhaps it was as an apology for their last visit. The servant asked if the lady took the medicine, because the doctor said that they would not harm the child. Violetta replied that there was no need to take them yet. But she felt pain, like during menstruation. Is this really how pregnancy should feel? Violetta opened the box and saw the children's shoes. They were adorable. Looking at the tiny shoes, Violetta realized that nothing was prepared for the birth of the child. She got out of bed and asked the servants to go through the house and choose a room for the unborn child. The servant replied that there was still a lot of time before the birth, but she was glad that the youngest mistress was thinking about it now. Entering one of the rooms, Violetta said that it was most suitable. It was spacious, and there was a lot of lighting. Since Violetta moved into this house, she liked being here most of all. The servant said that the junior master is blind if he suspects his wife, because it is better for her, as no one knows, that the junior mistress is not dating anyone. Violetta replied that she could be angry with her husband, but she was afraid that her nervous state could harm the child. The servant said that if the husband does not show care at the beginning of pregnancy, it will leave a scar on the heart. Winter must be forced to pay attention to the younger mistress. The servant advised Violetta not to say the words to her husband when talking, select a room, as if she were a guest here, but need to say, select a room. Violetta replied that she would talk to her husband, and in the end, she would be able to convince her husband of everything. The servants began to smile because the troubles of having a child are so pleasant if you solve them together. Violetta looked around the room again and pointed out where the crib could be placed. The walls can be repainted in brighter, sunnier colors, and painting clouds and rainbows on the walls will turn out pretty cute. Violetta thought that if her husband does not give this room, then she will protest, and the misunderstanding between them will disappear. The child gave her, albeit weak, hope that she could build a happy family. And suddenly Violetta fell to her knees and clutched her stomach. There were feelings that menstruation was about to begin. The servant said that Dr. Beryl had quit, but she would immediately invite another doctor. While the doctor carefully examined the younger mistress, the servants were worried that everything would be all right with the child. The doctor looked at Violet and told her that she had indeed started her period. Violetta did not believe how this could be, because when pregnancy occurs, menstruation should stop. The doctor replied that women who want a child very badly may develop false symptoms, and she was not pregnant to begin with. He added that not all doctors can distinguish false symptoms from real ones and make an erroneous diagnosis. In one moment, everything dissipated like dust. No pregnancy, no hopes, no dreams. Nothing became. Dr. Beryl arrived at the port of the capital Luckround. Before leaving, he headed to the port's post office. He handed the letter to the worker and asked him to send it by sea. The post office worker said that the cargo ship would not be in Luckround for another year. Wouldn't it be easier to send a message by telegram, which would be delivered in an hour? But the doctor replied that the letter should be sent by sea. He had his own reasons for this. He knew that Junior Madam had stopped taking her medication, and it would soon be revealed that she was not pregnant. Beryl could no longer hide it, and this letter was a belated repentance to Violetta. He remembered how, before he left the estate, Violetta ran up to him after learning about his dismissal. She handed the doctor a bag, saying that it contained sweets for his son as a token of gratitude for his work. Smiling, the younger mistress assured that his son would really like them, because Violetta chose them herself. The boy shouted to his father that the carriage had already arrived, and he couldn't wait to see the new place where they were moving. Dr. Beryl and his son left the post office to get into the carriage and not miss the train. The letter said that the medicine that Violetta was taking was given to her by the doctor in collusion with the blooming spouses. And in fact, this medicine only provokes symptoms similar to real pregnancy. Dr. Beryl asked for forgiveness for such a grave sin, and so cowardly ran away without telling everything to the younger mistress. Entering the house, Winter looked at the servants and asked why there was such a heavy atmosphere in the house. Hale replied that the younger lady felt bad. A doctor was called, who reported that Violetta was not pregnant. Winter did not understand how this could be and ordered Cale to explain. Hale replied that, according to the doctor, Violetta wanted a child so badly that she was experiencing false symptoms of pregnancy. He added that this news shocked the younger madam so much that since yesterday she has been silently sitting on the bed, not eating anything and not reacting to what is happening. Winter replied that all this was nonsense, and he should see his wife himself and make sure that everything was in order. Entering his wife's bedroom, he walked with her, asking why she had been sitting like that since yesterday and hadn't even gone to bed. Winter said that if she couldn't sleep, she should take sleeping pills. But Violetta sat silently and didn't answer. He took sleeping pills from the cabinet and asked the servants to bring water. Winter said that Violetta needs to walk more. Then she will be able to fall asleep without sleeping pills. The servant brought water and said that the junior madam had been refusing food and drinks since yesterday. Winter began to get nervous. He told his wife that today she needed to eat and sleep, and tomorrow they would go to the capital because they now have a house there. He could no longer see Violetta sitting motionless and said that she at least cried or got angry. Suddenly, Violetta turned to Winter and quietly said that she had never dated another man, but it no longer mattered to her whether her husband believed her or not, whether he was angry or not. She didn't care. Finally, Violetta lay down on the bed and added that she so hoped that she would give birth to a healthy child, similar to her husband, and Winter would accept him. She desperately wanted to have a happy family, where everyone loved each other, trusted each other, and raised a child carefree. Winter replied that all the circumstances had been revealed. He did not suspect his wife of cheating, and asked for forgiveness for such a misunderstanding. He felt guilty not only because he did not recognize the child. With his indifference, he inflicted very deep wounds on her, and his own selfish feelings were to blame. Winter abruptly left Violetta's bedroom and decided that something needed to be done and something changed. To begin with, Winter decided to fill Violetta's room with various gifts, hoping that by doing so, he would show his love and his wife would feel better. It was nice warm summer weather outside, but Violetta's windows were closed. With the onset of rainy autumn, nothing had changed. Her bedroom curtains were also drawn. Winter came, and from the street, Violetta's windows looked as if no one lived in this room. The doors to her room opened and a servant entered, saying that a letter had arrived from Lancia. She reminded Violetta of that incident in the monastery and suggested that this was a letter of gratitude from the saved monk. The servant added that it turns out that that monk is the second son of the Lancia family from the west of the mainland. But Violetta did not pay attention to the servants who came in and did not listen to what she was saying. The servant was disappointed by the indifference of the younger mistress and said that she would put the letter next to her on the bed, and Violetta would read it as she saw fit. The distressed servants left Violetta's bedroom, leaving her alone in a room littered with gifts from Winter. Violetta sat up on the bed, feeling that she was freezing, and looking out the window, realized that winter had already come. Finally, she took the letter lying next to her and opened it. The letter was from the mother of that same monk, in which she thanked Violetta for saving his son Reyes and reported on the results of the investigation. The culprit was Lancia John Faze, her husband's younger brother. The eldest son was bedridden, so the youngest, Reyes, was chosen as the head of the family, and the brother-in-law, having learned about this, decided to poison Reyes in order to inherit the title. If the youngest son left this world, they cannot imagine how they could live without him, and she is grateful to Violetta for saving their son. At the end of the letter, it was written that they were ready to do everything possible to thank Violetta and asked what she would like. Violetta sat down at the desk, took a pen and a piece of paper to write a reply letter. Violetta called the servants, and she was immensely glad that the younger mistress had come to her senses. Having finished the letter, Violetta handed it to the servants and ordered it to be sent as soon as possible. The servant happily replied that she would do this immediately and order breakfast to be prepared for the younger mistress. Seeing that the whole room was littered with gifts, Violetta sat down on the floor and decided to sort them out. A minute later, Winter entered the room apparently. He had already been informed that Violetta had gotten up. He approached his wife and said that she definitely needed to have breakfast. Winter noticed that his wife's lips were chapped and went to the dresser to get some moisturizer. Approaching Violetta, he asked her to turn towards the light so that he could apply cream for cracks on her lips. Violetta asked in surprise how he knew about the cream, to which Winter replied that he used it when they changed bodies. She looked at her husband and said that he too could use some lipstick, and Winter replied that he was a man and he didn't need gloss on his lips. Violetta herself applied the cream to his lips, saying that as long as he was at home, there was nothing to worry about. Winter said that he was glad that Violetta had returned because he had not found a place for himself for 2 whole months due to her condition. He added that his wife needed to get up and suggested going to the capital before it got colder. Violetta replied that there were too many things and packing would take too much time. Winter suggested that she throw away everything she didn't need, like this toy that he bought without thinking. Violetta replied that dolls like this one are used mainly in puppet theaters. At that moment, Winter began to control the doll and spoke for the doll that, oh, how hard it was for him to meet Madame. This made Violetta laugh a lot, and she laughed. Violetta took the doll by the hand and, deciding to play along with Winter, said that she was very glad to meet the gentleman. Winter put the doll aside and lay down on the bed. He said that they needed to quickly move to the capital, and Violetta would undoubtedly like the new house. Violetta looked at Winter. She herself wanted to leave this estate as quickly as possible and move to a new house in the capital. 3 days later, almost everything was ready for the move, and the workers said that as many as 3 carts had to be used, which is a lot even for a rich noble lady. Violetta replied that all these things were very dear to her and asked her to be careful with her luggage. She watched the departing carts, and the servants said that Sir Winter went there first to prepare everything for the arrival of the younger mistress. And then the servant added that she noticed that one of the carts was not hired by Winter, and her things were loaded there. And there was the coat of arms of their aristocratic family. The servant looked anxiously at the silent Violetta and asked where she had sent this cart. Violetta replied that this cart was going to the west of the mainland to the Lancia family. She added that they decided to buy all her personal belongings from her at a good price, and then empty boxes would arrive in the capital. If Violet couldn't die, then she had to move on, so she decided to leave this place. She felt guilty towards Winter, so she would like to return to him what he loves most, money. In exchange, she and Winter will break up. She will live and appreciate life, earn money in order to one day repay his debt. She may not be able to give the entire amount at once, but money is the only happiness she can offer Winter. Winter was upset because Violetta would arrive soon and it was raining outside without stopping. Hale, holding an umbrella over the president's head, asked if Winter could start work now, because a lot of unsorted papers had accumulated on the table in 2 months. Winter replied that he specifically brought workers with him if Hale could not even cope with these responsibilities. Hale said that if he knew that the president would put so much work on him, he would not change his salary and pay him as before. Winter replied that if Hale doesn't like something, then he can get lost. Knowing that Hale would not be offended by his words, Winter said that they needed to test the lights again. Hale came over and turned on the switch to reassure the chairman that everything was working without interruption. The area instantly lit up with a bright light, and Winter thought that when Violet saw this, she would surely understand how much money meant. He dreamed that Violetta would hold noisy parties here, and all the celebrities would want to be invited here. Violetta will finally be able to easily win the recognition of society while admiring their blooming garden. Winter could no longer wait here for Violetta and told Hale that he was going to the train station and would wait for her there. Hale responded in surprise that the younger mistress would arrive only tomorrow. He tried to stop the president, saying that they needed to work, but Violetta did not listen to him. Winter walked in the rain towards the station and could not understand why he was overcome with causeless anxiety. After all this time, he did everything right, and Violetta, having moved to the capital, will be happy. And then Violetta's happiness will make them both happy. At that moment, Violetta was in the central bank and was very surprised that she received an amount tens of times greater than what she expected. The worker told her not to be surprised. This was the owner's gratitude, because it was not easy for them to buy Lacrown's things. Violetta looked at the check and was sure that such a large amount would suit Winter quite well. She said she would like to meet the bank manager and thank him personally for his generosity. Following the worker, Violetta thought that if she disappeared, Winter would simply give up on her. But for some reason, she tried to hold on to the fragile hope of having a child with Winter. But then perhaps she will again be subjected to attacks, suspicions, and interrogations by his family. Approaching the door of the manager's office, the employee replied that she was lucky. The manager seemed not to be busy right now. Entering the office, Violetta politely greeted the bank manager. And then she saw that her brother Ash was sitting in the next chair. Violet continued to hate Ash, and at the same time sympathized with him. She sat down in the chair opposite the bank manager and said that he knew the reason why she came here. Violetta boldly declared that she had come to reclaim the lands of Longriud. She thought that if Winter was happy, then she could find her own happiness. The bank manager replied to Violetta that the matter was under consideration, but some problems might arise. Violetta asked why there could be problems, because she just wants her lands back. She added that she knew very well that they had conspired and willfully appropriated her lands. The bank manager replied that if the royal lands were now transferred to her ownership, the people would rebel and she would be called greedy. Violetta replied that the document was initially drawn up incorrectly, but she received these lands before marriage and asked to immediately declare this officially. Violetta's brother grinned and said if the secret of the contract was revealed, her marriage would be automatically annulled. The brother replied to Violetta that the marriage contract had a clause about maintaining secrecy, and if it was revealed, the marriage would be automatically annulled, which is why Sir Winter did not publish the contract. Ash told his sister that Sir Winter already loved her so much, so why shouldn't she just shut up and move on with her life? Violetta understood that in this situation, neither she nor her husband Winter could do anything. The princess wanted to believe that a way still existed, and that what Sir Winter could not do, she would do. And then Violetta declared that these lands could be registered as a dowry. The bank manager replied that 3 years had passed since the marriage, and what kind of dowry could be discussed. To which Violetta replied that she had not received anything then and was asking for it now. She added that the Lawrence family must provide dowries for their women, and if she filed a lawsuit, she would win the case in court. Ash began to become noticeably nervous and asked what kind of lawsuit we could be talking about, since he and Violetta are relatives. Violetta suggested that her brother stop there and not destroy his ideal image, because he had difficulty creating it, even refusing the throne. The bank manager had known Violetta for a long time and remembered that she couldn't even fasten buttons herself, but now she had changed and was determined. Ash could not believe that Violetta could bring the matter to court because she had been silent for 3 years, and now, when the lands had become practically his property, she suddenly became bolder. Ash answered Violetta, "How can she threaten her brother with court? Apparently, having lived with a non-entity, she herself has become the same." But seeing Violetta's decisive attitude, her brother replied that she should take back her lands, because he was not going to wait for her husband to stab him in the back. Ash only hoped that at the request of their mother to help his brother and sell the land, she would make concessions, and the land would return to him again. The bank manager signed the corresponding document and asked if Violetta was now satisfied with the way the problem was resolved. Violetta replied that everything was fine now, but she did not forgive the manager because he participated in the conspiracy and encroached on her property. She added that if she had the opportunity to cause great damage in the future, she would not hesitate to do so. At the station, Violetta told the servant that she had done all the planned things, and she asked where she was going now. Violetta replied that she had hired a ship and intended to sail to the outskirts of the west. Violet thought that Winter might miss her, but she did everything she could. The servant asked the younger mistress to send telegrams more often and in no case forget about her. Violet smiled and told Jen not to worry. She would contact her as soon as she arrived. She was about to board the train when Winter suddenly appeared behind her, hugged her, and asked if everything was okay. Suddenly he saw a train ticket in his wife's hands and asked where she was going. Violetta anxiously asked her husband what he was doing here, because they were supposed to meet only tomorrow. But Winter abruptly snatched the ticket from her hands and asked who she wanted to go to the west. Violetta replied that apparently she had not completely come out of her depression and bought this ticket impulsively. She added that she was telling her husband the truth because she didn't even have luggage with her. Winter asked not to do this again because her sudden disappearance would drive him crazy. Winter took Violetta by the hand and said that she needed to go back before it got too late and cold. But they were not destined to come to their new home. The road became icy, and they had to stay in a hotel near the station. Violetta was surprised that Winter managed to stop her, but she was not going to give up. Winter told Violet that if she decided to run away again, he would find her and watch her every move. Violetta will not be able to hide from him anywhere, and he will find her even at the end of the world. Violetta replied that she did not bring any benefit to her husband and had no value for him. When Winter replied that she was wrong, Violetta asked if he was still trying to get some benefit from this marriage. Winter hugged his wife and said that he had already lost too much in this marriage, and he only had one Violetta left. He added that he would not allow himself to lose her, and when he touched his wife's robe, Violetta asked to turn off the light. She only hoped that after intimacy, Winter would fall asleep soundly, and then she could escape in the morning. Violetta wanted to be in her husband's arms for the last time, because they would never see each other again. When Winter fell asleep, Violetta was already dressed. She was sitting next to her and was ready to leave this house. She gently ran her hand over her husband's cheek and said that since childhood she had been drawn to everything fairy tale and mysterious. Violetta quietly said that, not yet knowing Winter, she fell in love with him in absentia and did not even realize that he would turn out to be even more amazing than she thought. Violetta gently stroked her husband's head and added that she was very lucky to have met him because he really fell into her heart. Violetta fell in love with him, and despite the fact that they married for money and title, she believed that they would still be happy. Violetta was about to get up, but suddenly felt Winter's strong hand. She anxiously asked if he was really awake, to which Winter replied that he woke up from her touch. Without letting go of his hand, Winter smiled and said, "It means she fell in love with him at first sight." Winter added that he did not think that Violet would accept him, even though he is a half-breed. He sat down on the bed and said that he already sees their happy future and it's not too late. Violetta replied that Winter was mistaken. It was already too late, and she could not stay with him. He replied that if Violetta decided to run away, then now he has a reason to keep an eye on her. The next second, Violetta pulled out a revolver from her purse and asked Winter to give her the opportunity to escape. She said that she did not have the opportunity to give Winter what he wanted, and lived for 3 whole years in regrets because they did not learn to love each other. Violetta added that nothing worked out for them, and it was better for everyone to go their own way and find their own happiness. Winter thought that if Violetta escaped, it would be better to accept death at her hand here and now. Looking at Violetta, Winter asked her to aim accurately, because he did not want to die in mortal pain. And suddenly Violetta replied that she did not intend to hurt Winter. She just wanted to show him how they changed bodies. The next moment, Violetta put the revolver to her temple, and Winter rushed towards her to stop his wife. Suddenly, he felt the necklace squeezing his neck. He wanted to rip it off, but suddenly something happened. Violetta instantly ran up to Winter and hugged her husband tightly. She leaned over Winter and said that this is how the exchange of bodies happens. Winter didn't understand why Violetta said that, because he was in his body as before. Perhaps he just imagined everything. He asked Violetta only one thing, that she would not leave him. He may not be a very good person, but he would try to change. Violetta showed scratches on her neck and said that Winter didn't imagine it. He did it a minute ago. She asked if Winter remembered the day they first switched bodies, and before that he went on a deal to purchase coffee beans, which the first time failed. That day she ran away from the party, unable to withstand either the attacks of society or the harassment of his brother. With a wish to die, Violetta swallowed sleeping pills in desperation to end it all once and for all. But instead there was an exchange of bodies, and then Winter knows everything himself. Violetta recalled the day when she was locked in the closet. She hoped to the last that her husband would come to her defense, but this did not happen. Winter was very alarmed that Violetta could kill herself so easily, but it is possible that she could die this time. Violetta replied that Winter was saying strange things, because when she killed herself, she really wanted to die. But no matter how hard she tried, death never came, and now Violetta does not understand what to do next. Violetta told Winter that the only solution was to leave him forever. Winter replied that Violetta cannot leave, because how can she live without everything she has now? Violetta replied that she doesn't know yet, but it took 3 whole years to come to this decision. She added that if Winter had supported her then, perhaps they would not have come to this. Winter said that he could not let Violetta go, because then he would feel guilty for the rest of his days. Violetta replied that with him she was dying and her life was like hell, in which she could not even die. Violetta said that the decision had been made, and Winter begged. He asked her to stay. He could not live without her. Already at the exit, Violetta turned around and said that Winter was not a bad person and asked him to take care of himself. The alarmed servants called out to the president, asking where he had gone in such cold weather without a coat. But Winter did not hear. His soul was empty. When the servants and Secretary Hale ran up, Winter told them that his wife had left. She had left him. Winter, by all means, wanted to return his wife, but not now. First, he needed to let her go. Violetta told Winter that she was having a hard time with him, but he hoped that she would return when she felt better. He raised his head and looked at the snowflakes falling from the sky. She must return. He cannot live without her. The weather was turning bad, and Winter hoped that she would return right away. Then he and Violetta would spend the whole day together. He will ask her for forgiveness and beg her to stay. Otherwise, death would be better. The next moment, Winter's head began to spin, his legs gave way, and he fell unconscious to the ground. Violetta got off the train onto the platform, but was still excited because she saw tears in Winter's eyes. But Violetta knew that if she had not treated her husband so cruelly, he would never have let her go. She hoped that Winter would recover soon, because building his kingdom was much more important to him. Violetta stood on the seashore and admired it. It was very warm here in the southwest. Previously, she considered herself weak and thought that she could not do anything alone. But having managed to hold out until this moment, Violetta realized that she really wanted to live. She was sure that she just needed to give herself a chance and believe in herself. At that moment, someone joyfully called out to her. It was Sharon's friend and her brother. Violetta looked at her approaching friend and thought why she considered it a punishment that God stubbornly did not want her to die. She thought she would count it as her blessing. On the island between the eastern and western continents was the Principality of Dos. A little to the west of it on the peninsula was the village of Tyrant. In the past, when pirates were rampant in the kingdom of Corsica, the Principality of Dos allocated a large number of naval forces to them, and as compensation she received the territory where the village of Chiron was located. In these lands, belonging to the Principality of Dos, and so similar to La Crown, Winter's offices had not yet leaked and were ideal for Violet's life. When they arrived at the house, Sharon asked Violet if she was going to live here. Violetta replied that she did not have much money with her, and for now, she would have to be content with this. Ferron also wondered how Violetta could live here alone, and whether it would be better for her to move into their house. She smiled and replied that she would try to deal with it all, and then thanked Sharon and her brother Farron for their concern. Sharon said that since Wayne left them, Violet has become like her own sister. Then the friend added that Wayne would probably be upset if he learned that Violetta had left her husband. Violetta did not want to touch on this topic, and Sharon, noticing this, told her brother that it was time for them to return, because the sun was already setting. The house was abandoned and there were cobwebs everywhere, and Violetta stood in the middle of the hallway and wondered where she should start. Running her hand along the windowsill, she realized that the first thing she needed to do was replace the door and windows. She also needed to visit the Afimchuk family, the most influential family in the area. Perhaps she could find work with them. Violetta looked at the walls covered with cobwebs and understood that now she would have to do all this herself. If she slips up, it will turn out that Winter was right about her being a princess and good for nothing. Violetta took a broom and began to remove cobwebs from the corners. She would not allow anyone to think about her like that. Violetta had difficulty cleaning up the trash and understood that she was a princess after all. The bright sun was already shining outside, and Violetta was still in bed, because she was very tired from yesterday. But suddenly she woke up abruptly. Someone was persistently knocking on her door. Approaching the door, Violetta opened it and saw a man who asked if she was the new owner of this house. He introduced himself as the headman of this village and said that the girl needed to go to the town hall and apply for residence. The man added that it is also necessary to use a breakwater because even if one of the residents does not pay, problems will arise. Violetta knew that forests are called breakwaters, but according to Lacrown's laws, they should not have an owner. She told the headman that this land was Dawes, so the same law should apply here, and then asked who they were paying money to use it. The gathered people began to be indignant because they were told that the forest belonged to the Efimchuk family, and the villagers themselves were monitoring its care. The headman muttered indistinctly that he had urgent business at the town hall and immediately left. The villagers rushed after the headman, demanding an explanation from him, and Violetta wondered if she had intervened in vain. Returning to the house, Violetta suddenly saw unfamiliar women wiping dust and washing the floors. One of the girls replied that they noticed that the cleaning was not finished yet, and since they came, they decided to help her. Violetta guessed that most likely they were wondering who settled in this house. Besides, they always maintain close relationships in the village. The girl, who seemed more sociable, approached Violetta and said that her name was Fim. Now they were one family. Violetta had already lived in the village for a year. She made friends with the residents and even began to look different. Children burst into the house and, while running, asked if they could hide in her house. Before they had time to hide, a neighbor entered the house and asked if her tomboys had run in here. Violetta smiled and pointed to the table, from under which the children's legs were sticking out. The boy asked how his mother found them, and she answered that they hide in this house every day. Did they really think that they wouldn't get caught? The second neighbor brought boiled potatoes and said that Violetta was too lenient towards them, and she replied that she liked it when children's laughter was heard in the house. Violetta asked where such good potatoes came from, and the neighbor replied that strangers arrived at the port yesterday. Violetta invited her neighbors for tea, and they admired that after the renovation the house looked like new, and Violetta seemed to like it here. One of the neighbors added that Violetta previously did not know how to wash or clean, but now she copes with all household chores. The second neighbor laughed and said that indeed, Violetta did not know how to do anything, as if she were a princess who had arrived from a distant kingdom. The neighbor added that thank God Violetta learned everything and now does not experience difficulties. Violetta smiled and thought, it wasn't difficult for her to get used to life without Winter. He was constantly not at home. But despite this, Winter sometimes came to her in her fantasies. Violetta imagined that Winter lived with her and loved this house very much. She imagined how Winter, because of her height, hit her head on the ceiling and began to grumble and grumble. But Violetta tried not to think about Winter and convinced herself that everything was fine with her. Regia, the eldest daughter of the Efimchuk family, asked Violetta how she styled her hair. Violetta replied that she washed her hair and then simply dried it. But the neighbor did not believe Violetta. She believed that simply drying her hair could not lie so beautifully. Although Violetta did not tell herself anything, Regia was sure that she came from a noble family. Aristocratic speech, behavior, and manners gave her away the moment she came to get a job in their family. Regia really wanted to be like her. Violetta told her that if a girl wants to enter secular society, then she should avoid harsh expressions and remember to maintain her posture. And she answered with offense that everyone was laughing at her because they considered her too tall. Violetta reassured the girl and said that she had wonderful height, and if she slouched, it would not reduce it at all. Violetta advised Regia to accept herself as she is and carry herself with dignity. The girl immediately straightened her back, straightened her shoulders, and sucked in her stomach. Violetta smiled and said that this is exactly how she should behave. Regia asked to teach her how to drink tea correctly, walk with a beautiful gait, and all sorts of other little things. Violetta replied that she had work to do now, and the girl would still have a lot of time to learn everything and worthily enter secular society. Regia persistently asked to teach her now, because a party in honor of the opening of the Conic Hotel would soon take place. Hearing about this, Violetta shuddered and almost fell off the stepladder. Violetta asked if she had heard correctly, to which the neighbor replied that Conic would indeed open a hotel, and for this, they bought the land behind the fortress wall. The girl added that many strangers had arrived on this occasion, and Violetta remembered the potatoes they had brought. Violet thought it might just be a coincidence that Winter couldn't find her and build a hotel under her nose to show off his wealth. Going to the market, Violetta tried not to think about Winter because his affairs did not concern her at all. Suddenly, she accidentally bumped into a passerby and politely apologized for her clumsiness. Violetta was very surprised to see Flip at the market, but her surprise knew no bounds when she saw Kale nearby. They asked her to immediately go with them to the courtyard. But before she had time to turn into the yard, she heard a familiar voice from behind calling Kale. It was Winter. He saw Kyle and asked where he had been and why Flip was not next to him. Hale replied that there was an urgent matter. It was necessary to find the vice president, and Flip was with him now. Winter ordered the secretary to go to the 4th alley and buy everything there that would be needed to organize a menu for a special room service. When Winter left, Flip told Violetta that she could safely go out. Finally, Violetta said that she was glad to see both of them, and did they really do everything on purpose so that she and Winter would not meet? Hale decided that it would be better this way, because since last year the president has not been himself. Violetta asked if Winter was really that angry because of her leaving, to which Kale replied that he wouldn't call it anger. It's much more complicated. He added that the president has become very sensitive to reacting to everything. He can't even sleep peacefully. Hale said he couldn't even imagine what would have happened if Violetta had met Winter and then offered to walk her home. He asked Violetta, maybe not now, maybe in the future, if there was any hope that she would return one day. Violetta turned around and looked at Kale. She was not ready for such a question and did not know how to answer him. A few weeks ago, Hale was doing work, and Winter, having signed documents, sat in a chair and seemed to be dozing. Scary pictures from the past popped up in his head about how Violetta felt and attempted suicide. The secretary turned around at the president's shout and said that he should have slept in a normal bed and not sat for days at work. Winter replied that time flies more quickly when he's working, and he doesn't think about the past as often. Winter put the papers aside and asked Kyle what they had heard about Violetta. The secretary replied that Violetta had successfully adapted to life in Kiran and was now working at the Efimchuk estate. He added that he was informed about this by the employee who was assigned to look after Violetta, and Winter need not worry. Hale added that there was something else, and, handing the envelope to Winter, said that Violetta had sent money again. Winter didn't understand where she was getting them from because she didn't know how to do anything, and moreover, she left without a penny. And suddenly he saw a letter from Violetta. Violetta wrote that her affairs had improved, and she attached divorce documents to the letter where only his signature was missing. Winter smelled a pleasant aroma from the letter and then told Hale to take the divorce papers and put them through the shredder. At that moment, Anjali Listic entered the office. He was the vice president of the Conic Company. He said it was risky to expand the company and constantly build hotels because workers could not cope and were running away from the heavy workload. Anjali advised the president to take a leave. Then, with new thoughts, he would be able to make rational decisions. Winter grabbed the vice president and told him not to interfere in his affairs if necessary, let him go on vacation himself. Anjali left the office, and Winter turned to the secretary and ordered to immediately bring documents for the construction of a new hotel. In the corridor, the secretary told the vice president that Winter had been completely immersed in work since his wife left, and was sleeping very poorly. Anjali was surprised and asked if Winter had really not met Violetta during this time. Kale replied that he waited 3 months but then plunged into work, losing hope. Anjali himself saw the state the president was in. Perhaps the news of Violetta's return would bring him back to his senses. Kale replied that he did not know what was in Violetta's soul, but in any case he could not delay any longer. Hale told Violetta that since her departure, the president's condition has become unstable and the companies are in a critical situation. He added that he was confident that Violetta's return would be able to influence the president's condition and improve the situation. Violetta turned away from the secretary and replied that she had no desire to go back. She added that she could talk to Winter, but only after the divorce, to which Hale replied that the president tore up the divorce papers. Now Violetta understood why the signed documents were never returned, and she told Kale that she was happy here and was not going to return to the time when she was unhappy with Winter. The news that came from Violetta's attending physician further worsened Winter's condition. He sharply told his mother and father that they should no longer rely on his financial support. He added that he learned from the doctor everything that they did behind his back. Winter was angry. Did they really think that he would get away with the way they treated his wife so easily? The Duchess tried to justify herself, saying that Winter had understood everything wrong, to which he replied that he did not want to hear any excuses, and both of them should not even try to contact him in the near future. Thus, having escaped from his parents, Winter ended up in the same place where Violetta lived. He still considered his wife to be his support, but he could not become Violetta's support. In his own eyes, Winter became the most hated and disgusting creature in the world. At Regia's request, Violetta came to work earlier than usual, but she claimed that she was late anyway. The girl was noticeably nervous, holding some kind of envelope in her hands. Regia said that this is an invitation from Connick's company, and they are inviting her to a private party. The girl could not find answers to why her family was invited, and there should be important people from all over the continent there. But most of all, Regia was worried that she had never learned social etiquette and would look like a complete hillbilly among the guests. She began to beg to help her because Violetta comes from Lacround and perhaps knows something about it. For example, what is the best gift to give? Violetta knew Winter well and everything he liked, so she advised the girl to give olive oil as a gift. She added that it is much colder in Lacrounda, and olives do not grow there, so the olive oil produced by the Efimchuk family would be an excellent gift. And then the day came when a party was to take place to mark the opening of the new Connick Hotel. Regia was noticeably nervous. Everything around was very luxurious and unusual for her. The brother who came with her to the party reassured his sister that they would just stand there for a while and leave, and she told him it was better to look around and look for a bride. Approaching the main entrance and seeing Winter, Regia tried to bow in the curtsy that Violetta taught her. She could not even imagine that Winter was so handsome, young, and elegant. The brother quietly whispered in Regia's ear that the rumors were not lies, and that pressure was really being felt from Sir Winter. The girl once again bowed into a deep curtsy and said that her name was Regia from the Efimchuk clan. Introducing her brother Geordie, the girl handed Winter a box and said it was a small gift from their family. Regia opened the lid and said that she knew that Sir Winter really liked olive oil. Winter was surprised and asked how she knew this, and the girl replied that a man from Lacrown told her about it. Winter, after tasting the oil, said that Regia has excellent taste in gifts. And suddenly Winter said that he had a business proposal for their family regarding olive oil. Winter took the girl into the living room and asked her to wait a little. Going to the kitchen, Winter thought that Violetta worked for the Efimchuk family, which means he did the right thing by sending them an invitation. He had no doubt that Violetta had recommended this gift based on the preference of the recipient, knowing that it was Winter. Now the most important thing for Winter was that Violetta remembered what he liked. He continued to harbor hopes. To hope that he and Violetta would someday live together. Winter saw the secretary and wanted to ask him to add this oil to all the hotel's dishes. But then he heard Hale telling the vice president that the bluff about the company's bankruptcy did not work, and Violetta was not going to come back. Winter heard the vice president say that if Violetta returned, the president could even buy her the royal throne, to which the secretary replied that he had talked to Violetta and she was quite happy with her current life. They talked about how Violetta did not want to remember her past life and considered herself unhappy living next to Winter. Winter sat in his hotel room and, rereading the letter, realized that his dreams had collapsed and Violetta would not return. He tried to take over the whole world, and now the people living in Lacrounda walk on his land. Now Winter understood that all this was in vain, and Violetta, being next to him, would still remain unhappy. He stood on the railing of the balcony and understood only one thing. Violetta would never return. Winter looked at the watch that Violetta gave him and took a step forward. I felt a familiar smell and opened my eyes. Violetta was horrified to find that she was in Winter's bed. Suddenly, she was seized with panic. She did not understand how she ended up here and, in general, what could have happened. Winter opened his eyes and looked at his hands in surprise. They were Violetta's hands. Finally, Violetta realized that she had switched bodies with Winter again. But how did it happen, and did she really die in her sleep? At that moment, Kale entered the room. He was glad that Winter woke up and was worried about him. Approaching the president's bedside, he added that he needed more rest. Otherwise, he was already losing consciousness on the move. The secretary told Winter that he was found at the castle walls by a guard, and it was good that everything worked out, because he could have been kidnapped by robbers. He could not calm down and urgently demanded that the president rest for at least a month. And suddenly Winter said that he was glad that the secretary was taking care of his husband, and Winter must know about it. Hale instantly fell silent, and looking at the president in surprise, asked if it was really the younger madam in front of him again. After getting dressed, Violetta thought about why Winter was discovered near the walls of the fortress and what he was doing there. Perhaps this time it was he who caused the exchange of bodies. She thought this time either Winter died or he found another way to exchange. Violetta found no reason why Winter would want to die in any case. She had to meet her husband. But suddenly the secretary stopped her and asked if she could sort out her husband's affairs, which he had put off and left unfinished. He added that first she needs to attend the meeting that Winter has been missing lately, and also look at the documents that the president signs without reviewing because of his condition. Hale told the younger madam that all of Winter's actions or inactions ultimately led to his business being in decline. At that moment, the vice president entered the office, but the secretary hastily stopped him, saying that the president was not feeling well today. Violetta stopped the secretary and asked the vice president what happened. The vice president placed an envelope on the table and said that this was a statement of his resignation. Hale remembered very well how the president behaved last time and grabbed the vice president by the clothes and told him unnecessary things, although he was wrong. The secretary understood that this statement implied that Winter should reconsider his behavior and his attitude towards the vice president. But Violet didn't know this. She told the vice president that he had done a good job, especially recently. Hale was in a panic because the junior madam had to refuse the dismissal, and if the vice president left, the company would collapse in the current situation. The secretary, taking advantage of the fact that he was behind the vice president, began making hand gestures to Violetta so that she would refuse the dismissal. Violetta immediately understood Hale and told the vice president that she hoped that he would work just as hard in the future and took the application back. Then the vice president said that he no longer intended to remain silent and wanted to know how the president was going to get out of the impasse if he was constantly only expanding and expanding the company. Violetta approached the vice president and, placing her hand on his shoulder, apologized for not listening to his advice and asked him to take care of business in the future, and Winter trusts him. She asked the vice president how bad things were, and he replied that he could provide the documents, but hoped that Winter would not put them aside this time. Violetta sat down at her desk and told the vice president to bring the documents, promising that she would look at them right away. The vice president brought a huge stack of papers to the office and told the president that going through them would take a very long time. Violetta took the first document and told the vice president that he knew these papers better and asked to work together. The vice president looked at the president in surprise and did not understand why he was so calm, because another time he could simply grab him by the clothes again and get angry at so many documents. Cale decided to leave them alone and hoped that, thanks to the exchange of bodies, Violetta would be able to put the company in order and get it out of a loss-making state. Winter lay in bed and, feeling very unwell, heard some women's voices around. Someone wanted to take her temperature, someone wanted to cover her warmer, and someone said that it was all because of the children who were constantly running into her house. One of the women, who covered Violetta with a blanket, said that she brought her hot soup and told the others to leave so that the girl could be in peace and quiet. Leaving the house, the women said that if Violetta needed something, she was sure to tell them, "I didn't suffer alone." Sitting up on the bed, Winter looked at the table. He was surprised that the women came unceremoniously into the house and even tried to feed him food of unknown origin. He was beginning to realize that if I, Violetta, could live here and eat strange slop, then life with him really was so unbearable. Standing in front of the mirror, Winter understood that he could not die and felt what Violetta felt in those moments. Now he felt a huge sense of guilt for accusing Violetta of pretending. Winter remembered all the words he said to Violetta, and it seemed that he was ready to go crazy. And then Violetta hurriedly entered the house. She was in a hurry to touch Winter in order to switch bodies back. A minute later, Winter put his hand to her forehead and said that she was not feeling well. He knew this because he had just been in her body. To which Violetta replied that she was much more interested in knowing how they switched bodies and why Winter was found at the walls of the fortress. Winter said that they haven't seen each other for so long, and Violetta doesn't even say hello, to which she replied that the answers to her questions are much more important now. Winter looked at Violetta and did not recognize his wife. Her eyes were filled with incredible power. Lately, Winter has lived without noticing anything, but now, having seen Violetta, it seems that his feelings have begun to come to life again. Deciding to answer her question, Winter said that he had found a herb on the lands of the Kanik clan that helps exchange bodies. He took it, and this is the result. He didn't want to tell her that he decided to end his life and die, because he considered himself hell for Violetta. Aloud, he said, "Did Violetta really think that he had decided to kill himself? Because he was wealthy enough, everything was fine with him, to want to say goodbye to life. But Winter still did not lose hope of finding a way to die for real. Sitting down on a chair, Winter asked how Violetta could live in this wreck. When Winter asked for water, Violetta said if he no longer has business with him, then she asks him to leave her house. Winter replied, "The more Violetta drives him away, the more he wants to stay here with her." And then Violetta said that Winter had come, by the way, because she had one unfinished business left. Looking at Winter with a serious look, she said that she still demands a divorce from him. Violetta added that they no longer live as spouses, and it is impossible to continue or start a relationship in the current situation. At that moment, the door opened and the neighbors came in. They were glad that Violetta had already gotten up, saying that they had brought her stew. The next moment, he was noticeably embarrassed when he saw that Violetta had a guest. Winter asked Violetta why strangers hang around so freely, and Violetta replied that he should not interfere, because this is not his home. And then Winter declared that Violetta was mistaken, and that, as her husband, he had the right to interfere. And then one of the neighbors took Violetta aside and asked, since her husband was such an influential and rich man, where did she get the debt that she was talking about? To which Violetta replied that it was her husband who owed money. The neighbors began to whisper, apparently, the reason for her husband's arrival was precisely to demand money from her, which means they need to help Violetta out, and one even suggested calling the sailors. Winter tried to remain patient and not show contempt for the local women. Then he turned to one of the women and said that, judging by her apron, she was selling fruit. Winter handed her a wad of bills and asked if this amount was enough to pay for all the fruit in her shop. Taking the money, the woman replied that this was enough even to buy fruit from the new supply. But then, looking at Violetta, she said if she could take this money because it belonged to her husband. Violetta replied that everything was fine, because she knew very well how much a woman needs money lately. Leaving the house, the women said that if her husband suddenly did something to her, she should immediately run to them. While seeing her neighbors off, Violetta said that Winter still continues to waste money. Then Violetta said that she needed to go to work, and suggested that Winter should think again about her divorce proposal. Winter could not give a divorce to his wife, because the only reason was that she should become the heir to his fortune. The princess must have a kingdom, and he must create it. In the future, everything was supposed to go to Violetta, because that's what was written in his will. Winter could only find a way to die. This was the best thing he could do for Violetta. At sunset, returning from work, Violetta was already approaching her house, and suddenly she saw Winter and asked why he was here again and did not return home. She asked Winter to leave because she was very tired after work and wanted to rest, and suddenly Winter said that he was ready to divorce Violetta, but only after he had thought about everything for 3 months. Sitting at the table, he reminded his wife how much property he had, and that it would take time to sort it out. In addition, Winter was sure that their parents would not accept the news of their divorce so easily. Violetta asked if it was just that and not because Winter was lonely in bed. Winter replied that during a divorce, the spouse is always given time to think, and this is natural. And this time will give them both the opportunity to understand themselves. Winter only asked for 3 months to see if he could fix the relationship or if it was too late. Violetta replied that her condition was that Winter would not give her luxury goods and other gifts with which he tried to solve problems. She added that this is not the only condition, and she will add clause by clause, drawing up a contract in which the conditions must be fulfilled one by one. Violetta told Winter to set a deadline of 3 months, and on May 20th their relationship would come to an end. She carefully read the document and said that they would no longer have a reason to meet. Winter was confident in Violetta's serious intentions, but knew that in these 3 months he must find a way to die. But the only thing that pleased and reassured him was that before his death they would be able to see his wife during these months. Winter clarified whether this period really suggests that they should try to avoid divorce. He added that they need to indicate the exact number of meetings and kisses, to which Violetta replied that she would agree with her interlocutors, but kisses were excluded. But Winter was persistent and asked to indicate at least 3 kisses. Violetta caught herself thinking that she tried in every way to break this connection, but her husband's kisses were very sweet. She was afraid that these kisses would drag her back into the abyss of hell. She has already managed without Winter for a year, and perhaps with a kiss, she can test her feelings whether they have completely faded or not. Violetta looked at her husband and said that she agreed to these 3 kisses, but in return their touching would be limited. Winter smiled and replied that without touching and hugging, kissing would look ridiculous. Violetta had to agree to Winter's persuasion, and having added this to the contract, she put the document aside. A minute later, After exchanging signatures, Violetta said that the contract had been drawn up and came into force right now. Winter put his copy of the contract in the inside pocket of his jacket and the next moment grabbed Violetta into his arms. Violetta timidly said that this was very unexpected, to which Winter replied that he was not going to wait until the next meeting. He began to gently blow into Violetta's ear. Violetta didn't understand why Winter was making her so hot before the agreed-upon kiss. She could smell his cologne, the faint scent of cigars and shaving foam. Every time she inhaled these smells together, her heart began to race. In the next second, Violetta could drown in a sweet kiss, but Winter pulled back and said that this was the first kiss and she needed to take care of it. And then he added that the 3 kisses specified in the contract, and Violetta herself can kiss Winter whenever she wants. Violetta said that Winter should be ashamed of such a proposal, to which he only smiled. He headed towards the door, and turning around, said that they would see each other again soon. The next morning, Hale was already standing on the threshold of Violetta's house. Violetta opened the door, and the secretary said that the president asked him to give her something. Winter, sitting at the table, asked what about the man who was introduced to Violetta, to which the secretary replied that he had sent a report. But Winter did not look at him, telling the secretary to bring the man to him and Violetta with him tomorrow morning. After some time, Hale stood on the threshold of one of the houses in the village and asked the woman to bring the younger mistress to Connick's office in the morning, telling her about a possible pretext. The woman was supposed to bring the younger mistress to one of the unfinished hotels under the pretext that Violetta was not receiving compensation for noise caused by construction. A hotel employee will have to invite them to understand the situation and go to the reception to wait. Hale told the woman that soon everyone living near the hotel would be sent gifts as compensation for the noise, but Violetta would not be given a gift. This would be their reason for contacting the hotel. Violetta and the woman with the child were waiting in the reception area, and there was chocolate on the table, and the girl was trying it for the first time. The woman sat down next to me and said that she was also seeing chocolate for the first time. It was probably as tasty as that expensive ham the hotel sent as compensation. Violetta asked Winter not to give her expensive gifts, but in return he sent food to the villagers. At that moment, a gallant man came into the reception room, and the woman recognized him as Winter, who was Violetta's husband. Violetta told the woman that she and her husband were currently considering divorce. Winter asked everyone to leave the waiting room and leave him and his wife alone. The woman stood up and said that she could not leave Violetta with the man she was going to divorce. Violetta replied that she had nothing to worry about. Everything was fine. She could leave and calmly leave them alone. The woman's daughter began to be capricious, saying that she did not have time to finish the chocolate candy. Winter told her that the girl could take as much candy as she wanted, even for the whole village. While Violetta was distracted by a girl collecting candy in her hem, Winter asked the woman if she had asked Violetta about remarriage. The woman replied that Violetta told her that she could not remarry because her brother had a very strong influence on her. Winter understood this, because their wedding took place that way, although Violetta herself thought that it was her own choice. Winter often wondered how Violetta felt when she married a man who proposed to her just for the title. When they were alone, Winter said that he came up with this noise compensation specifically to meet with Violetta and asked her to listen to him. And suddenly Winter knelt down and told Violetta that she once called herself an unnecessary thing, bought at an expensive price but unfit for use. And now, after many years, Winter understood why Violetta said that. The marriage was a profitable deal for him to acquire the title of Duke, and Violetta sacrificed herself for this. Winter said that he did not admit this for so long, and now he asks Violetta for forgiveness for this. Violetta believed that Winter had been thinking about her all this time. Suddenly, Violetta extended her hand to Winter and said that she also asked for his forgiveness. Winter replied that if Violetta asks for forgiveness for leaving, then there is no need to do this. He is not going to forgive her forever, and everything is fine. The next moment, Winter pretended that his legs were numb. He hugged Violetta and said that it was hard for him to stand. Violetta did not feel the weight of her husband at all and said that she saw through Winter's intentions. Winter decided to change the subject and asked Violetta if she was the one who told him about the olive oil that was given to him as a gift. After all, no one but her in this outback could know about the tastes that Winter prefers. Violetta asked Winter not to call this place a backwater and seemed a little offended. He looked at Violetta and said that she was extremely beautiful. Violetta was a little embarrassed and said that he had never said such words to her. Winter replied that he was ready to kneel before her again, but Violetta coldly replied that that was enough. He said that if the moment was not completely ruined, then he would like to ask Violetta on a date. Next week there will be a festival in the village, and if Violetta didn't invite him, then Winter will do it first. Violetta remembered the date at the stadium when she sat on her husband's lap, and now she thought that there would never be dates again. She replied that since Winter had apologized, she agreed to go on a date with him. Violetta looked at Winter, and now he seemed a little cute to her. There was a party in the house where Violetta worked, and her friends came to Rigia. One of her friends joked that Rigia has become even taller, so not a lady, but a sir can call her that. It was Elsa Aiden who mocked the girl's height the most. Friends noticed Violetta in the distance, who was busy with flowers, and, judging by her manners, decided that she was a noble woman. Rigia was offended to hear how her friends discussed Violetta, saying that she had no pride at all, since she had descended to the work of a servant. But the girl could not stand up for Violetta because in front of her friends she was nobody. She understood that she would only make a fuss in vain. Nothing good would come of it. Rigia approached Violetta, and she quietly tried to remind her that the girl should keep her back straight and not slouch. Violetta handed her a vase and ordered it to be placed on the table in front of the guests. She added that this is sometimes done at tea parties and social circles, and then you had to wait, and if the petals from the tree flowers fell into the neck, then you had to make a wish, and it would definitely come true. Violetta added that one more very important rule of etiquette must be observed. While drinking tea, you should never stick your little finger out to the side. Rigia turned her attention to Elsa and told Violetta that she was doing exactly that. Violetta grinned and replied that they were all young and inexperienced ladies and would probably be surprised to learn about this rule. Rigia approached the guests and began to talk about manners in secular society, which Violetta shared with her. The girls were glad to learn about new manners, and only Elsa considered it impudence. Early in the morning, when Violetta was still sleeping, there was a knock on the door, and she heard Winter's voice. She asked why Winter came so early, because they were going to meet later. He apologized for waking her up, and Violetta replied that she had a lot of work to do and returned at dawn. Winter replied that working until dawn is unhealthy, to which Violetta replied that she was going to open her own store, and for this she needed money. Violetta handed Winter a notepad with the possible name of a flower shop. She added that her favorite name was Violetta's Garden. Winter wanted to turn the page, but Violetta tried to stop him and asked him not to read what was written there. But Winter did not listen and turned the page and saw that one of the names was Blooming. Violetta grabbed the notebook and tried to justify that she had not intended to use this name. Winter replied that his last name translated as flowering, and it could also be a suitable name for the store. Violetta replied that she would change her last name in 3 months anyway, but Winter said that he would not be so sure about that. He added that perhaps during this time she would change her mind about getting a divorce, to which Violetta replied that this would not happen. She added that Winter will never be able to understand the feeling she felt the day she confessed to him that she was pregnant. What she remembered most from that conversation was that Winter claimed that the child was from another man. Violetta will never forget the feeling of being trampled and humiliated by her own husband. Winter looked at Violetta and quietly said that he might be gone in 3 months. The next moment, he picked her up in his arms and embraced her. Winter put her to bed and said that before the hour of their meeting came, she needed to sleep. When Winter lay down next to him, Violetta said that it was unceremonious, but Winter replied that he was not going to adhere to manners with a person with whom he had to leave in 3 months. And then Violetta saw Winter begin to unbutton his shirt. She strictly said that she did not allow this to be done, especially since a decent gentleman should not undress in front of a decent lady. Winter did not respond to her remarks. He said that he always undresses if he is uncomfortable, and Violetta could do the same. At the moment, Winter's behavior embarrassed Violetta. She could not lie calmly next to him, and was noticeably nervous. A minute later, Winter stood up and, saying that he was joking, added that Violetta should sleep a little more. Finally, Violetta fell asleep, and Winter quietly continued to sit next to the bed on the floor. Winter remembered Violetta's words that she couldn't even imagine how she felt feeling pregnant. Recently, he realized that she was the victim of a cruel and terrible deception. Winter, not yet knowing about it, unfairly accused her of cheating with another man. And the more he thought about it, the more depressed he became. Because Winter would never forgive himself for this. He admired Violetta because, despite all this, she continued to live with him. Winter reproached himself for all these actions, but he understood that if he were in Violetta's place, he would not be able to live like this. After some time, Violetta woke up and, seeing Winter sitting on the floor, thought about whether to wake him up or not. She looked at Winter and, feeling her heartbeat quicken, thought that it would be better for them not to meet like this. Gently stroking Winter's face, Violetta wondered why he couldn't leave her alone. Seeing that Winter was starting to wake up, Violetta instantly pulled her hand back and told him that she just wanted to wake him up. Winter noticed that it was getting a little hot outside and asked why Violetta was wrapping herself up in a warm jacket. She replied that it was because of his presence. He invited her to imagine that he was not in the room, and when Violetta accused her husband of dissolute thoughts, he added that it was not surprising because he had spent a year alone. Violetta said that nothing prevented him from having a woman, to which Winter replied that he was not interested in fortune hunters. Violetta replied that not all women are selfish as he thinks, and besides, he is a very nice man. Winter then asked why Violetta wanted to divorce him, to which she replied that he was not pleasant enough for her. And suddenly, Winter leaned over Violetta and asked permission to kiss her. Before Violetta had time to say that she knew that Winter would ask for it, he instantly pressed his lips to hers. While in Winter's arms, Violetta asked if their kiss had gone on too long, to which Winter replied that the contract didn't say anything about the length of the kiss. Winter looked at Violetta and asked what time of kiss would suit her. Violetta replied that she agreed to a kiss that would last exactly as long as her conscience allowed. Winter looked at his wife and said, "Does Violetta really think that he has this conscience?" To avoid feeling awkward, Violetta told Winter that it was time for them to go to the festival. The sun was scorching outside, and Winter bought his wife a hat, and Violetta, apparently forgetting about the agreement not to accept gifts, said that she really liked it. Walking along the shopping street, Violetta asked how the blooming couple were doing. Winter replied that his parents send telegrams every day and ask him to send him money, but he does not. Violet said that there is a spring party coming up soon and it is quite expensive. Winter replied that she shouldn't care because it was their own fault for treating Violetta this way. He was thinking about stopping providing for his parents altogether in the future. When Violet stopped at a stand with paper dolls, Winter asked if she would like to buy one for herself or for the little one next door. Violetta replied that she remembered her older brother, with whom she often played as a child. Wayne had been unwell since childhood, and they could not spend much time, but his brother constantly made such dolls for Violetta. She added that her brother was in poor health, but strong in spirit, and after his death, she fell in love with people with a strong inner core. Holding a piece of paper with a paper doll in her hands, Violet added that this is why she agreed to marry Winter. Winter replied, "If anyone has a strong inner core, it is Violetta." He smiled and said that it looked like algae, which firmly held onto the bottom with its roots and no strong current could tear it out. Violetta found it funny that Winter compared her to seaweed, because he could have compared her to a tree. Winter laughed and said that she was still too small for a tree. As it began to get dark, Winter led Violet to a higher ground where they could watch the fireworks. Having made himself comfortable, Winter asked if Violetta liked festivals, then why didn't she go to Lacrounda's festival? Violetta replied that perhaps she would visit this festival in the future. Winter took Violetta by the arm and said, "If she wants to say something, then let her speak directly." Violetta turned away and said that for 3 years, Winter had discouraged her from going to festivals. Winter asked why Violet didn't talk about this before. She replied that she tried to tell him about it, but he constantly left her to her own devices. But even when he did not come, Violetta continued to wait for him, doing needlework or preparing some kind of meal. But when Winter left, she dropped everything and rushed to see him off. Violetta tried everything possible to win Winter over. She turned to Winter and asked him not to talk to her anymore about the fact that she supposedly should have talked about it earlier. The next moment, Violetta pulled out her hand and asked not to pull it so hard, because he was hurting her. Violet stood up and told Winter not to try to force her to do what he wanted. Winter stood up, bowed to Violetta, and said that he understood why he wanted to run away on his wedding day. That day he saw for his bride the courageous steadfastness and noble correctness to which he could only aspire. Winter once again apologized for the pain caused and promised that he would be careful in the future. At that moment, fireworks started and the sky lit up with bright flashes. For some time they stood silently and watched the most beautiful spectacle in the sky. And suddenly, Winter took Violetta by the hand and asked them to return together to Lacround as soon as the hotel opened. He said that Violetta will be able to live as she wants and meet people dear to her because Lacround is her homeland. Winter added that in any case, Violetta could live there after they divorced. She replied that Winter was right. Although Kirin was a wonderful place, she could not live here all her life. Violetta added that she knew that in any case she would have to return someday. The next second, their conversation was interrupted by Ferran and Sharon suddenly approaching. Sharon smiled shyly and asked if they had been disturbed by their sudden visit. Violetta replied that everything was fine because they were just about to return downstairs. Violet introduced Ferran to Winter and said that the three of them had been friends when they were little. Ferran extended his hand to Winter and said that he had heard a lot about him. He added that he would be very glad if someday Winter would come to his Principality of Das. But without waiting for an answer from Winter, Ferran told Violetta that she could come alone and they would have a great time together. Seeing the expression on Winter's face, Sharon told no one to be nervous and suggested they celebrate the acquaintance with a drink. Ferran replied that the girl should go to the carriage and he and Winter would chat a little about business. Seeing Winter's intense gaze, Ferran told him that he did not perceive Violet as a woman, and he need not worry about this. He added that he was replacing Violetta's older brother. Winter replied, "What kind of brother can we talk about if they are not even blood relatives, and he is not going to believe in this nonsense?" Ferran asked Winter to refrain from harsh statements. He was only defending Violet instead of Vane. Having calmed down a little, Winter asked if the Principality of Das really lives off tourism and naval forces. He asked Ferran how he views establishing relationships in the tourism industry, and if he cooperates with the Canik Company, then Winter will be able to provide them with good financial support. Knowing from Ferran's expression, Winter said he was often misunderstood. He added that he could clearly see the contempt in his interlocutor's gaze. Ferran grew up in a noble family and was probably taught that discrimination is unacceptable. And the look with which Ferran looked at Winter showed that he looked at Winter as a stranger. But Winter did not blame him for this because he had long been accustomed to such views. And then Winter suggested that Ferran start this game of his older brother, at least while he was alive. Ferran reiterated that he does not see Violetta as a woman and is not considering any romantic relationship with her. Winter replied that Violetta would do just fine without his care. He himself would take care of her as he saw fit. Violetta stood near the carriage, and when Winter approached, she asked what they had been discussing for so long, to which Winter replied that it was about ordinary business. Having hugged Violetta, Winter said that it was already getting cold outside and it was time for them to return. The vice president and secretary were standing in front of Winter's office and discussing how his condition had improved since he started dating Junior Madam. Now Winter didn't lose his temper out of the blue, didn't skip meals, and got enough sleep. Kale was called out by one of the assistants and said that some guest had come to see the president. Before reporting to the president about the visit of some guest, Kale went to find out who it was, and when he saw it, he was stunned in horror. Winter sat in his office and, looking out the window, recalled the conversation that took place before parting with Violetta. He remembered when he took Violetta by the hand and said that she liked it. She replied that she no longer did. Winter looked into her eyes and said that now he likes it. The last thing Violetta said was that they need to go back and they will see each other again. The door to the office opened, and Kale reported that a guest had come to the president, and Winter, without turning his head, asked why they had brought the guest here into the living room. There was noticeable excitement in the secretary's voice when he said that this was an unusual guest. Winter turned around and saw an unfamiliar elderly woman. She folded her arms across her chest and told her son that Winter had grown and matured very much. While Hale was pouring tea, Winter asked his mother what she needed from him after so many years. The mother replied that she just wanted to see her son, but did not want to interfere, knowing that he was doing well. Winter didn't believe that she didn't need anything from him, because no one came to him just like that. The mother replied that about 20 years ago she married a man from Alec and gave birth to 2 twins, but she turned out to have heart disease. She added that this year they will turn 18 years old, but there is absolutely not enough money to purchase medicine for them. Looking at her son, the mother said that she knew that she was acting brazenly, but these were his brothers. Winter replied that the mother was right. It was indeed impudent to ask an abandoned son for help. The next moment, the mother heard with horror that Winter had plenty of money, but did not intend to share it with her. To which the mother indignantly asked, "Then why does the son provide for his own father?" Winter replied that he did not know how his mother knew about this, but since last month he had stopped providing for his father. The next moment, the mother fell to her knees and asked her son for help, saying that she would do anything for him. Winter turned to his mother and said that life is cruel, and her twins were simply unlucky, like he was once unlucky, to be abandoned at the age of 5. When Winter said that it was better for the mother to consider that fate had put an end to her sons, she could not stand it. In one movement, the mother was near her son and gave him a good slap in the face. Winter, without saying a word, gave the appropriate indication with his eyes. The next moment, the servants tried to force their mother out of the office, and she said that she was not herself and apologized. Winter sat down on the sofa. The screams of his mother could still be heard in the corridor, asking him to help his brothers. When the screams died down, Winter told Kale to catch up with his mother and give her the money. The secretary wanted to be indignant, but Winter said since he gave money to his father, then let everything be fair. When the secretary came downstairs, Winter watched everything from the balcony and noticed that the mother did not even turn around after receiving the money. He recognized himself in his mother's action when he left Violetta on the wedding day and also did not turn in her direction. Winter, completely wet but not noticing the rain, stood in front of Violetta's house. She was very surprised by his visit, but told him to immediately go into the house so as not to get sick. Violetta took Winter's hand and asked with concern what could happen if he came to her in such rain. But when, after some silence, Winter told Violetta that his own mother had come to see him, she was shocked. He told her that the mother suddenly appeared out of nowhere and asked him for money for her sick children. Winter began to take out his wallet and told Violetta that he would give her everything just so that she would help him. He added that he wanted to run away from all this and die, but he knew that this would not work because they would simply switch bodies. Violetta agreed to accept the money since Winter believes that it can solve everything in the world. She put his head on her lap and said that she agreed to help him, but on the condition that it would be as she said. After a short silence, Violetta said that when she was sad and lonely, she wanted someone to stroke her head in the same way because affectionate touches relieve pain. Seeing Winter's condition, she said that he could stay overnight with her today. While Winter took a hot shower, Violet wondered if she had done the right thing by allowing him to spend the night in her house. She wondered to herself how she could comfort a man whom she had hated for so many years. Violetta assumed that perhaps Winter was trying to get her into bed in this way. Suddenly, she felt Winter approaching from behind. He smelled of pleasant oils and freshness. The next moment, Violetta turned to Winter and, seeing his bare chest, did not understand what was happening to her. Trying to overcome an incomprehensible feeling, she told Winter that while he was in the shower, Hale came, because he immediately realized where the president could be. When Violetta saw that Winter was about to open the bottle, the secretary had said, she offered to make him hot tea. Pouring wine into a glass, Winter replied that no tea would help during depression. After taking a sip, he added that Violetta should go to bed and not pay attention to him. But she sat down next to Winter on the floor and asked him to pour her wine too. Winter was surprised at Violetta's request, because she didn't know how to drink at all, but he was even more surprised when she asked for a second glass. After a few glasses, Winter looked at Violetta and noticed that she was already drunk. Seeing that Violetta was already closing her eyes, Winter picked her up and carried her to the bed. Violetta replied that she did this on purpose so that Winter would get less, because she drinks a lot. Already falling asleep, Violetta muttered that her father drank a lot, so he passed away early. She was just worried about Winter. He sat on the edge of the bed and thought that only Violetta cared so much about him. In the morning, Violetta was surprised that while she was sleeping, Winter drank the entire bottle, to which he replied that this was the norm for him. He said that to his surprise, he slept very soundly, as if he had taken sleeping pills. Violetta sat down with Winter and said that it was because he drank a lot and that it was generally necessary to stop drinking alcohol. Without listening to Violetta, Winter wrapped his arms around her and began to kiss her. Out of surprise, Violetta pushed him away, but he told her not to be angry because he had met his mother, and melancholy had taken its toll. Violetta reminded Winter about the agreement and that there was only one kiss left. Violetta offered Winter coffee, but he said that he preferred neither coffee nor bread for breakfast. Walking into the kitchen, he began to prepare the dish, explaining that it consisted of seafood and was great for a hangover. Winter suggested that Violetta try it, but warned that it might be too spicy for her. Violetta really liked it, and Winter recalled that as a child he worked in a cafe. He was glad that Violetta liked the dish he had prepared, and he thought that he had done the right thing by coming to her home in the rain. At that moment, Hale came in and said that he had brought them breakfast. Winter replied displeasedly that because of his lateness, Violetta had to eat a spicy dish prepared by him. The secretary handed the basket to the president and said that he had some news for him. Hale handed the envelope to Winter and said that the vice president had managed to find Beryl. At that moment, Violetta approached and, having heard their conversation, asked why they needed Dr. Beryl. Winter replied that this was another person, and Violetta should not pay attention to it. After breakfast, Winter accompanied Violetta to work, saying that Aiden's estate was too far away, to which Violetta replied that she would take any job. Handing Winter the key to the house, she added that when he left, he should put the keys under the second flower pot. Winter looked after the departing carriage, and then told Kael that he had intentions of moving Violetta's house to Lakrand. He told the secretary to invite a carpenter to assess whether the house could be dismantled and loaded onto the ship. He then opened the letter, from which he learned that Dr. Beryl had indeed given Violet drugs that caused pregnancy symptoms. During interrogation, he also confirmed that it was the blooming spouses who forced him to give the girl this medicine. At the end of the letter, the vice president wrote that the matter had not yet reached the police, but if Winter was interested in official proceedings, he should respond to this letter. The secretary asked Winter if it would be better to tell Violetta everything. Winter replied that he would tell her everything after the divorce and headed into the house. This was his fault, and if he tells Violetta now, she will not want to see him again. Winter knew it was selfish, but he didn't want to lose the barely acquired moments of happiness. Elsa turned to Violetta and said that she should understand how important the party at the Conic Hotel was to her. Violetta replied that she understood everything and offered the girl her help to choose accessories for her outfit. She suggested that Elsa try on a brooch in the form of a red bow, but the girl capriciously replied that she did not like it at all. Then Violetta offered the girl a decoration in the form of a white lily and said that this brooch would go perfectly with pearls. Elsa replied dissatisfiedly that it wouldn't even be visible on her outfit. Violetta tried to persuade the girl, but she categorically refused. Elsa turned to Violetta and shouted at her, what knowledge of etiquette could there be if she couldn't even assemble a brooch from flowers? Violetta realized that the girl was angry with her, and for that party at which she pointed out to Elsa the wrong manners of behavior. She mustered up her courage and asked Elsa for forgiveness for that evening. Elsa looked at Violetta angrily and told her not to dare to do this again in the future. The next moment, the ceramic tray fell to the floor, and Elsa screamed for Violetta to get out, and she would find another assistant. Violetta timidly asked the girl to return her money for the flowers. This angered Elsa even more, and she said that she was not going to pay for the trash she brought. Elsa added that if Violetta needs money, she should clean up the place immediately. One of the servants sat down next to Violetta to help her collect the fragments, but she said that she shouldn't do this, otherwise she might be scolded. This really angered Elsa, and she screamed at the servants that no one was allowing her to help Violet. She screamed at both girls and told them to get out of her house immediately. A few minutes later, Elsa opened the box with the white brooch and, admiring it, thought that Violetta herself was to blame. She shouldn't stick her nose where it doesn't belong, and she should know her place. Violetta asked the servant if she had somewhere to stay, but the next second someone called out to her. Violetta was surprised to see her servant Jen, and with tears in her eyes asked how she ended up here. Jane said that after Violetta left, the president began to have a nervous breakdown, and she had to quit. But when she was offered a job in Corona, where Violetta lives, she could not miss such a chance. And suddenly Jen noticed Violet's reddening shoulder and said that action must be taken immediately. The servant told Hale that Elsa threw the tray in a rage, and the pieces flew off to Violet, and when she tried to intercede, she was also fired by Elsa. The secretary replied that he would definitely need to tell the president about this and what happened to the younger madam. The servant asked what kind of business Violet's husband owned if Hale constantly called them president and junior madam. The secretary replied that Sir Winter Blooming owned a hotel business and was president of the Canic Company. Once the wound was bandaged, Jen said that Violet could take a bath while she took care of everything. After a while, the whole house was sparkling clean, and meatballs were even prepared for dinner. After a hot bath, Violetta wrapped herself in a towel and headed out to the room. In the next instant, she was very scared to see Winter in her house at such a late hour. Standing in front of him in only a towel, she blushed and immediately hid behind the doorway. Winter said that he would now bring her a nightgown, and Violetta replied that it was on the second shelf in the closet. While Violetta was changing clothes, Winter tactfully waited. Turning away in the closet, he himself felt uncomfortable that he had come at such an inopportune moment. A few minutes later, he told Violetta that he knew everything. He provided housing for the fired Hilly and also found her a job. The next moment, Winter approached Violetta, touched her ear, and stroked her cheek. Before he could kiss his wife, Violetta pulled away and said that Winter was embarrassing her. He replied that that was why he was touching her, and that kiss didn't count because she pulled away from him. He saw the injury on Violet's shoulder and said that he knew what happened at the Aiden estate. Winter knew that he wouldn't just leave it like that. Elsa was happily eating the meat steak and was surprised that she had not yet received an invitation to the party. She only assumed that her family could have been accidentally missed and intended to visit tomorrow for an invitation. At that moment, the butler came in and said that Madame had a guest, and she instantly thought that it was the long-awaited envelope with an invitation. The butler announced that Sir Winter Blooming, the president of the Conic Hotel, had arrived, and Elsa asked to be invited immediately. She immediately abandoned lunch, and sitting down on the sofa began to wait for the president, surprised that he personally brought her an invitation. Winter walked into the room and silently sat down on the sofa opposite the girl. Elsa looked at Winter and eagerly awaited the treasured envelope from him. She was the first to ask what brought the president to her house. Winter took out an envelope from his breast pocket and, handing it to Elsa, said that he had brought an invitation for her. Looking at the president, Elsa thought that she was wondering what kind of man Winter was, but he turned out to be much more attractive than she expected. Winter said that he should have brought her an invitation, but advises her not to go to the party. Otherwise, she will have a lot of problems. Elsa's face instantly changed, and she began to fear further conversation with the president. Winter continued, telling the girl that he knew that she had treated his wife very badly. Elsa responded in surprise that she did not understand who he was talking about and who his wife was. Winter said that she was well known in aristocratic circles, and then added that he remembered that Elsa was not from a family of respectable aristocrats. Elsa replied that she would never allow herself to do such a thing, and perhaps Winter confuses her with someone. Winter said that it was impossible to mix it up because his wife was injured, and in addition, she did not receive the promised money. Elsa, with horror in her eyes, asked if this was really about Violetta. She tried to justify herself, saying that, knowing this earlier, she would not have done this to Violetta. Elsa couldn't believe that the girl she thought was a commoner turned out to be the wife of such an influential man. Winter said that he would not tolerate such treatment of his wife and ordered Elsa not to appear on the territory of his hotel. After finishing his cigar, Winter headed for the exit, and Elsa shouted after him that no one in the village knew who Violetta really was. She did not stop and shouted that even she, an expert in secular society, did not know about it. But when Elsa became aggressive, saying that the president had been gone for so many years and now he was pretending to be a caring husband, Winter stopped for a moment. She looked after Winter, who silently walked out and slammed the door behind him. Hale stood opposite the president and said that many more invitations needed to be signed. He added that a lot of business had accumulated since the last time the president visited the younger madam. But Winter read the list of guests invited to the hotel's opening party and crossed his parents off. He still couldn't forgive them for what they did to his wife. The next moment, Winter thought whether he had the right to condemn his parents, because he himself did not notice how they treated Violetta. He couldn't cope with the feeling of missing Violetta, but he knew that he was no better because he never told her the truth. Winter's greatest fear was that Violet would somehow find out the contents of the letter, reporting what his parents and Dr. Barrel had done. The vice president entered the office and brought documents for work. But Winter replied that he would look at them later, but now he urgently needed to go. Entering the bathroom, he mentally asked Violetta for forgiveness and turned on the water tap. Winter put the paper cutter to his wrist and thought about Violet's words when she talked about making it so easy. Cale had no one to go to in this city, and now he was in Violetta's house saying that he was going to quit. His strength was gone. Pouring another glass of wine, he complained that the president used to be obsessed with work, but now he abandoned everything and threw everything on him. Violetta saw Cale in this state for the first time. She said that he shouldn't drink so much, because he wouldn't make it to the hotel. She told Jen that Cale was very ill and urgently needed to bring him water. Jen looked at the secretary and was surprised because she, too, had never seen Cale in such a state. While the servants were pouring water, Violetta looked at the secretary and thought that Winter was very lucky to have him, because no one would take better care of him than Hale. The secretary came and asked Violetta to repeat the same thing to the president. And suddenly Violetta felt dizzy and her vision became very dark. Hale suggested that it was difficult for Violetta to date the president after the breakup. But then Jen came up and said that she once heard Winter say that he was not going to get a divorce because their marriage could be turned into profit. Violetta replied that there was nothing bad in these words, and there would always be benefits. But the servants categorically stated that after the president's words, they would not want Winter and Violetta to get back together. And suddenly, Violetta looked at the servants, somehow unusually. The next moment, she told them to shut up and stay away from her. Jen was stunned. She knew that Violetta could not do this and decided that a demon had possessed her and grabbed the bag of salt. Kale instantly sobered up and, jumping up from his seat, said that he would now explain everything. He told the servants that they might find it hard to believe, but the president was now in the junior madam's body. The secretary added that sometimes the president and Violetta change bodies, although he still doesn't know why this happens. The next second he received a kick in the back. Winter shouted why Kale told the truth. The servants were horrified and had no choice but to silently watch what was happening. The vice president managed to bring the president back to the table to continue working, and Violetta obediently sat down to look at the papers. At that moment, Eaglin, the general vice president of the Conic Company, entered the office and asked the vice president to leave them alone. She needed to report something to Winter. She placed in front of the president the documents that Winter had asked for last time. Eaglin asked not to give her such instructions anymore because the investigation into the case of Dr. Beryl is not within her competence. Violetta remembered how Winter had recently asked not to pay attention to this information, and we were talking about a completely different person. Eaglin said she doesn't understand why the Bloomings would do this, giving a drug that caused pregnancy symptoms. The moment came when Violetta found out everything, and what Winter was so afraid to tell her about. An unfamiliar girl ran up to the bed where Winter was lying and said that her mother told her to play with Violetta. Winter answered the girl that he was not going to play with her, and turning to the other side, closed his eyes. After some time, the neighbors saw Violetta walking through the village with the girl and dragging a huge shopping cart. The little girl who went to the market with Violetta was very happy that she bought her various goodies. And suddenly the girl asked Violetta if she could buy so much because she was a beggar. Approaching the house, Winter saw that Violetta in his image was already waiting for him near the door. She immediately said seriously that he really needed to talk urgently. Winter apologized for the fact that Violet had to listen to the boring vice president and do his work for him. Violetta, without looking at her husband, asked when he was going to tell her everything. Winter pretended that he did not understand what Violetta was talking about. Violetta replied that she knew very well that the doctor gave her medicine on the orders of his parents. He did not know how to react to this, and only asked how Violetta knew about it. But she stood and waited for an answer from him, and Winter had to say that he wanted to tell her everything after the divorce. Winter added that he was afraid that Violetta, having learned about this ahead of time, would not spend the remaining 3 months of the contract with him. Violet hugged Winter and said that when she found out the truth about the cure, it felt like the shackles had been lifted from her heart. She remembered everything that happened to her at that time and wondered if she should forgive her husband. Perhaps she needs to show sympathy because Winter was just as much a victim as she was. For a moment, Violetta was overcome with intense rage as she remembered the gift that the blooming dukes had given her. Winter told Violetta not to be angry with him because he agreed to give her a divorce. Violetta replied that she was not angry with her husband because it was all his parents' fault, and he was not responsible for them. She asked Winter not to disturb her for now because she needed to figure everything out and weigh everything. He wanted to wave goodbye to her, but Violetta had already entered the house. The next day, neighbor Fim saw Violetta and asked where she was going. The girl replied that she needed to go to the post office, and the neighbor offered to accompany her, since Violetta did not know well where she was. Fim said that her daughter really liked the dress that Violetta bought yesterday, that she even went to bed in it. Violetta was very pleased that Winter, being in her body, did this and pleased her little neighbor. Fim asked Violetta who she was going to send the letter to. The girl replied that she was going to send a letter to her father-in-law and mother-in-law. The neighbor was surprised that the letter would be sent overseas and said that if the ship was chosen incorrectly, the letter would take more than a year. Violetta replied that she had a way by which the letter would arrive much faster. Fim suggested that it would cost a lot of money, which means that this is such an important letter that Violetta can't wait to send it quickly. Having suffered a blow from Winter's parents, she now knew what she could offer her husband. There was a tea party at the Blooming estate in Lackround, which the Duchess could afford, and the guests discussed the opening of the Kaniki Hotel. They were jealous that the Dukes would spend their holidays in their son's new hotel and choose the best rooms. The guests knew that the Dukes should organize their own party. Everyone wanted to receive an invitation to the opening of the hotel. But there was no news from Winter. and the Duchess was worried that the party might not take place. The dukes were outraged that Winter was still cutting their finances. At that moment, a servant entered the room and said that a letter had arrived from Violetta. The letter stated that Violetta knew that, at their request, she had taken medications of poor quality from the doctor. At first, Violetta was angry, not understanding why they did this, but then she thought that the reason might be that they wanted her and Winter to get a divorce. Violetta knew that Winter had stopped funding them, but seeing how unhappy he was, she was ready to forgive them. And then perhaps he would continue sponsoring them. Violetta wrote that she was ready to forget everything, but on one condition: if they give Winter the status of the first heir to the Duke of Blooming. She recalled that Winter is their son. He has outstanding qualities, and if he receives the status of Duke, their family will prosper. Having received this letter, the Dukes were surprised and could not find words to express their indignation. It was already evening when Winter had difficulty finding the tavern where he was supposed to meet his mother. After some time, his mother approached him, thanking him for responding and coming at her request. She thanked Winter for the money, saying that the twins were better, to which he replied that a letter would have been enough. With these words, he headed for the exit, saying that he had a lot of work, but his mother stopped him. Winter realized that his mother's request to come here was just an excuse to ask for more money. He turned to his mother and asked if she knew anything about the transmigration of souls and the way to die. The mother replied that she had heard about cases of transmigration of souls, but did not understand why her son was interested in the question of death. Winter paused and then replied that he had 3 months to live. He added that he would leave all his fortune and property to his wife, and the mother should not even hope for anything. The mother replied that Winter has everything, so why doesn't he want to live a good and long life? But Winter insisted that his mother tell him how to die and he would go. The mother replied that suicide would not work. He could only die in case of illness or accident. Winter gave his mother some money and left the tavern. When he returned, Hale asked in surprise where he went without guards, but Winter, without answering his question, asked if there was news from Violetta. Hale replied that there was no news from the younger mistress. Winter went outside and, going into a nearby bar, continued to think about death, and that there was only one person whose hand he would like to hold with his own, but he lost him too. The next second, Winter dealt a crushing blow to one of the bar patrons. Containing himself, the guy told Winter to sit and drink quietly if he didn't want problems. But Winter grabbed the visitor by the arm and continued to insist that he hit and kill him. Winter grabbed a knife from the table and tried to force the guy to kill him with the knife. At that moment, a friend came to the guy and told him not to get involved with this psycho. The visitor pushed Winter away, and he and his friend went outside. Winter sat on the floor of the bar and was indignant at the fact that he could not die. Winter opened his eyes with difficulty and looked at the ceiling of his bedroom. Hale said the president was found unconscious on the street and was contacted by a bar owner after he found a business card in Winter's wallet. The secretary added that Winter drank a very large amount yesterday and suggested that we stop with these childish antics. Winter looked at Cale and said that he wanted to die. Seeing the secretary's surprised look, Winter added that next time he shouldn't pay for him and let him die in peace. The secretary replied that if the next time something like this happens, he will act differently. Winter immediately understood what was going on and asked the secretary not to tell Violetta anything. Hale turned and said if the president dies, he will tell Violetta that it was suicide, and she will not even come to the funeral. Winter's head was pounding, and he regretted that his attempt to die from alcohol had failed. Winter continued to lie with his eyes closed until he heard Violetta's steps and asked her to stay together for a while. Violetta asked in surprise how he knew about her arrival, and Winter replied that Violetta's gait was different from others, and he always recognized her. She said that she learned everything from Hale that Winter drank heavily yesterday. Suddenly, Violetta noticed a cut on Winter's neck and asked what happened yesterday. He replied that he didn't remember anything because he was very drunk. Violetta wanted to take a closer look, but Winter removed her hand and said that it was the doctor's concern. And suddenly Violetta said that she forgives Winter for his suspicions of infidelity because she understands that he himself became a victim of circumstances. Winter took Violetta's hand, placed it on his cheek, and looked tenderly at his wife. A minute later, Winter came out into the hallway and told Hale to immediately bring snacks into the room. He returned to Violetta and said that they needed to choose a suitable outfit for her for the hotel opening ceremony. Then he put his arm around his wife and said that he would be glad to see her at the party. When choosing an outfit, Winter recommended wearing something blue or white, but Violetta would prefer a neutral color. Later, Violetta was sitting and drinking her favorite tea. and suddenly she accidentally saw a newspaper from Lackround on the table. After scanning the headlines, she asked if Winter knew the Marquis of Heston's family. When Winter replied that they were the most powerful family in Lackround, Violet handed him a newspaper and suggested that he read an advertisement from their family. The article stated that Curzon Heston was asking for protection from King Lackround. Winter realized that Ash's intentions were to revive the royal family. Violet responded that the long-standing dissolution of the royal family was pointless, and Ash should definitely notify everyone of the changes at the ceremony. Ash will make himself a constitutional monarch, responsible for all known events in the country, and will gradually become president. Violetta said that, judging by the article, Ash wants to regain power, but he does not have enough money to involve the Hestons in this matter. Curzon Heston was 47 years old and became the new Marquis of Heston, having recently lost his wife. But Violetta thought that there could be a connection between Ash and the Marquis of Heston. Did Ash really intend to marry her off again? And Violetta firmly decided that this time she would no longer be silent. Alone with her own thoughts, Violetta noticed that Winter was unpleasant about this conversation. She apologized to her husband and said that it was better to run away than to end up near the altar again. Violet thought that this time she would not allow Ash to use her against her will. An excited Jen ran into the room. In her hands, she was holding a very revealing dress that Winter had bought for Violetta for visiting the Cannock Tavern. Jane added that the president conveyed that he expected a negative reaction from Violetta and asked him to convey that this dress was very inexpensive. A minute later, boxes were brought into Violetta's house containing shoes and matching accessories to her outfit. Violetta remembered that last time Winter also suddenly invited her to the hotel opening ceremony, and now he deliberately offers her another date. Finally, the carriage arrived at the main entrance, and Winter, approaching the carriage, waited impatiently for Violetta to appear. Opening the carriage door and seeing Winter, Violetta asked why he was looking at her so strangely, because he himself suggested wearing this dress for her. Seeing that Violetta had cut her hair, he was upset that she did not ask his permission or consult. Violet questioned why she had to do this, to which Winter replied that he simply didn't care. Winter replied that he likes Violetta in any form, and if she decided to cut her hair, now he likes short hair. Violetta admitted that she didn't actually cut her hair. It's just that Jen is very skilled at styling her hair. And then Winter said that he liked long hair again, and Violetta laughed. Having taken a free table, Winter asked if Violetta was familiar with any dishes. Violetta read the menu and said that this was the first time she had seen such names. Winter replied that in this case they would choose from foreign ones, because that's what nobles do. He called the waiter and said that he wanted to order yuxin, and suddenly enthusiastic exclamations were heard around him, since Sir Winter ordered this particular dish. Violet asked what this dish was, to which Winter replied that it was a traditional meal that the locals made when they heard good news. When yuxin was brought, Violetta tried it and said that it was the most delicious dish she had tasted in Cannock. At that moment, a guy approached their table and, introducing himself as an artist, said that, according to local tradition, he could apply any design to Violetta's body. Winter instantly jumped up from the table and, taking the boy by the chest, sharply asked how he could offer to draw something on the princess's body. And then Violetta replied that she would not mind getting acquainted with the local national pattern. Half an hour later, on Violetta's shoulder, there was a snake exactly the same as Winter's. Winter asked why Violetta did this and followed their national tradition, to which Violetta replied that Winter also follows traditions, and even named the hotel after his name. Winter said that the opening ceremony of the hotel would be in a couple of days, and this drawing would not have time to disappear, and Violetta said that she agreed to go this way. Violetta replied that it seemed to her that Winter had invited her to the hotel opening ceremony insincerely, because when inviting her on this date, Winter simply bought her a dress and conveyed her plans through the maid. Winter replied that he realized his mistake, and holding out his hand to Violetta, asked if she agreed to go with him to the opening ceremony. Winter added that nobles from Lackround would be present there, and if Violetta thought she would feel uncomfortable, she could refuse. But on the other hand, she can feel like a real wife of the owner there, because he will always be next to her. Violetta replied that if they are always together at the ceremony, then she accepts the invitation. There was enough time left before the ceremony began, and Winter and Violetta decided to check if everything was ready to receive guests. Walking into the hotel lobby, Winter said that everything had to be perfect, impressive, but not annoying. After some time, Violetta said that she needed to go home and change clothes, since this outfit was not suitable for this event. Approaching the elevator, Winter replied that Violetta did not need to return, and she would find everything she needed in this hotel. On the second floor of the hotel, there was a cozy and spacious living room. Winter opened the doors to the dressing room and said that here she would find everything she needed, and all the outfits were already here. Violetta looked at Winter in surprise, and he replied that she should not worry. All the outfits correspond to her size. Violetta reminded Winter that she asked not to give her expensive gifts, to which he replied that she should not consider them gifts. It belongs to him, and Violetta can simply use it. Violetta said that she needed to change clothes and asked Winter to leave the dressing room. But suddenly, Winter began to untie her belt and said that he would like to help her try on the outfit she had chosen. He said that there was nothing wrong with this because they were still husband and wife, and approached Violetta to kiss her. Violetta asked why Winter was breathing so quickly, and he replied that she too was breathing very quickly. She said she felt strange. She clutched Winter's shirt tightly and her body trembled. Winter replied that these are instincts, everyone has them, and there is no need to deny this. Winter looked into Violetta's eyes and told her to cast aside shame and listen to her body. Violetta didn't have time to respond before Winter grabbed her in his arms and she found herself on the bed. When Winter began to kiss her knees, Violetta felt constrained and asked to wait until night. But Winter said that she had already given her consent. When Winter's hand was under Violetta's skirt, she, feeling a sense of shame, wanted to ask him to stop, but her head began to spin. A few hours later, Winter, taking a shower, fondly recalled everything that happened between him and Violet. Violet, still feeling ashamed, asked Winter why he did this to her and not in the same way as before. Winter reminded her that she did not refuse and that she herself was not against what happened this time. He leaned over Violetta and said that this was exactly how he imagined life in marriage. He added that this is how everything should be without embellishment, making love like animals, looking straight into each other's eyes. And Violetta realized that Winter dreamed of the same thing she dreamed of. She said that at times it hurt her that she didn't understand Winter earlier. Looking into Winter's eyes, Violetta asked for forgiveness for not knowing him at all before. Smiling, Winter hugged Violetta, and she added that this time she understood everything. He said that they could have a snack and a walk now and later have dinner together. A minute later, there was a cart in the living room with potato chips and a milkshake. Violetta considered the potatoes to be the main dish and the cocktail to be the dessert, but she had never tried eating both together, and she really liked it. Winter was informed that the Lacron delegation had already left the Principality of Dos. Winter replied that it means the ship will be with Kanika tomorrow. He added that there are sea routes between the continents, so the Principality of Dos is very convenient to use as a stopping point. Winter said that Ferron, who is like a brother to Violetta, also agrees with this. Feeling jealous, Winter said that he could act as if he were Violetta's brother. Violetta replied that she could not treat Winter as a brother because he was her first love. Winter took Violetta by the hands and asked what she was feeling towards him now. She replied that sometimes her heart was pounding, and at the same time she felt the stone in her chest. Violetta added that despite all this, she still intends to divorce Winter. She reminded Winter that the beginning of their relationship was that he did not marry her for love. Winter jumped up and said, "What difference does it make? What happened before? Now a lot has changed." But Violetta continued to say that he would meet his love. They would have children, and Winter would finally be happy. She added that Winter exchanged love for money and asked that he not do this in his next relationship. In order not to worsen the situation, Winter said that he needed to work and asked Violet to invite the neighbors to dinner. Walking out the door, Winter thought that he had ruined everything again. There was only despondency between him and Violetta. Winter was still haunted by the idea that he had to find a way to die. Winter saw Hale, who said that these were Lacron's newspapers, and the younger lady asked to bring them to read. Winter was surprised that Violetta was reading Lacron's newspapers and suggested that perhaps she was worried about the inheritance. Winter tore the information from the newspaper, an article that said that an employee had died while testing a balloon. Seeing the secretary's surprised look, Winter explained that he was interested in balloons and told him to take the newspapers to Violetta. A neighbor, while receiving cosmetic procedures from Violetta, asked why she wanted to divorce the man who provided her with a happy and luxurious life. Looking into her mug of tea, Violetta replied that she was divorcing Winter because she believed that he did not love her. The girl asked if her uncle really didn't confess his love to her. Violetta replied that he did, but then she was disappointed. Violetta told her neighbor that Winter believed he would be loved simply because he had money. Violet would really like to see what Winter looks like when he's really in love. And then the day came for the opening ceremony of the Conic Hotel in the Chiron area. Winter stood on the hotel porch and politely greeted the arriving guests. Suddenly, Winter saw his parents arrive, but he was most surprised by the fact that he did not invite them, but they arrived. The mother took Winter's hand and said that it was necessary to eliminate all misunderstandings because they did not give any instructions to the doctor about Violetta. Winter pulled his hand back and said that his decision would not change. He knew everything and his mother should not lie to his face. The Duchess again tried to justify herself, saying that she hoped that this medicine, on the contrary, would help pregnancy. The father added that they had no reason to give Violetta the wrong medications. Perhaps the doctor himself made the wrong diagnosis and is now blaming them. Winter replied sharply that in any case they should have talked to him about this topic. And then the Duchess could not stand it and said that Winter himself did not care about Violetta when she sat and waited for him. Winter does not know how to give love and does not accept it himself. The next second, she added in a soft voice that Winter was their son and he should trust them. Winter couldn't send his parents away in front of the guests, and he had to allocate a hotel room for them. The Duchess indignantly said that this room was much smaller than the one they usually stay in, to which Winter replied that there were no more rooms. He was about to go out, as his father asked him if his son really intended to resume his relationship with Violetta. Winter replied that they shouldn't worry about it. He and Violetta intended to get a divorce. When they were alone, the Duke said that he could bear it no longer and suggested that the Duchess make Winter heir, as Violet had advised. The Duchess sharply replied that he had not even thought about what would happen to Dave if Winter, whom she had not even given birth to, became the heir. She listened to the Duke talk about how if she stood her ground, her social life would soon end. Meanwhile, more and more guests arrived for the hotel opening ceremony. Winter and Violetta looked amazing. From the outside, it even seemed that they were an ideal and happy married couple. Winter asked who Violetta wanted to say hello to, since the hero of the evening should be the first to say hello. Violetta thanked Winter for the compliment and said that, in fact, he was the hero and host of the evening. Violetta headed towards Jen to greet her friend and her companion. Jen smiled at Violet and complimented her, saying that her dress was gorgeous. She then introduced Sir Aus, saying that he was Farron's friend. Jen explained that Farron was very busy and could not come, so she took Aus with her since he is always free. Winter quietly told Violet that this was not entirely true because Farron and Aus were supposed to arrive on the same ship. At that moment, the Duke and Duchess of Blooming came down into the hall. The Duchess immediately approached Violetta and asked why she had not contacted her all this time, since they were not very worried about her. Winter observed his mother's behavior perhaps from the outside. It all seemed sweet, but he saw that his mother was acting in a feigned manner. The Duchess added that Violetta looks great and her dress is very chic. Violetta replied that now she can afford beautiful dresses and does not follow their family tradition. Winter asked if Violetta didn't wear beautiful dresses, following some tradition that he doesn't even know about. He asked if, following some kind of tradition, Violetta sent the dresses he bought back to him, to which Violetta replied that she did not understand what they were talking about. And then Winter realized that Violetta didn't wear these dresses not because she didn't like them, but because she simply didn't even receive them. Looking menacingly at his mother, Winter asked her if there was anything else he didn't know. The Duchess tried to justify herself, telling her son that she could not calmly look at what was happening between them because she was his mother. Violetta told Winter's parents that she wanted to tell them something and asked them to step aside with her. Going out into another room, the Duchess was the first to start a conversation, saying that Violetta took everything from her son, so she did not want to give her the dresses bought by Winter. But Violetta did not want to listen to the Duchess's hysterics, and only asked if they would give Winter the status of a duke. After these words, Violetta saw the Duchess's gaze, full of hatred and anger. The next second, the Duchess changed and said that she loved both sons equally, and there had never been a case where a stranger became an heir. Violet said that Winter even knew the colors of his family. He did not receive a proper education, and they took advantage of his loneliness. Violetta added that she would never be able to forgive them for this, and would tell everyone about everything. But as Violetta said, they can forget about it, despite the fact that the Dukes gave her an incomprehensible, dubious medicine. Violetta insistently demanded that the Dukes appoint Winter as heir to the Blooming family. The Duchess nervously replied that this would never happen, although she considers Winter her son. Someone's dirty blood flows in him. The Duchess added that Violetta and Winter would soon divorce and she would leave. That would be enough for her son. Violetta replied that the Duchess was mistaken and she would never be a stranger to Winter. Even after the divorce, if Winter gets lonely, she will always be there because she values their relationship. Violetta, said the Duchess, if Winter had grown up in love, he would have loved something else besides money. She added that she was very sorry that the Duchess did not understand that if Winter became the heir, then everyone would benefit. Violetta threatened that if the Dukes did not agree to her terms, she would be forced to make a request to the senior representatives of the family. Leaving the Dukes in bewilderment, Violetta went to the hotel to see Winter. When she returned, Winter excitedly asked what they were talking about. Violetta calmly replied that they did not talk about anything that was important. Friend Violetta noticed on his hand a watch that she had once given as a gift and was surprised, because Winter adhered to the principle of never wearing the same thing twice. Winter told Violet if she was tired, they could go inside and rest. But suddenly something washed over Winter. He took Violetta's hands and said that he was very guilty of her. He will never forget that terrible day when they once again swapped bodies. That day he saw Violetta's death with his own eyes. It was the most terrible thing he saw in his life. Violetta asked Winter for forgiveness and said that now she does not want to die. Winter replied that he was a fool and did not understand what Violetta was feeling, and now he is afraid and wants to be sure that she will not die again. He looked at Violetta and admitted that he considered her his first love. Violetta was frightened by Winter's words, and in order to avoid further conversation, she invited him to dance. They began to dance, and Violetta asked how he felt at that moment. Winter smiled and said he didn't think dancing was so much fun. Violetta smiled back at him and said that she was very glad that Winter was feeling better. Winter said he truly has had as much fun as he's never had in years. Violet snuggled up to Winter and said she liked it too. After the ceremony, Violet sat in the living room and told Winter that the party had left her exhausted. Winter sat down next to her, put her feet on his lap and took off her shoes. As he began to massage her legs, Violetta thought that there were things she didn't understand, and his attentiveness was one of them. And suddenly she saw a newspaper lying next to her on the cabinet. When she asked why the sheet was torn out, Winter replied that there was an article there, and now he wanted to try his hand at the airplane business. He invited Violetta to imagine that they could easily travel between continents. Violetta replied that as a child she was very surprised when she learned that the airship had made a successful flight. Winter said that he also remembers this news. He was then 14 years old, and Violetta was probably 8. The next day, Violet was sitting in the coffee room where her brother Ash invited her, saying that he needed to talk to her. Ash slowly drank his tea and told Violetta about the Heston family's plans. Violetta replied that she thought differently about them and that they were honest people. The brother replied that there was nothing wrong with that, and people like her husband Winter quickly weeded out and were trash. Violetta said, if Ash is trying to use her marriage for his own benefit, then she is against such a proposal. The brother replied that a divorced princess, even a former one, would always be humiliated and measures should be taken to avoid this. Ash added that the Hestons treat her very well, and they should definitely take advantage of this moment. Violetta replied that, knowing the Hestons, they would not have done this and would not have exchanged honor for money. The brother replied so that Violetta should not rush to answer and think about it, because not everyone receives such an honor. She replied that she did not need time to think. Violetta would never do such a thing, even for the sake of her family. Violet firmly added that her husband was Winter Blooming, and for 3 years she had thought that he hated her to the core. And now, no matter how hard Ash tries, he will not be able to compare with her husband. Violet chose the right moment to end the conversation and leave Ash. Approaching the elevator, she met her friend Jen and her companion. The friend said that they had already had lunch and would like to take a walk in the park located around the hotel. Jen pulled out a credit card and showed it to Violet, bragging that Sir Winter had given it to her. Taking Violetta by the arms, she suggested they take a walk together, and Violetta agreed. But the next moment she refused the walk, saying that she promised to find Winter. Violetta was already becoming uncomfortable with the fact that the guest was following her on the heels of the very meeting with Ash, and she wanted to meet Winter as soon as possible. And suddenly Violetta saw a familiar female silhouette in the corridor. Violetta did not expect to be able to meet Pym here and called out to her. The girl warmly told Violetta that she had heard that workers were being hired here, which is why she came here. Violetta looked at the girl with suspicion and asked since when she became her husband's subordinate. Pym replied that she used to work at the Conic Prix Hotel in the capital of La Crounda, but she had to return home to her parents. The girl added that when she did not know how to take care of Rena, Hale contacted her at that moment. Without saying a word, Violetta continued to look reproachfully at the girl and listened to what she told her. The girl asked Violetta not to look at her like that and added that without her, she lived in fear. The village elder sent people here to prevent others from driving Violetta out. But fortunately, Pim was nearby at that moment and drove them away. The girl added that the peasants contacted her, then helped Violetta, and will help again and again simply because she likes Violetta. Pim laughed and said that she also really loved money. The girl added that the president knew from the very beginning that Violetta was here, and he was interested in many things. Pim added that Winter wanted to know what Violetta was eating, what she was doing, whether she was sick, and whether she was happy. Then both girls turned around and saw Winter approaching them. Pim asked Violetta not to tell her husband about their conversation. Violetta promised that she would do so. Winter approached Violetta and asked what she was doing here because he was looking for her and worried about her. Violet said that she knew that due to her lack of time at work, Winter had hired spies to keep an eye on her. Winter apologized and replied that it was the only thing he could do to keep her safe. Winter took his wife by the hands and asked her not to leave again. Violetta looked at her husband and said that it seemed that she could no longer live alone. After a short silence, she said that she agreed to return with Winter to Lacround. Winter smiled and said that Violetta was doing the right thing, and she would definitely like everything. He continued to hold her hands and said that they would live separately in this house. Winter added that if Violetta stayed, she could inherit a fortune. Violetta replied that she did not need money, but Winter said that she should have it. Winter said that they need to go, and if she is bored, then Violetta can invite her neighbor, Sophia, as a guest. After some time, the whole village knew that Violetta was leaving, and the residents did not want to let her go because everyone had become very friendly. Winter silently watched Violetta, and then asked if she had finished getting ready. Sighing, Violetta replied that she was very sorry to leave this house. She liked it, to which Winter replied that he was going to move the house to Lacround. He added that the house is a good place to sleep, and he intends to install it in the house's garden. When the house was dismantled and loaded onto the ship, Violetta and Winter were already sitting on the train, and she was carefully reading some article from the newspaper. After reading to the end, Violetta asked why Winter gave the hotel to Ash and the Hestons. Winter replied that the Hestons were the lords of the North, and if he did not do this, there would be disagreement and protests. Violetta replied that Ash, having taken possession of the hotel, shows with all his appearance that Winter supports him in the revival of the royal family. He added that because of the political games, he could not refuse the client. Violetta said that she knew why Earl Heston forgot about honor and wanted to marry her. Winter looked at Violetta in surprise and said that he did not understand what she was talking about. She reminded Winter that after the divorce, she would receive a considerable fortune. Violetta said that the Hestons would like to have it, but she had already refused them. In the next moments, Winter shouted at Hale and told him to urgently cancel the deal with the Hestons for the hotel account. Hale warned that Winter might be in trouble, but he shouted that Heston planned this only to marry Violetta. When the carriage arrived at the house, it was already almost dark outside. Violetta said that the house was dark, and she could not see the outline of the building. Winter replied that he wanted to show Violetta something and asked her to look behind the gate. She timidly pressed the button and saw a stunning picture. Violetta first saw the house in which they would live and was completely delighted. Winter felt excited at the thought that Violetta, after the divorce, would get married and have children from another man. Winter looked at Violetta and said that after the divorce they would separate and she might forget him. Violetta smelled the plucked flower and replied that it was impossible to forget first love. After a short silence, Violetta added that no one cared about her as much as Winter. Violetta decided to ask Winter why he was in the hotel business. He told Violetta that when he ran away from the restaurant, he had nowhere to sleep. Then, with the last of his money, he rented a luxurious room in the most expensive and famous hotel in the South. And for the first time in his life, he slept peacefully, without fear of being beaten. This hotel agreed to give him shelter because they knew his father well, and later they knew Winter too. Looking at Violetta, Winter asked if she was really interested in knowing about all this. Violetta smiled and replied that he was telling an interesting story, much better than she expected. Winter looked at his wife again and said that he hoped that everything would end here and a better time would come. It was deep night, but Violetta did not sleep and looked at the ceiling. She called out to Winter. He did not respond, and Violetta got out of bed. Winter, returning to the bedroom, saw that Violetta was gone, and bottles of wine and medicine were lying on the floor. Entering the living room, Winter saw a terrible picture. Violetta stood with a revolver in her hands and looked out the night window. He rushed at his wife as fast as he could to try to stop her. But Violetta had already raised her hand and presented the revolver to her temple. He let out a cry of fear, bitterness, and despair. He had already seen this picture when Violetta committed suicide, leaving the estate at night. Winter fell to his knees. It was the end. He lost the meaning of life. The next moment, Winter felt Violetta shaking his shoulder and constantly repeating his name. Having finally woken up and opened his eyes, Winter extended his hand to Violetta. His body was covered in cold sweat. The next moment, Winter hugged Violetta tightly to him. Violet asked what happened and why Winter was screaming. Then Kael came in and told Violetta that the president had nightmares very often. Violetta saw a bottle of alcohol and pills on the bedside table and wondered if this really should be there. Hale replied that they tried many methods, but this is the only thing that helps the president sleep. She saw Winter reach for a bottle of pills and said she shouldn't do that because overdosing was dangerous. Violetta asked what Winter dreamed about, but he, without answering her questions, put the pills in his mouth. She asked her husband that Winter should at least not take the pills with alcohol. Winter replied that Violetta herself had once done this. She remembered that it really happened. That day she washed down the pills with wine when she wanted to poison herself. A minute later, Winter put Violetta into bed next to her and asked them to sleep together. He again hugged Violetta to himself and quietly said that soon he would let her go forever. Winter said that spring is a very beautiful time of year, but it will soon end just like everything will end between them. After a few minutes, he calmed down and became quiet, continuing to hold Violetta in his arms. At that moment, she really wanted to see Winter's face, and she asked quietly if he was sleeping. Waking up in the morning and not finding Winter, Violetta asked the servants where her husband was. The girl replied that the president had just left for negotiations regarding the Hestons. Violetta began to think about how she could spend time alone. Sitting down at her desk, Violet took out a piece of paper and a pen. Thinking that the Heston family is not the only one who wants to profit from the royal family, there are other people who also do not accept Ash. She decided to write letters to them, telling them about the current situation and asking for help. Violet decided that she would first send letters to families in good standing who had sided with Ash. At that moment, a servant came into the room and said that Violetta's mother, Queen Ella Felicia, had arrived. Violetta replied that the weather was good today and asked to be taken to the balcony. A few minutes later, they were sitting at the summer dining table and drinking tea. The mother took a sip and asked if Violetta could live here alone for a whole year. Violetta replied that Kirin is a wonderful city. Her mother asked how Winter was doing, and then added that she knew that they were going to get a divorce. Violetta thoughtfully replied that a lot has changed recently. She replied that she and Winter spend a lot of time together now. The mother said it looks like they both aren't fighting as much over the property. Violetta replied that Winter was going to leave everything to her. And the mother said, "Are they really talking now about a person who sees nothing around him except money?" And then she added that it looked like the Hestons still had some dignity left. Violet realized that her mother had come here at Ash's request and asked what her brother had said. The mother replied that he said that Violetta would marry one of the Hestons. She added that the Rorances, Hestons, and Bloomings agreed with Ash's opinion. Violetta replied that neither she nor her husband thought so. The mother said that she did not marry Violetta's father for love, but they were both from noble families. Violetta replied that spouses must sacrifice something for each other. This was always a condition of the marriage contract among the Lacruns. The mother replied that of course we need to sacrifice for each other, but we can love another. The mother added that Violetta was old enough to understand what she was talking about. Violetta replied sharply that she was not born to be a commodity for exchange. She added that she did not expect her mother to have such an opinion and told her not to even count on the slightest share of her property. Violet said that her mother could tell Ash that he would not receive a penny. The mother replied that Violet already has a lot of things, but Ash has nothing. The mother began to beg Violetta to take care of her brother at least once. Violetta replied that the mother does not have the right to decide for other people's families, and if they do not want the wedding to be without a bride, then she should not force her to do it. The mother was indignant at how Violetta could say such a thing because she raised and educated her. Violetta replied that she also did not understand how her mother could have such an opinion and suggest that Violetta commit such an act. The mother still wanted to add something, but Violetta asked the servant Lulu to make sure that her mother got home safely. Mother said that Ash was right in that Violet had become very much like Winter and saw nothing but money. Violetta turned and dryly replied that they would now take her home. Angeli stood opposite Winter and was categorically against his proposal. Winter pushed the letter towards him and asked if he had read the letter carefully. Anjali took the letter and read the text written by Violetta again. In the letter, she insisted that Lawrence stop using her husband. They had no right to demand anything from him. Compensation is also a worthy reward for his efforts to protect her family. Winter said this was his last word, and he was calling for the hotel deal to be canceled. He added that the Hestons have common sense and should not rebel over such a small thing. Anjali replied that they would, because the relationship between them was not that good. Winter said it didn't matter because nobles didn't act like children. Anjali replied that this was a matter of honor, not childishness. It was easier for an aristocrat to agree to war than to put up with insults. He added that he also has no pride, because the president often steps on it. Winter apologized and asked to cancel the real estate deal. Anjali replied that Winter was asking for the impossible, because it was not in his power. Winter replied that he had said everything and he needed to go meet Violetta. Winter opened the door and saw Violet, who asked if he had heard the sound of her steps. Angie tried to explain to Winter that they couldn't ruin their relationship with the Hestons. He added that although they have expanded, they should never abandon business in the north. Anjali reproached Winter for thoughtlessly opening the airship business, although now was not the right time. Perhaps this will bring profit in the future, but we cannot refuse the market in the north. Then Violetta intervened and apologized for coming at the wrong time. And then she said she was very sorry that Winter made the wrong decision. She added that she didn't want Winter to get into trouble at the company because of her, and he should stick to his plan. Violetta said that since this is her marriage, she will decide everything herself, and Winter asked what she was going to do. Violetta replied, since there is not much time left, she will stay a little away. Winter asked worriedly if Violetta really wanted to run away again. She reassured her husband, saying that she was not going to run away anywhere. They just needed to be apart for a while. Winter sighed, realizing that he could not influence his wife's decision, and only offered to help her find a place to sleep. Ash was in his office and was angry at his sister for refusing his proposal and recently becoming impudent and selfish. At that moment, assistants came in and reported that visitors had arrived to Ash, and they were standing right at the gates of the capital. He added that these were the wives of salt miners who came to plead for the miners trapped in the mines after the collapse. At first, Ash wanted to drive them away, but then he agreed to meet with them because he had an idea. Winter helped Violetta out of the carriage and asked how her picnic was, to which she replied that the flowers were simply magnificent. And then they saw an alarmed Jen running towards them. She said that the miners' wives had arrived and that there seemed to be trouble in the north. After some time, Violetta received the miners' wives in the tea room to listen to their problems. She learned that Ash was asking her to help the miners trapped under the rubble. She was surprised that the miners had been trapped for 48 hours, and Ash had only now asked for help. Violetta informed the miners' wives that there was a brigade of firefighters in the capital who went to the royal palace when needed. Now they are not busy with anything, and Violetta promised that she would urgently turn to them for help. She added that the matter could not be delayed and that it needed to be started right now. Walking out into the hallway, Violetta ran into Winter, who asked where she was going to go. Violetta replied that she urgently needed to get to the fire department. Winter replied that she was crazy and why she couldn't remain indifferent. Violet was outraged why Winter didn't care at the moment when she wanted to help. Winter replied that he was not like anyone else in this capital. He was not like them, even if he was from the same clan. Violetta asked what the name of his clan was and what the tattoos were on his body. She wanted to know why Winter knew so much about their culture if he didn't even live with them. Winter shouted that he didn't care about them and Violetta wasn't going anywhere. Violetta replied that she would go anyway because for her the miners are Winter at the age of 5. She always thought that she would like to come to his aid at that time. The fire brigade suggested that it looked like they were all dead and it was a futile job. The brigade chief added that none of the firefighters would enter there to save strangers. Unable to help the miners, Violetta felt worthless, but she did everything she could. And then Violetta heard a carriage approaching her from behind. It was Vice President Eaglin and Dr. Beryl, who were trying to catch up with Violet. The doctor fell to his knees in front of her, and Eaglin asked if it was his head that she wanted to tear off. Looking at the doctor, Violetta answered Eaglin that the execution required careful consideration. She added that she would deal with this later, but now it was more important to help the villagers. The doctor replied that he was ready to help for free if Violetta would forgive him. Eaglin said that Violetta had been away from home for a long time and whether she had contacted the president. Winter stood on the balcony, holding a telescope, and the assistants wondered whether this was really necessary. Winter replied that his wife had never contacted strangers before. Hale asked in surprise if the president was going to exhibit the latest aeronautics technology. The specialist told Winter that everything was ready and he could move forward. He added that he had brought sticky explosives, an electric drill, and a few other things. Returning to the firefighters, Violetta asked how long they were going to sit idle. The commander replied that if you put pressure on the firefighters, nothing will change. Violetta saw empty bottles lying around and asked how they could drink while working. One of the firefighters replied that they are always drunk. If they don't drink, they will become lazy. Then Iglin came up and said that these were people from the Royal Rescue Team. They obey only the king and carry out only his commands. She added that Violetta's weakness is that she does not know how to use her advantage, and it is better to turn to the president to solve this problem. Violetta returned to the firefighters and said that they work under the royal family, but act as if they work in a small municipal district. Violetta sternly said that she gave them an order, and they disobeyed. Perhaps they should tell the royal family about this. She asked if they intended to carry out the order of Princess Lacraunda. The commander knelt before Violetta, apologized for his impudent behavior, and said that they would immediately begin work. Violetta was afraid that the miners were already dead, and wondered what would happen to their families and children. Violetta sat down under a tree and cried bitterly. She was afraid that it was too late. The next moment, Violetta shuddered in surprise. Someone took her hand. He expressed his outrage that Violetta was still here. Violetta asked if she really had to report every time that she would be home a little later. Winter replied that he should always know where his wife was and what time she would be home. Violetta replied that this is a mutual desire, and she also wants to know when Winter comes home from the office. Winter replied that if she was interested, he could tell her his location every time. Winter told Violet that he wanted to show her the car he had purchased. Returning home, Winter showed her some kind of machine and remote control. Violetta said in surprise that it looked like a children's toy, but this was the first time she had seen one. Winter explained that this is a device with which you can monitor everything that happens outside. In addition, you can find out the absence or presence of people in the building because this device is no larger than a plum. Violetta thought about the miners and exclaimed that with this device the work would go much faster and safer. And so the remote control was in the hands of the fire department commander, and the device was sent into a crevice in the rubble. Violetta stood behind and watched carefully. She asked excitedly if there were any signals. The commander replied that the firefighters had not found anyone yet, but if the miners were alive, then they should be in the 21st tunnel. He added that if the device does not detect any signs there, then there is a high probability that the miners are already buried. Violetta suggested that at the moment of the collapse, the miners could have gone to another tunnel and remained alive. The commander replied that he would expand the search radius and went to the fire brigade. Suddenly, the rope tied to the device and lowered down began to twitch actively. Violetta quickly took the stone and began tapping some signals on the ground. Iglin, standing next to her, watched Violetta in surprise because even she did not know such a sound alphabet. Having received beeps in response, Violetta reported that it seemed like 18 people were alive there. The commander answered Violetta that they had already discovered their supposed location and would now send a brigade there to search. Violetta thanked the fire brigade in advance and asked them not to neglect their own safety. Violetta was surprised that Winter did not remain indifferent on the sidelines, but took part in the excavations along with the firefighters. She walked up to her husband and carefully wiped the underside of Winter's chest with her handkerchief. Winter brushed the curls out of her face and noticed that she seemed very cute to him now. Violetta asked if there was anything she could do to help, and Winter advised her to lie down and get some rest. Suddenly, the fire department commander shouted that he heard some noise from underground. He told Violet that the miners had been found, and although the hole was too small, he would send someone there to check. Violetta firmly answered that she also intended to go there. A few minutes later, Winter lightly patted Violetta on the helmet and said that they would go together. She thanked her husband for not remaining indifferent to her side. Half an hour later, a fireman appeared and managed to pull the first miner out from under the rubble. One of the women recognized her husband and was immensely happy that he was alive. Dr. Barrel ordered the wounded man to be urgently taken to the tent to provide him with the necessary assistance. A woman and child cried and hugged their father and husband. Violetta looked at the reunited family and was glad that everything that could have happened was already behind. Winter approached Violetta, put his arm around her shoulders, and said that thanks to her, the family had avoided great grief. It was already deep night when the commander announced that the last rescued miner had been brought to the surface. He was immediately placed on a stretcher and sent to the tent in which Dr. Barrel was working. Winter approached Violetta and said that they needed to return because they had already been here for more than a day. Winter felt Violetta begin to lose consciousness and urgently called the doctor. Violetta lay in bed, looked at Winter, and could not remember how her trip to the rubble ended yesterday. Winter explained that Violetta fainted due to severe physical and nervous exhaustion. Violet ran her hand over Winter's body. It seemed to her that his muscles had become harder and his body stronger. Winter took his wife's hand and asked why she touched him at every possible opportunity. She replied that in this way she simply wanted to wake up Winter. But Winter said that Violetta takes his hand even in those moments when they are not in bed. Violet felt awkward and said she wouldn't do it again, but Winter said she could do it any time. They later arrived at the village square, where a celebration was taking place for the rescued miners. Winter gently pushed her forward and told her to go and receive words of gratitude from the wives of the surviving husbands. Violetta extended her hand to her husband and said that she wanted them to go together. Walking around the square with Winter, Violetta saw grateful glances from the rescued miners. Back home, Winter told Violet at dinner that wherever she went, there would be a crowd. He noticed some kind of envelope in Violetta's hands and asked if she also received letters. She replied that she had received this letter of gratitude from the miners and their wives. They thanked Violetta for the fact that, despite her status, she took an active part in the rescue operation and thanks to which their families are now together and happy. Winter thought that being next to Violetta made him feel weaker every day. The carriage in which Violetta and Winter were traveling to meet Ash had already entered the capital of La Crounda. Winter said that the trip was very exhausting for his wife, and it would be better for her to stay at home and not go on such a long journey. She remembered the village festival and how the miners' wives, seeing her off, said that they did not hope for help, just as neither Ash nor the other aristocrats helped. Then, refusing to help them personally, he said that he would transfer their problem to another aristocrat. The miners' wives were immensely happy because Violetta was entrusted with the solution to their problem. Violetta still didn't understand why Ash entrusted this matter to her when he himself was indifferent to the grief of the miners' wives. Suddenly, the carriage jerked sharply and stopped. Winter wanted to see what happened and looked out the window. And Violetta continued to think that she really would not like to meet her brother in person. Violetta also looked out the window and saw the one whom she least wanted to see now. It was her brother Ash. Winter, adjusting the team of horses, said that Ash seemed to be here not of his own free will, but only because Violet had succeeded. He unbuckled one of the horses from the team, sat Violetta on horseback, and told her to show everyone what she was capable of. The horse walked slowly, and Violet gracefully sat on horseback and approached Ash. Stopping in front of her brother, Violet asked if it was enough for Ash to personally come to greet her. Ash replied that Violet was being disrespectful. He asked her to get off the horse, and then they would talk. Violetta replied that she did not see a king in front of her, before whom she needed to take off her hat and get off her horse. Violetta thanked her brother for giving her the opportunity to help people and receive recognition from them. Violetta said that she learned that people in the capital are much kinder and do not spit on others, like her brother. At that moment, Jarek came up and said that his mission was completed and he was waiting for the mistress to let him go. He knelt down, putting his hand to his chest, and said that Violetta could guide him as she saw fit, because everything was in her power. Violetta got off her horse and, thanking Jarek for his good service, said that he could be free. Violet turned without authority, looked at Ash, who hoped that her sister would have more problems, but now she had made her decision and would no longer hesitate, as her brother would have wanted. Returning home, Violetta saw on the table a stack of letters from the royal families, which mainly contained questions about health and invitations to parties. Reading the letters, Violetta thought that she would no longer hide forever, trying to avoid parties and crowded ceremonies. And then Violetta thought about Winter, catching herself thinking, which she was afraid of, that she still, 3 years later, still loved him. She fell in love with Winter at first sight. And after all this time, her heart continues to flutter, and she knows much more about Winter than before. Violetta couldn't understand why she couldn't control her feelings, and went crazy at the mere thought of Winter. At that moment, the door swung open so suddenly that Violetta flinched in surprise. Seeing Winter, Violet said that he was just in time, and she would like to talk to him about the divorce. Winter replied that he had come on the same issue and, showing the papers, said that they needed to visit this place. He then added that Violet needed to learn how to run a hotel. Noticing the surprised look from his wife, Winter explained that most of his property was real estate and hotels, which would become her property. He added that all this was of great value, and hoped that Violetta would manage it all correctly. At that moment, they were informed that Winter's mother, the Duchess of Blooming, had arrived. Winter was unhappy with her arrival and asked what she was doing here. The Duchess replied that she saw nothing wrong with her visiting her daughter-in-law and wanted to talk to her. Violet looked at Winter and politely asked to give them a minute to talk. Winter replied that they would talk about divorce later, but now he would go to work. He handed Violetta the papers and said that after the conversation, he wanted to show her the estate. He closed the door behind him but was agitated, not understanding what Violetta and his mother might be discussing. The Duchess said that, as the Duke had said, Winter was the eldest son and had the right to inherit. But the Duchess herself has not changed her opinion and will give the right of inheritance only to her own children. Violetta replied that she was very sorry that they did not come to a common opinion, and she would have to tell everything to the editor. The Duchess chuckled and asked if she had evidence that she could present to the newspaper. Violetta replied that she had a witness, and this was enough for the Blooming couple to have big problems among the intelligentsia. The Duchess laughed and said that it seemed that Violetta would hold on to the issue of succession to the last. The Duchess added that she would find it difficult to love her son and would consider expelling him from the family. Violetta was surprised how the Duchess could say such a thing, since Winter had done so much for them. The Duchess replied that this had happened before, but now he was not doing anything for them, and if this continued, they would have no reason to consider him their son. Violetta, almost crying, said that Winter loved them and sacrificed a lot for them. The Duchess replied that if Violetta gives up her stupid trick, then so be it. They will give Winter a chance to believe that they love him. She added that before Winter came into their family, he hated the whole world, but thanks to them, they feel loved. Then the Duchess saw some papers and asked Violetta what they were. Violetta replied that this was compensation that she would have to receive after the divorce. The Duchess grinned and replied that Violetta knows how much Winter loves money, and whether Heston or Lawrence, he will still find a way to benefit. Violetta replied that her husband was not like that, and the Duchess knew nothing about her son. Violetta added that if the Duchess is interested, then the papers say that she will receive a hotel, which is located in the north. The Duchess wondered why Violet was getting this hotel because it was supposed to be given to the Hestons. The Duchess stood up and said that, be that as it may, she was not going to give in any case. She looked at the beautiful garden and said that she would like to take a walk here, and then added that this place was great for a reception. The Duchess looked at Violetta and said that she needed to think about where to put the table, and she would definitely consult with her when she wanted to have a party here. Leaving Violetta, the Duchess thought that after she divorced her son, she would become the mistress of this house. Violetta called the jam and asked the servant to do her makeup, because she wanted to look especially good today. When Jen asked what the occasion was, Violet replied that her husband had invited her to visit his work. The design engineer pointed to the drawing and said that now the pilots were not in danger, because they had provided emergency exits. Winter replied that, in his opinion, speed and flight duration were much more important. The engineer replied that safety should also not be neglected. In addition, when it became known that the president would head the institute, the number of test pilots increased significantly. Winter threw away the crumpled piece of paper and said that he was also going to fly and personally try out how it worked. The engineer was surprised by the president's desire and asked him to keep everything secret for now. Winter believed that emergency exits were nonsense, and all his thoughts were occupied only with Violetta. He clearly recalled each of their meetings as if it were just yesterday. Winter stood at the window and eagerly waited for Violetta, who promised to visit his office. Winter quickly followed her halfway and was worried that this could happen if Violetta was late. Approaching Winter, Violetta apologized for being late and said that she was getting ready. Winter and the institute staff saw Violetta and were surprised that she was luxuriously dressed, as if for a reception. Violetta noticed this and, blushing, said that it looked like she had made a mistake with the outfit. Winter laughed and said that probably all wives want to look perfect when they come to their husbands for work. Violetta blushed even more and said that she needed to change clothes, or at least be where there were no people. She herself thought this situation was stupid, and she laughed along with her husband. But Violetta continued to feel so constrained that she even refused to look at the airship. She apologized to Winter and said that she would like to return to the estate. Winter replied that his wife could wear whatever she wanted and should not care about the opinions and judgment of others. Violetta agreed with her husband, but still continued to pull his hand in order to get to the carriage as quickly as possible. Winter showed Violetta a luxurious estate that was located nearby and belonged to him. She said it was a magnificent place and seemed made for ceremonies. Winter replied that, despite the losses, he keeps this place because if you don't hold ceremonies here, it won't pay for itself. Violetta replied that only he has this place. It is a great rarity, and rarity is strength. Winter replied, if it is rare, then there is no choice, even if you hate it. Violetta replied that you can change everything from clothes to watches, but if it's a person, then it won't work. She added that by this she means a family, which is always only one. Winter replied that he could marry again, but for him, Princess Lacranda would always be alone, and this was an exception. Violetta said she was glad to hear that, but that was not what she wanted. She added that she would like to fall in love with a man like Winter, but this is not Winter. Winter replied that there is no richer and more powerful person in the world than him. He needs Violetta, and he values her very much. Violetta wanted to tell her husband that he should have been raised in love, but she was afraid that she would offend him by doing so. And then she asked what Winter thought about Duke blooming. Winter replied that if she meant the title, then a more suitable person would get it. He added that there were cases when stepchildren were crowned, but they were not foundlings, to which Violetta replied that this was because they had not achieved any success in life. Winter said that Violet also sought power, but he was taught not to do that. He sighed and added that his relationship with his parents is not so good now, and no matter how they treat him, Winter will always be a stranger to them. Violetta replied that for him a good relationship is not to beat him, not to starve him, and to give him a place to sleep. She added that if Winter leaves, then no one will look for him, and in fact, their parental love is wrong. Violet went through this herself. She loves her mother and was willing to make sacrifices for Ash, but she was sure that Winter would not do that. She said that although Winter considers the Blooming Dukes his family, he hasn't received the love he deserves from them. Violetta said if Winter didn't have money, they would contact him the same way they do now. Suddenly, Winter pulled his hand back and asked why Violetta brought up this topic about his parents and money. He got so angry that I told Violetta to leave immediately. Violetta had already turned to leave, but Winter said that Violetta wanted to know what nightmare was tormenting him. He added that he constantly sees in your dreams the death of Violetta, how she shoots herself in the temple and he sees it all. All this horror is unfolding right before his eyes and he cannot do anything. He shouted that, apparently, it was not enough for her to take away his sleep. She also wanted to take away his faith in his parents. Winter asked Violetta not to cause him this pain anymore. He doesn't want to feel like he's in hell. Hale came into the office and asked why the president left the younger lady in the villa and returned here alone. Winter asked if everything was okay with Violetta, to which the secretary replied that she was safe, but looked depressed and sad. Winter grabbed his head, and Cale said that he understood that they had quarreled and it was time to get a divorce. Winter complained to the secretary that the princess said that his parents did not like Winter. He said that no one loves him like they do, and Violetta wants to take away his faith and their love. He covered his face with his hands and said that he no longer knew who to trust. There was one day left before the divorce, and Violetta continued to live in the villa where Winter had left her. Violetta looked at the document again and decided not to think about it for now, but to take a walk in the garden. She stood on the porch and thought with regret that if it rained, a lot of flowers would fall. Lulu approached her and asked the younger mistress to take an umbrella with her. When the servant asked what was bothering her, Violetta replied that tomorrow she would have to sign a divorce document. To support junior Miss Lulu, she said that she had prepared a lot of delicious food, and now she needed to eat well to maintain her health. Violetta replied that after the walk she would definitely come back and try everything that Lulu had prepared. Now she was very worried that since that day of separation, Winter had not returned. She understood that she had greatly offended her husband with her words. Perhaps Duchess Casorin was right, because Winter gave them money, and in return received love from them. Violetta understood that she had no right to call their love unreal, and Winter, it seemed, did not need this title at all. Maybe she started all this in vain. Lulu came up from behind and said that she was worried about Violetta. She thought she wasn't feeling well. Violetta replied that a lot of things bother her, and if she doesn't get married again, then she should leave here. She added that she could not stay here after the divorce. This was the only way to avoid marriage. Lulu exclaimed that if Violetta leaves, then Winter will die of melancholy. And then the servant told Violetta about what happened to Winter when the younger mistress left him. That evening, everyone was very scared because a strong man fainted right in the middle of the street. Violetta listened in horror that Winter had lost his mind and went out into the street without a coat and barefoot. He spent a day unconscious, and it was difficult for him to come to his senses. The president continued to believe that Violetta would return. He abandoned work and refused to eat. looked out the window and continued to believe that Violetta was about to appear on the porch. It was only for Violetta that he built such a huge mansion with a beautiful large garden. And then, Violetta said that first you need to have a good breakfast, and then immediately find her husband. She added that she was no longer going to run away from what was happening before her eyes. Violetta promised the servants that she would find a way not to leave here. She urgently needed to meet with her husband and talk about everything frankly. At this time, Winter was sitting in the office of the main office of the Canic Hotels and also read the divorce document again. Hale understood that the president was now thinking about the divorce that was coming tomorrow. And then he dared to tell the president that Violetta was right and his parents really didn't love him. Then Winter jumped up and shouted at Cale for some reason, thinking exactly the same as Violetta. Hale replied that Winter loves his wife and is angry with her for these words, as he would react to the opinions of people who simply obey him. Now Winter wanted to know more, but then he was informed that the Duke, his father, had arrived. When the Duke entered, Winter asked why he had come, whether his friends really needed help. The father replied that he was sorry if Violetta said too much about them, and he came to talk to him about the title. He added no matter what his mother said, Winter was and always will be a son to him. The Duke said that his mother loves him too, but it is very difficult for her to talk about inheritance if it concerns Winter. Winter didn't understand why everyone around him was freaking out about this title, because he didn't even ask for it. He remembered how at one of the receptions Violetta also asked him to leave them alone with his parents. So was it really she who started it all? Winter told his father that his wife had been raising this issue regarding the title for several days in a row, and his father was surprised that Violetta told him about their conversation. Winter replied that his wife told him everything without hiding, but now he had the opinion that he was the only one who thought about it that way. The father became alarmed and told Winter not to believe a single word of his wife, and no one was going to kick him out of the family. Winter listened as her father said that her mother had simply been worried about her lack of finances lately and might have said it in the heat of the moment. But Winter no longer listened to his father. He understood Violetta's words when she tried to tear him away from his family. Winter fell to pieces, and the people he considered his parents greedily picked them up. They didn't care about the plight their son was in. And Violetta turned out to be the only person who tried to collect these fragments and return them to Winter. He pushed Violetta away with his own hand. Winter now considered his own life to be a complete failure. Lulu reported that Winter, after finishing with the hotel, was at the Balloon Research Institute. Violetta replied that she intended to meet her husband and asked that everything be prepared for the trip. The servant replied that everything would be ready after breakfast, then added that she had heard that an experiment with a manned balloon would soon take place. But the cost of research and the airship increased greatly as the engineer insisted on adding emergency exits. Violetta replied that it was still dangerous and there was unlikely to be a brave person ready to fly this aircraft. Lulu was indignant at what this man was thinking, who agreed to this for the sake of money for the family. A heavy downpour began outside the window, and Violetta was wondering who the brave man was who was ready to fly the balloon. Winter sat in the airship chair and watched the weather deteriorate, but believed that this was fortunate. He thought that if he died, no one would regret it, and soon they would completely forget about him. Winter resolutely and firmly grasped the handle of the steering wheel, deciding that this would be best. He thought about how he didn't see Violet smile before he left, but this is even better. Hale stood in front of the door of the president's office and tried to reach out to inform him of the arrival of the younger mistress. Violetta excitedly asked if her husband was really in the office, and the secretary replied that when he went out to meet the younger madam, the president was reading documents. At that moment, an engineer approached them and reported that he had seen the president leave his office. Hale asked if the engineer knew where the president was now, but the engineer replied that he knew nothing. Violetta saw the secretary's genuine excitement and asked what happened. The next moment, all three heard the sound of a motor, and the engineer said in surprise that only he and the president had access to the balloon. Cale did not immediately rush to where the sound of the engine was coming from. Violetta realized that her husband was in the airship and no longer heard the engineer's cries that it was very dangerous to fly a balloon in such weather. No one knew that Winter, thinking only about Violetta, crossed out the emergency exits on the drawing that were supposed to be in the balloon. Winter looked at the stormy sky through the glass. It seemed to him that he heard the sounds of death. But there was complete peace in my soul, and Winter thought that he would soon get out of here. He felt that this was definitely the end of several body swaps that couldn't compare. But Winter could not understand why at this moment he was thinking about Violetta. He had always liked his wife, but he couldn't remember why he regretted marrying her. When he returned home, no one had ever greeted him the way Violetta did. The feeling he was experiencing was so unfamiliar and incomprehensible to him that it was unbearable. Winter thought about how his life might have changed if he had grown up in love, as his wife said, and suddenly he heard an alarm signal on the instruments, notifying of some kind of breakdown. To leave the balloon, he only had to press this lever, but Winter decided not to do this. The next moment, there was an explosion that tore the skin of the balloon, and the airship quickly flew down. Still hoping for something, the engineer tried to signal warning signs on board the airship, but there was no response. Violetta pulled the designer's hand away and frantically began to write Morse code herself, hoping that Winter would answer. At some point, Winter felt the presence of Violetta. He decided that he could not die while she was looking at him and sharply pulled the lever towards himself. But the airship quickly flew down, disappearing in puffs of smoke and flame. Violetta, Hale, and the engineer rushed to the observatory. There was an emergency button for communicating with the airship. The secretary tried again and again to enter the code, but there was no response. He pounded his fist on the table in frustration, nervous that the radio wave wasn't working. Violetta was the last to escape and asked to be given the opportunity to try to enter this code for the emergency exit herself. Hale said that nothing was working due to bad weather. Violet replied that she was not going to give up until she saw Winter. And then, before Violetta's eyes, the airship fell to the ground, and everything around was illuminated with a bright light. Despite the pouring rain, all three ran out into the street and rushed as fast as they could to the supposed crash site. They had already seen the airship, which was lying on the ground and was completely engulfed in flames. Kyle shouted for Violetta not to come closer, as it could be very dangerous there. But Violetta did not listen to the secretary, because Winter was there and he needed help. But then, on the other hand, the engineer shouted that he had found the president. He shouted to one of the workers, and he rushed to urgently bring a stretcher. The rest of the employees ran as fast as they could to the president to make sure that he was alive. Violetta saw Winter, but could not take a single step because she was afraid to see what would be the worst thing in her life. But suddenly Winter raised his head, saw his wife, and quietly whispered her name. Violetta walked up to Winter and covered her mouth with her hands in horror. Thank God he survived. Winter said that when he looks at Violetta, he feels very light and calm. Violetta pressed her husband's head to her and asked him not to talk in order to save his strength. The doctor said that the operation was successful, but the president may need a cane to walk. But when he recovers, everything will be fine. Violetta looked at Winter and considered him the most incredible man, because another person in his place after such a catastrophe could have remained bedridden forever. The doctor looked carefully at Violetta and said that it seemed like she had a fever. Violetta replied that perhaps she caught a cold because of the rain. She answered that Violetta needed to take medicine before it got worse and rest a little. Violetta put her hand on her husband's hand and asked when he would wake up, and the doctor replied that it was unknown, but soon. Before leaving, the doctor said that there was no need to worry so much about him because the president was very strong and resilient. If you needed anything, just call her. At that moment, Hale came in and said that he had an important message for the younger mistress. He said that a will written by the president had just been found in a dresser drawer in the main office. The secretary told Violetta that before the president boarded the airship, his father came to see him. Violetta heard Hale talk about how Winter was expelled from the family and realized that perhaps this was what upset her husband. Without closing her eyes, Violetta sat all night looking at her husband, hoping that he would open his eyes. At that moment, Cale came in. He told Violetta that it was already morning and invited her to sleep. Violetta replied that she could not leave Winter because she was afraid that if he came to his senses, he might do something to himself. But the secretary insisted, telling the younger lady that it was dangerous for her health. Violetta reassured the secretary that she would definitely sleep, but would lie next to Winter on his bed. Left alone, Violetta whispered to her husband that she still could not believe what had happened. At that second, she wanted to be the most necessary and useful person for her husband. But extreme fatigue broke her, and Violetta, holding Winter's hand in hers, fell fast asleep. And then, after a while, Winter's hand trembled, and he squeezed Violetta's hand. After a few moments, he came to his senses and opened his eyes. Violetta woke up, and seeing that the sun was already high, realized that she had been sleeping for a very long time. She turned around and was glad to see that Winter had come to his senses. He seemed to be in no mood at all and asked what she was doing there. Without waiting for her to answer, Winter pulled back the blanket and asked what happened to his leg. Violetta replied that until his leg healed, he would have to walk with a cane for almost a month. After a short silence, Violetta said that she did not understand why Winter punished himself, and then added that Kyle found his will in the table. Winter was silent, and she couldn't understand what he was thinking about now. Violet asked if they could talk now, but suddenly Winter told her to leave, and he didn't want to talk to her. But Violetta insisted that they needed to talk before signing the divorce papers. Winter abruptly removed his hand and asked again for Violetta to leave, and he did not want to talk. He turned away, showing with all his appearance that he did not want to talk to his wife. Violetta said that she knew about the island of Orin, where Winter had prepared a place for her to escape, but it was unlikely to be necessary. Winter asked in surprise if Violetta had really changed her mind and was not going to leave. She added that she had had enough last time when she ran away, not realizing how much difficulty it would bring. After a brief silence, Violetta added that otherwise there would be no other option left. Winter replied that this is not an option, because when they are about to die, it leads to the fact that they simply switch bodies. Violet looked at Winter and said that wasn't what she meant at all, but Winter interrupted her and said that he was very angry with her, because what would she do if they told her that her parents didn't love her? And then he added that despite this, Violetta still would not die, and he would save her in any way. Winter looked at Violetta in surprise when she suddenly asked to cancel the divorce, because a lot had happened that influenced her to change her decision. Violet took Winter's hand again and asked him not to rush into a decision, and if there were any conditions, she would try to fulfill them. She added that in the current situation, this may be the only correct way out, and they can sign an agreement that Winter will file for divorce at any time. It seemed to Violetta that Winter was not listening to her, and in principle, how could she ask something from a person who had recently suffered? Then Winter came to his senses and, seeing that his wife felt bad, said that she had a fever, and Violetta tried to reassure her husband, saying that it was a common cold. He apologized for being irritable because of the pain and said that Violet could stay and rest. Violetta looked at her husband and said that in any case they would need to return to the issue of divorce later. She added that she would understand her husband if he needed time to think, and he replied that no matter what decision he made, she would never raise this issue again. Violetta looked at Winter again and asked for forgiveness for saying too much about his parents. Winter replied so that Violetta would not feel guilty, because she herself had heard perfectly well that her mother wanted to expel him from the family. He laid his wife down next to him, invited her to sleep and talk about everything later. Violetta thought that because of yesterday's incident, Winter would become even more distant from her parents, and this would eliminate a large number of reasons why she wanted a divorce. She lay in the strong arms of her husband. She did not want to push him away. Violetta wondered what might happen if she opened the door called feelings. Maybe you should close this door on your husband, or conversely, allow yourself to reunite with him. Violetta really wanted to tell Winter how much she loves him and will love him, even if she does not receive anything in return. Winter sat next to the sleeping Violetta and, thinking about her words about canceling the divorce, found it very funny. Holding the cane, Winter sat down on the bed. He understood that Violetta herself had voluntarily come over to his side. He knew that Violetta was probably worried about him. If he died, he would cause her unbearable pain. Approaching Violetta, he kissed her tenderly. She was very smart, but with a soft heart. Feeling a sharp pain in his legs, Winter hoped that he would recover very soon. At that moment, Hale came in and almost shouted with joy when he saw that the president had come to his senses. But Winter instantly covered his mouth so that he would not wake Violetta. He asked the secretary to bring him coffee and a strong painkiller. A few minutes later, Hale told the president not to make a fuss. They stuck to the theory that Winter was drunk and simply fell down the stairs. Winter told the secretary that Violetta did not want to marry Heston and asked Winter to postpone the divorce. Hale exclaimed that he was very happy that the day began with such great news, and now they could continue working on Heston's title as planned. Winter chuckled and replied that he couldn't wait to see Ash Lawrence and Karzan Heston's faces after this. The secretary told the president that it was too early to relax because once the Duke and his wife almost poisoned Violetta, and there is no guarantee that they won't do it again. Hale leaned over and whispered in Winter's ear that it was necessary to tell all the servants about the cancellation of the divorce in case the younger mistress changed her mind. Winter replied that the secretary today, oddly enough, is saying smart things, and if he speaks loudly, he will fire him because Violetta is still sleeping. A minute later, every servant in the house knew that the younger mistress had canceled the divorce. Winter heard the joyful cries of the servants outside the door and was surprised that Violetta, even without a title, remained everyone's favorite princess. Violetta woke up and sat up on the bed. It seemed to her that she had been sleeping for a very long time. Winter, who was sitting nearby all this time, told his wife that she had slept for 16 hours. He added that he did not think that he would have to wait almost a whole day for Violetta to sign the documents. A few minutes later, when Violetta had washed her face, they both sat at the table opposite the contract to sign. Winter said that before they sign the agreement that Violetta agrees to continue the marriage, it is necessary to voice some conditions. The first condition was that they should go to all receptions, parties, and ceremonies only together. Violetta wrote down this point and said that it would be very useful for business. Winter, while attending social events, wanted to show everyone that Violetta was his wife. The second point really surprised Violet because it said that she should eat vegetables, just like Winter, because they are healthy even though she doesn't like them. Violetta winced a little but still wrote down this item, as Winter asked, and then asked what the next item would be. But Winter replied that that was all, and the agreement would contain only 2 points. And Violetta said that she could add a clause that would say that she would not ask him why he comes late or does not come home. Winter replied that this is not something that should be written into the contract. This concerns his work. Violetta gave the document to her husband and said that it was not that much, to which he replied that he simply did not want to get a divorce. Winter handed the papers to Hale and said that the agreement could not be broken. He then added that he couldn't wait for the coronation ceremony when Ash Lawrence saw that he and Violet came together. And the next moment Winter fell to his knee and screamed in pain. The cane fell from his hands. Violetta immediately jumped up and, falling at her husband's feet, asked if everything was okay. Taking Winter's hand, he removed his hand and asked Violetta not to touch him constantly, and she replied that she was simply afraid for her husband. Violetta replied that she would try to restrain herself, and this would not happen again. Violetta also promised to show Winter her good attitude towards him. She added that the divorce has been cancelled. They are husband and wife again, and Violetta believes that she should be responsible for her husband. Violetta said that she would try to show her husband how to build good family relationships. Winter replied that relationships and responsibility are very good, but they will not solve all existing problems. Violetta said that she would immediately inform the Hestons and return to the palace tomorrow. Winter replied that they could do it together tomorrow, but Violetta replied that the doctor did not tell Winter to leave the house for at least 2 weeks. Winter said that he is already 29 years old. He is not a small child to be locked in 4 walls, and he will decide for himself. Violetta replied that, in addition, the doctor forbade Winter to work for a month, so he should come to terms with the doctor's recommendations and endure only 2 weeks. Violetta headed for the door and told her husband that when she returned, they would have dinner together. Later, they stood in front of Violetta's house, which Winter had moved for her and installed in his garden at their home. Violetta said that she really liked this house, and Winter, agreeing with her, added that she sleeps very well in it. Winter said that when he gets better, he will definitely paint this house to make it look even more beautiful. When they entered, Violetta took a deep breath and said that the house stood by the sea and that smell still remained. She remembered the villagers with whom she had become friends and was sorry to leave when leaving for the capital. Sitting down at the table, Winter said that the servants were reluctant to work in the house without Violetta. Violetta asked if perhaps Winter simply pays them very little. Winter replied that he saw no point in paying more. They had enough money to live on, and besides, he gave them the right to choose. Over dessert, Winter said it was a pity that Violetta gave up power and it would be better if she were queen. Violetta replied that then the economy would decline, because she is not at all good at mathematics. Winter replied that he could help. Then the treasury would have a lot more money because no one knows better than him how to get rich. Violetta said that she suddenly remembered that Sharon wanted to join the army, but was upset by the rules. She explained that only the first heir from the Dosov can be a military man, and the second is strictly prohibited from doing so. The sea is too dangerous for all the heirs to be military, and if suddenly something happens to the first, then the second can take his place. Winter put his hand on Violetta's and said that he remembered the words she once said. In moments of sadness, physical and bodily contact is very important. Violetta quietly removed her hand and laughed, saying that it was indeed physical contact, and Winter asked what could have caused her such a reaction. Violetta explained that this was not at all like him, that he never acted like that. Winter also laughed and said that it was probably the consequences of the accident that made him behave inappropriately. Curzon Heston was very surprised to receive a letter from Lord Blooming, which stated that Violet was not divorcing Winter. But most of all, he was angry because Ash was telling him something completely different. Janice, Curzon's eldest son, was surprised because he so hoped that his father would marry Violetta, then added that he would come to their estate tomorrow and he would personally talk to her. The next morning, Violetta was informed that a guest had arrived at her place. She asked who could be there so early. Violet was told that a young gentleman from the Heston family had arrived to meet her. It seemed strange to her that he did not want to welcome her to his estate, because she herself was going to go to them. Violetta asked to wake up Winter. She would like him to be present at this conversation. Entering the living room, Violetta greeted Sir Janice and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. She said that she knew how loyal the Heston family was to the royal family, but she was very surprised by their deal with Ash. Janice told Violetta that after the wedding she should have been given a separate mansion, since her father was still in mourning for his mother. He added that he came here to offer his deepest apologies and talk about all this. Violetta asked for an explanation of how they could so cowardly do all this behind her back. Winter ran out of the bedroom and shouted at the servants that it looked like they wanted to fly out of work, since they left Violetta alone with this man. Violetta heard the screams and, seeing Winter, asked him to calm down, but he replied how he could be calm when all sorts of insolent people visited his house. Violetta remembered that in order to calm a furious horse, it is necessary to stroke its head, and, having now done the same, she was surprised that this one worked. It seemed to Violetta that Winter had calmed down, and she offered to drink to relieve tension. But Winter refused, and Janice said that he had never seen such alcohol. Violetta explained that this was a traditional drink of the Connick family, and Winter sat and wondered why these aristocrats liked to waste time so much. Winter exploded again and said why they couldn't get straight to the point and asked him to explain why their family needed this marriage. But here Janice could no longer stand it and shouted to Winter, had he forgotten that he was asking 10 times more for the lake than its value, to which Winter replied that it was clear to a fool that he did not want to sell it. Violetta listened silently at that moment as Janice shouted in anger that he understood why they had come to a divorce, because it was all about Winter's obnoxious character. Winter shouted back that this puppy doesn't even dare to mention a divorce. It doesn't concern him at all. It's their family matter. Violetta's patience ran out, and she said loudly that now she would give everyone the opportunity to speak separately, and until she gave a sign, they should keep their mouths shut. Violetta said, as she understood, "We were talking about the lake near the mansion of the Connick Company, and invited Winter to speak first, since he was the older owner of the mansion." Winter said the Hestons sold him the entire area around the lake. Violetta gave a sign, and Janice said that when Winter paid off the debts of the royal family, the Heston family took on part of the debt obligations. He added that initially they wanted to sell their forests, but in order to collect such a huge amount, they would have to cut down every last tree. Janice said that with the disappearance of the forest, there would be a danger of the village being flooded in the event of a flood, so they decided to sell the lake to Sir Winter. However, last year, due to a severe drought, the river dried up. The only hope was the lake, and Winter demanded payment from the Hestons for the lake water. Violet looked at Winter, and he said that he also survived as best he could by mortgaging most of his buildings, so why should he give his away for free? Janice said that in this state of affairs, he is very concerned about the welfare of the residents, but Winter will not agree to simply supply lake water for free. Winter realized that this impudent man was now trying to win Violetta over to his side, and he knew that the welfare of the residents was always of utmost importance to Violet. Violetta asked Janice if it means now he needs her husband's approval, and he nodded in response. Then Violetta asked why Janice was behaving so impudently, because the poor situation in the domain was the fault of its owner. In addition, from his words, it follows that they wanted to marry Violetta because of their financial problems, seeing her only as a money bag. Janice wanted to apologize, but Violetta interrupted him and said that in her memory, the Heston family had never behaved this way. Violetta said that if they want to settle this issue, then it is necessary to resolve it in a civilized way exclusively between the Connick Company and the Heston family. Winter laughed imperceptibly. He was funny at the way Violetta behaved, intimidating poor Janice. Janice politely asked Winter if he could hold a meeting with their landowners on behalf of the Connick Company. Winter replied that there was nothing complicated about it and they would choose Villa Connick as the venue. After a couple of seconds, Janice rubbed his fingers and asked if Violetta and Winter really decided not to get a divorce. Violetta replied that this was indeed true. They were not going to get a divorce, and everything was fine with them. Janice finished his wine, apologized for his behavior, and said that he needed to write to his family. Jen was already bringing him paper and pen, and he added that he thought their relationship was so bad that there was no hope. As he began to write, he said that perhaps on the way to the north, the rumors had become greatly distorted, and in order to correct this, he would convey everything. Finally, he wrote the letter and put the pen aside. Before passing out from drinking wine, Janice only managed to say that perhaps this would be enough to convince his family. Winter told Violetta that this was not surprising, because such an amount of strong alcohol, drunk in one gulp, would make anyone pass out. Violetta asked if her husband knew about this, then why didn't he warn Janice? But Winter replied that he thought that all Northerners could sing, and then took the letter to read. Violetta moved closer to read the letter too, and they both decided that it was all very, very interesting. The letter was addressed to Consul Heston, which stated that Violetta was not going to divorce Winter. Even if Violetta divorced the marriage, she would not remarry against her will. And no one asked her consent for this proposed marriage, so he could not possibly consider her his stepmother. Janice wrote that during the meeting, Violetta was very angry with him, but he could not even answer her. He is very disappointed with his family, and this is a real shame for the Heston family. Fortunately, Sir Winte good-naturedly agreed to a meeting to resolve the issue regarding the river. The letter ended with Janice asserting that Violetta's marriage to the Heston family would never take place. Otherwise, he would leave the family. Having received this letter from his son, Tarzan Heston was simply shocked by the information he received. When Janice sobered up and came to his senses, he asked if Violetta and Winter had sent his letter. Violetta replied that Tarzan Heston already had the letter because Winter sent his identity with the secretary and not by mail, because it would have been too long. Janice blushed and said that he was so ashamed that he could no longer stay here, and Violetta replied that he had come such a long way and she could not let him go without a gift. At that moment, one of the workers came up and asked the younger mistress how Sir Winter was feeling. Violetta replied that it was much better and then asked why he called her junior mistress, since he doesn't even work in their house. The servants laughed and said that everyone wanted to call her junior mistress, even those who did not work in their house, and then invited her and her guest to refresh themselves with drinks. Janice was surprised and said that wherever they looked, they were always happy to see Violetta. He thought that they were probably drawn to her because of her wonderful, sympathetic character and kind soul. And now she has also shown that she is not a puppet in the hands of Brother Ash. And if the people decide to return the king, then the choice will definitely go to Violetta. Not understanding why Violetta went to see off this weasel, Winter caught himself thinking that he was jealous of her. The aide asked the president what terms they could offer in the election with the Heston family. He showed Winter the document and explained that, according to statistics, most of the guests were ordinary people, not nobles. Winter replied that it was not profitable for them to keep the lake closed while the north was dying from drought. Winter replied that it was necessary to organize a charitable opening of the lake, and during severe droughts, open it for a short time for free use. He added that this would give them a good reputation and told his assistant to notify as many people as possible about the charity event. Winter ordered that as many photographers and journalists as possible be invited, and that farmers suffering from this disaster be given monetary compensation. In addition, it is necessary to break all agreements with Sir Ash Lawrence and the Heston family, because those who encroached on the compensation his wife was entitled to after the divorce cannot be left unpunished. At that moment, Violetta appeared at the door and apologized for coming in at the wrong time. Winter replied that they were just discussing holding a meeting with the Heston family. Violetta looked at her husband, and it seemed to her that he was dissatisfied with something at the moment. At another moment, Winter could have answered that he was unpleasant that his wife had gone to see off a strange man, but he only replied that everything was fine. Winter added that he has news and intends to receive the title from his parents. Previously, he believed that he was getting enough from them, but now he realized that he was very mistaken. Winter clenched his fist and said that now he has the right to get what he has invested in for so many years. Violetta replied that she was very happy about this news, and added that Winter needed to know one very important thing. She said that during such ceremonies, conversations are bound to take place, and sometimes such conversations between relatives can turn into a rivalry issue. Winter replied that if she meant his brother Diev, then she could calm down, since he would not be at the ceremony. Violetta said in surprise that Diaz is the only direct heir of the blooming dukes, and Winter cannot forbid him to attend such an important event. Winter replied that he could, because if he tells his brother not to meddle there, he won't be there, and this is no longer subject to discussion. He added that he would not let this bastard anywhere near his wife. Violetta suggested that Winter would then go south to negotiate this issue, but he said that sooner or later they themselves would come to him. After all, his strength is that Winter is the only one who knows so well about the financial situation of the Blooming family. Winter said he currently owned all of the Blooming land, and the Dukes were trying their best to get as many people there as possible. But after the adoption of certain laws, this land became worthless to them. But the Blooming's lands are much more fertile than they expected, and he bought them at a high price. Winter added that the Dukes would not be able to borrow money from anyone but him, and even if they seemed rich, it would not be for long. Eventually, their savings will run out, and unlike Violetta, they will be uncomfortable with their money dwindling. Winter told Violetta that she needed to prepare something before the coronation. The next day, Winter and Hale were busy working at the moment when Violetta entered the office. She apologized for having to wait for her, but Violet needed time to prepare. Winter looked at his wife with delight and said that today's outfit was very different from her usual one, and Violetta replied that Jen had sent it and said that it was in fashion now. Violetta reminded her husband that he had promised to study with her before the coronation and said that there was no more time to waste. She added that the first rule was that the heir must act in secret, and if his brother did not arrive at the coronation, then all attention would be turned to Winter. Winter reached out and said that he hated studying royal families and everything that might come with it. Violetta replied that she somewhat agreed with her husband, because she once also believed that studying royal families was a boring and unnecessary activity. She took her husband's hand and said that if they say they miss each other, it means they really miss each other. And if they say that they love, it means that they really truly love each other. Winter wanted to become a necessary, decent, and conscientious husband for Violetta, so he agreed to whatever she offered him. But he could not even imagine that Violetta would put a huge stack of books in front of him and say that he needed to read 15 plays and 100 books. Winter asked in surprise how he could read all this in such a short time. Violetta looked at her husband with tenderness and said that if he tried, he could easily cope with all this. But when Violetta said that he would become much better, smarter, and more educated than Ash and his brother Diev, this became a big impetus for him to take up his studies. After a while, Winter moved his leg so that it touched Violet's knees. Violetta asked in surprise what he was doing, and he replied that he just sat down more comfortably. Violetta said that his position did not look very comfortable, to which Winter objected to the way Violetta was sitting, holding her back straight and straight. This was the most uncomfortable position. She asked if Winter was really focused on his studies right now, and he, not intending to remove his leg, replied that it would not interfere with his reading. A minute later, he took his eyes off the text and, covering himself with a book, began to carefully but discreetly examine Violetta. She seemed to him very beautiful, thoughtful, sweet, and in some ways even very dear. Suddenly, Violetta caught his eye and, realizing that he was being disingenuous, asked if she could ask him a few simple questions about the contents of the book. Realizing that he could not answer her questions, Winter asked Violetta to read the book to him from the beginning. Violetta agreed and said that after that she would ask him 10 questions if he did not fall asleep. Winter asked if he could count on a gift if he answered all her questions. Violetta asked what he wanted in return, and Winter, stroking her knees with his finger, asked his wife to agree to kiss the place where he was pointing. Violetta straightened her skirt, covered her knee with a book, and said that it was not fair. She was trying, and Winter should receive the gift. Winter objected and said that this was not true, because both would like it. Violetta turned her head away and said in a stern tone that she didn't need it, and Winter needed to read another book and answer her 10 questions. Winter replied that if there is no reward, then it makes no sense for him to give the correct answers. Winter stood up, leaned over Violetta, and said if she was against a kiss on the thigh, then he could kiss her on the neck. Violetta understood that her husband would not simply leave, and she had to agree to a kiss on the neck. From that moment on, Winter completely immersed himself in his studies, knowing what prize awaited him at the end. When Winter finished answering the questions, he proudly handed Violetta a piece of paper, and now watched her reaction with interest. Winter's answers were so perfect that Violetta was surprised to the core. Violetta sternly replied that Winter had done well and, going up to the bedside table with a stack of books, said that it was necessary to start reading the second one. But Winter took Violetta by the hand, pulled her towards him, and sat her on her lap. He kissed her tenderly on the neck, and Violetta closed her eyes and began to feel confused. The next moment, she couldn't resist kissing her, but she knew that Winter had to be stopped. She told Winter that she would send him another teacher because he was being naughty with her. But when he replied that another teacher could also demand payment, Violetta thought for a second. And then Violetta said that his teachers would be a man. Having told Winter that classes were over for the day, she headed towards the exit. But Winter said that Violetta still deserves a reward. She turned around and saw that he was holding another book in his hands to start reading. It was the 4th day since Winter studied with a new teacher. Hale was glad that this day had finally come, and he hurried to the younger mistress to report that the management had decided to assign responsibility to someone else. The servant said that the younger lady was probably busy with preparations for the coronation, and she had absolutely no time for his little details. Violetta heard their argument and said that first they need to finish the work, and then they can start decorating. Kale replied that if Jen needs help, then she can ask him, and he will be happy to help her. Violetta called out to both of them and said that maybe it was her imagination, but they might have gotten closer lately. Jen and Hale looked at each other, and then hesitated and replied that they were just working together and learning from each other. Violetta grinned sarcastically and said that perhaps she had misunderstood something. At that moment, the teacher ran into Violetta's office and said that he couldn't do this anymore. He waved his arms indignantly and said that he did not need payment, but asked that he simply be allowed to leave. He endured this for 3 days, but today his patience is over because when he looks at the president, he becomes scared. Violetta understood that the teacher was serious about leaving, and Winter would be left without a teacher. When she entered Winter's office, she saw that he was sitting imposingly on the sofa and calmly looking at the fire in the fireplace. She told her husband that the teacher had quit and asked what could interfere with their classes. Violetta tried to explain to Winter that the coronation is a very important event. Serious people will be there, but he still refuses to study. She then added that in any case, she would not be able to force Winter to study voluntarily, and the only way out was to switch bodies on the day of the ceremony. Winter said that once on the lands of Conic, he managed to find a herb that allows you to change bodies. He tried it as an experiment, and if she remembers, they once succeeded. He didn't want to tell his wife that he had once tried to commit suicide and had to go along with that lie. Violetta asked her husband if he still had this herb. When Winter responded positively, Violetta extended her hand and told him to give her the herb. Winter said that with her weak stomach, this weed is very dangerous to eat. Violetta replied that nothing bad would happen to her, and she just wanted to test it on herself. And when Violetta said that they would conduct the experiment right now, Winter did not know what to answer and how to proceed next. An unfamiliar guy with a bag and a cap appeared in front of the gate of the house. He was worried that he would not be driven away. Winter couldn't think of anything and said the first thing that came to his mind, that the grass was lost somewhere. He added that for their experiment they would need to look for a new one. Winter said that this herb is very difficult to find, and perhaps they need to come up with some other way of exchanging bodies. Then Lulu entered the room and said that an uninvited guest had arrived, and they did not know what to do, whether to let him into the house or not. Winter asked who this guest was, and Lulu replied that one of his twin half-brothers wanted to see him. Winter replied to be escorted into the house, because his brother had arrived at the perfect time. He should have been invited earlier. He told Violetta that although he was not very happy to see him, his brother would be useful in the near future, and perhaps he would help them get this herb. He asked Violetta to stay here and wait for his arrival after the conversation with his brother. Winter couldn't let Violetta find out about his suicide attempt, and besides, he blamed his parents for the fall of the balloon. He will never forget the day of Violetta's death, and it will remain his eternal nightmare for the rest of his life. Winter saw his half-brother and asked what could have happened that he dared to come here. His name was Harleen. He bowed and thanked Winter for helping his mother with funds for medicine, thanks to which the twin brothers began to feel better. He added that, in gratitude, he could work in his house as a servant and perform absolutely any duties. Winter took his brother by the shoulders and said that it was not he who came here for his wife and the servants, but it was Winter who called his brother himself to come here. Winter called Lulu over and ordered her to immediately prepare a bath for her brother, then change him and feed him. Half an hour later, Harlan, clean and dressed, sat at the large, set dining table. Sitting down at the table, Winter asked if his brother was really ready to do anything for him, because he just needed to learn something from him. Winter asked Brother Harlan to find a way to switch bodies, but not one that would force one of the partners to commit suicide. The brother replied that he had already heard about Winter's request from his mother, and therefore he grabbed something, hoping that it would help. He took out some old book from his bag and said that it was Alika's ancient magic book. The brother explained that only some spells would work in Kanik, because most of them would not work far from Alika. He then pointed to a certain page and said that body swapping is an exception and it doesn't have to be husband and wife. Winter replied that he was interested in exchanging bodies while staying alive. Then Winter stood up and told his brother to study the book well, and he would cover all his living expenses. Harlan replied that he would certainly do this, and then asked why Winter needed a body swap. Winter replied that he did not intend to answer his brother's question. Harlan said he needed to know if anything unusual had happened to the president's heart recently. After all, because of the inner strength, the whole family has a heart problem. His brother, mother, and even her brothers and sisters. Winter replied that he had no health problems, but his wife had heart problems. Harleen took out a bottle from his bag and said that these are dried flowers of Alika, which are good for the heart. He took them with him, hoping that they might be useful, and would be glad if my lady would be helped. Winter asked if he should really give his wife an unknown medicine, and Harlan replied that the local doctor should know about this remedy. He added that in order for the product to help and be beneficial, it must be added to tea. Winter handed the medicine to the servant and ordered him to show it to the doctor to make sure the medicine was safe. Harlan replied that he perfectly understood the president's suspicions, but he and his brother Halo personally took this medicine as children, as they had health problems. Winter remembered that he was also very sick as a child, but at that time he had no time to notice it. I remembered that he was tormented by attacks of suffocation. Then his heart began to pound furiously and then froze instantly. But when he turned 12 years old and ran away from the restaurant, all the symptoms instantly disappeared. The next morning, Hale brought the bottle back and said that tests of the tea showed the absolute harmlessness of this remedy. He then asked what kind of letter the president had in his hands, since he was studying it so carefully. Winter replied that it was a letter from his parents asking for forgiveness for threatening him. In the letter, the Duchess regretted the words spoken and hoped that Winter understood how much they loved him. He said that he was starting to hate his parents, but it would still be necessary to meet about the status. Winter closed his eyes. He didn't want his parents to meet Violetta, and thought about how he could avoid this. While drinking tea together, Winter told his wife that his stepbrother had brought a magic book and herbs, which were now brewed in her tea and were an excellent remedy for the heart. Saying that the tea was very tasty, Violetta was glad that, thanks to magic, they could change bodies with their lover, and then asked what Winter's criteria were to consider a person a lover. Winter replied that there are none yet, and as for magic, his brother is now studying this book to understand everything about the exchange of bodies. Violetta asked when her brother would find herbs for exchanging bodies, and Winter lied, saying that all this was very difficult and could not be done so quickly. Violetta said that she was worried about his relationship with his parents, and Winter patted her on the head and replied that she should not think about it and not suffer. Winter stroked Violetta with a leaf that fell on the table and said that if she took this tea, she would feel better. Violetta told her husband that when she was 6 years old, something unusual happened. As a child, she saw a man sitting on the ground in the street, suffering from severe pain. At that moment, she felt so sorry for the poor stranger that she wanted to take his pain upon herself. Apparently, her strong desire to accept other people's pain affected her health, and as a child, she was a very weak and sickly child. But now Violetta feels fine and is very happy because she has a loved one. A few days earlier, Jen told Hale that Winter asked her to take Violet somewhere while his parents were in the capital and did not meet with his wife. She was worried that Winter was sending Violetta on purpose so that she would not hear the conversation. Perhaps Winter wants to obey her parents in some way, and without meaning to, thereby harm Violetta. Hale tried to calm Jen down by saying that the president wouldn't do that this time and he hated his family. Jane replied that she could not trust the president, especially after the way he treated her by suspecting her of being pregnant by another man. She said that at that time, the younger madam received little baby shoes from the president's parents, but it was a very bad, scary, difficult time, full of hatred, suspicion, and quarrels. Hale knew that Violetta took false medicine at the behest of the Duchess, and she also sent her children's shoes, as if she was mocking her and playing on the feelings of the younger mistress. Jane turned the door decisively and said that she needed to tell the president about this. Otherwise, he might again side with his parents. But Hale, trying to stop Jen, led her to the window and, showing how happy the president and the youngest madam were, asked her to leave all this a secret. He added that now the main thing is to take care of the current situation, and talking about parents is a sore subject for the president, and it is unknown how he might react to this. Jen promised she would keep her mouth shut. She went out onto the balcony, and Violetta told her that after tea she was going to study with her husband again. Violetta asked the servant to fix her hair before classes, and she happily agreed. Jen, seeing how happy the junior mistress was, decided to really remain silent and not make the situation worse. A few hours earlier, Curzon Heston called a meeting, announcing that he had received an invitation from Sir Winter to a charity ceremony to mark the opening of the lake. Someone present called Winter a dictator, that he was offering them an unreasonable deal, and they must show him their strength. And Janice sat silently and listened to how the nobility was not going to give up. He said that against force and power, mutual understanding is now needed in order to come out with the least losses. The father slammed his fist on the table and said how Janice could get in the way in such a situation, because this swindler wants to take for himself more than he should have. The son said that they were pursuing the wrong strategy, and that they needed to choose another partner to negotiate. He added that it was necessary to work not with Ash, but with his sister Violet. Janice said that although she is the wife of a swindler, she is the only one whom Winter does not dare touch, and besides, she has more rights than any of those present here. Then the father sighed and said that one way or another they would be forced to give in. Janice added that they made a big mistake, not only in dealing with the residents, but also with Madame Violetta. And in order to solve their problems, in this case it is necessary for everyone to put pride aside. A couple of hours later, the assistant was already announcing the results of the meeting and the Heston's conditions. At the coronation ceremony, Winter will be presented as the heir of the Blooming family, and Violet will be the head of the Rorans family. Violetta listened carefully as in return they asked to open the lake and cancel the payment. Winter understood that he went through all this only in order not to harm the reputation of his company. He asked what it meant to declare Violetta the head of the family, to which the assistant replied that the letter did not say anything about this. You need to wait for the ceremony at which everything will be known. Winter wondered if these conservatives would name him heir, and perhaps Violetta was the reason for it all. The assistant handed Violetta a bouquet of white roses and said that this was a present for her from the Heston family. But Violetta was now wondering whether they could call her the head of the family, brazenly forgetting about her eldest son and his mother. Winter told the assistant to tell the Hestons that he agreed to their terms and was willing to attend the ceremony. Violetta admired the bouquet, and the assistant said that it was sent in honor of the agreement. These roses grow only at the Hestons and are called Heston roses. Violetta asked how he knew this, and the assistant replied that these roses were depicted on their coat of arms. She said that he needed to study the symbolism of families better, to which Winter replied that if this was added to his training, his head would soon explode. She told her husband that if these roses were here, then the Hestons were on his side. Winter replied that it didn't mean anything like that. They just wanted to appease Violetta. After all, they could not achieve anything good from Ash, and therefore they want her to become queen. Violetta replied that she had absolutely no such intentions because she perfectly remembers how her father exposed the residents of Lacrown to danger. But Winter replied that Lacrown was saved after all, thanks to her marriage. Violetta replied that it was not she, but Winter who was saved by Lacrown. Winter replied that he just wanted to help pay off the debt that had accumulated in their family. Violet said that in the history of Lacrown there were many heroes who were ready to help repay the debt, and Winter is one of them. He smiled and replied that he never thought that he would become a hero for Violetta. He took Violet's hand and said that he had been thinking about something for the last few days. Violetta listened to her husband without interrupting it. Seemed to her that now he would say something important. Winter looked at Violetta and suggested celebrating their wedding again, because this time everything would be completely different. He said that the whole world thinks that he and Violetta are divorced, so they need to get married again. Winter added that, in his opinion, the time since their wedding has passed very quickly and unnoticed, to which Violetta replied that no one noticed her that day and the groom left altogether. Winter didn't really want to remember that moment, and in order to change the conversation, he told Violetta that he had an interesting idea. He suggested having a wedding in a flower garden, leaving a large space in the center. Ideally, the wedding should be held in the spring, but it is almost over, so they will have the wedding in the fall. Winter suggested that about 20 peacocks could be released into the garden for splendor. And to add grandeur, buy a pair of tigers and be sure to have Violetta's favorite flowers in the garden, roses. Violetta laughed and asked her husband if he thought tigers would eat peacocks. A few days later, a doctor arrived at the house to monitor Winter's health. In order not to interfere with the doctor's visit, Violetta was with the servants in the garden, and they were cheerfully discussing something. Suddenly, Winter appeared in the garden. He loudly shouted to the servants to immediately disperse. The servants got scared and ran away. Violetta looked at Winter with a surprised look. She was holding a basket of apples and did not understand anything. Winter replied that he did it on purpose. He was funny at how his joke worked. And then Violetta noticed that Winter came without a cane and asked if the doctor had already given permission to walk like that. She treated him to an apple, and Winter replied that with that cane he still looked pathetic. Violetta also took an apple and took a bite, and Winter thought it was cute that she was exactly repeating his movements. She said she was glad that his ban on leaving the house had been lifted, and he could now go wherever he wanted. Winter replied that they would go to the northern villa together before the coronation and think about how it could be used in the future. Violetta suggested that they could rent out the place for wedding events. Winter asked if this room was too dark for a wedding, to which Violetta replied that not everyone likes light colors, and dark, muted light always gives nobility to the room. And then Winter asked what Violetta personally would prefer, a flower garden or this villa. He recalled that in their last conversation, he suggested that she get married again. Violetta remembered tigers and peacocks and asked if he really hadn't joked last time. Winter replied that he was talking about this quite seriously because he did not treat the last wedding very responsibly. He added that seeing the loving look of his bride, he was very afraid that he might plunge her into the mud along with him. Winter was afraid of the pure and noble life he might encounter. He said that now for him there is nothing more beautiful than Violet, and the royal family are just children who get everything they want. Winter took the apple in Violetta's hands with his lips, and saying that she was like a pure angel to him, bit into it. Violetta blushed and told her husband that he was embarrassing her again. Winter wanted to wipe his lips with his hand, and Violetta said that she had a handkerchief. And when Winter said that he wouldn't need the handkerchief now, Violetta understood what would happen in the next second. Violetta dropped a basket of apples to the ground and tried to remind Winter that they were outside. Winter began to kiss his wife, and she asked them to return to the bedroom. But he leaned over Violetta and said that they absolutely did not need to do this. Winter put his wife's hand to his heart and asked how she felt now. Seeing that Violetta did not quite understand his question, he asked differently if she liked his body. Winter reminded her of the moment when he changed clothes in her room, and if he turned around, he would definitely see her gaze on his chest. Violetta blushed and said that in an aesthetic sense, Winter is very beautiful. He explained to Violetta that his feelings can be expressed in very beautiful words, and began to say how much he liked Violetta's body. He said he wanted to touch and kiss every inch from the top of my head to my toes. From such words, Violetta's imagination ran wild, and she, frightened by this, did not understand how to behave. Winter tried to speak Violetta's language and asked if he had read enough books, but Violetta replied that he was crazy. He released his wife and said that they needed to discuss how to talk to each other. Winter said that they talk about the same things, but do not understand each other, and he would like to understand where exactly the problems lie. Then he asked if Violetta had ever praised someone else's body, and she categorically replied that it was impolite. Winter said that he understood. It turns out that Violetta, due to her upbringing, considers these words bad. He added that from now on they will set the rules, and for reconciliation they must sleep together. Violetta replied that it might happen that they will not make peace, because every person has the right to be angry. Winter said that if Violetta gets angry, he will be on his knees asking for her forgiveness. But if it happens that Winter gets angry, she will drag him into bed. If they are both wrong, they will sleep together to make peace. Violetta replied that she did not yet know whether she would agree with this or not. But this time it seemed to her that Winter was angry. After these words, she took Winter's hand and led him into the bedroom. At the moment when he first saw Violet, he could not hear any other sounds around him. He felt that Violetta was his first love, and if he felt the same for him, even if the whole world was plunged into darkness, only she would be before his eyes. But it is unlikely that she feels the same for him, because there is such a big difference between their classes. They were completely different. Violetta was a person who was ready to give everything to the other. Winter, on the contrary, belonged to that category of people who want to have everything. And it is unlikely that such different people can feel the same thing to each other. Even if both use the same language called love, they each understand its meaning differently. Violet woke up before Winter and gently stroked his cheek. Before she could say that he didn't look good in his sleep, Winter grabbed her hand. The next second, Violetta was on her back, and Winter, sitting on top, asked if she always touched others while they were sleeping. Violetta didn't think that Winter might not like it, and said that if that was the case, then she wouldn't do it again. Winter replied that it's not that he doesn't like it, it's just that he shouldn't touch it when a person is sleeping. It should be done at the right moments. Violetta said that she could not do this at night, because at that moment Winter wanted strange sensations. He looked slyly at Violetta and asked to clarify exactly what strange sensations she was talking about. Violetta was embarrassed by this conversation and, to change the subject, said that Winter needed to work. She would like to visit the theater today. Winter, for a second, imagined a theater hall in which he was sitting alone and asked how she could watch this boredom for 3 hours. He stood up and, heading towards the exit, said that before she left, he had prepared breakfast for them. Violetta cautiously asked if Winter would cook broccoli or other vegetables. At first, he didn't understand what the broccoli had to do with it, but then he remembered that she didn't like vegetables, and imagining how capriciously, wincingly she picked at the plate, he laughed loudly. Hale came into Winter's office and said that he had 2 important news for the president. Winter was sitting at his desk doing paperwork. He was in a very good mood. Hale placed in front of the president the sheets of a translated manuscript made by Harlan from a magic book. They said that after both parties come to an agreement, both partners can communicate in a certain relationship. Winter thought about these words, and Hale said that he had second, more important news. The secretary asked if the president remembered a man named Carlson Lowe, to which Winter replied that he remembered perfectly well the bastard who stole the land. Hale said that after that conflict, Carlson disappeared for a while, but today he reappeared at the theater where the younger mistress went. Winter looked at the secretary in surprise, and he noticed that this news greatly frightened the president. Carlson stood opposite Violetta and said that they had not seen each other for a very long time. He said that he was invited to the theater today as a guest. Violet asked how he could just say hello after he worked with Ash and stole the money her husband gave her. Carlson replied that he was very sorry, but he had already suffered punishment when he was severely beaten by Winter, because his nose was broken, and he could not appear in public for some time. Violetta smelled a strong smell of alcohol and saw Carlson Lowe's shaking hands. She reproached him for drinking a lot and already showing all the signs of alcoholism. Carlson asked if she was really worried about him, but she replied that she was just very sorry for him. He said that he knew that Violetta had gotten back together with Winter and didn't understand why, because he didn't care about her for 3 years. Carlson added that he even knew that Winter suspected her of cheating. He said he would never do that to her and then asked why she forgave Winter. Violetta replied that in spite of everything, she loves her husband and was able to forgive him all the insults. Carlson grabbed his head and said that he would rather see Violetta suffering than so happy. Violetta asked in surprise why he said that, and Carlson replied that it was better when she suffered and hated him, and he felt better about it. The next moment, Carlson laughed wildly and asked if Violetta might not refuse if he invited her to dinner. Suddenly, Winter appeared from behind. Seeing Violetta, he ran towards her as fast as he could. Carlson did not want to be beaten by Winter a second time, so he immediately ran away to a safe distance. Violetta looked at the out-of-breath Hale and asked her husband why he was here, because the working day was not over yet. Winter replied that he learned that Carlson Lowe had appeared in the city and was afraid that something might happen to Violetta. He ordered the secretary to immediately prepare the carriage, because they would immediately return to the hotel. Winter anxiously asked if Violetta had time to meet with Carlson, and she replied that she had just talked to him. She added that Carlson was very drunk and his hands were shaking. Just like Winter said, it really looks like alcoholism. Violetta said that, despite the fact that she does not hate him, she is very sorry for Carlson. Winter clenched his fists tightly and said that Violetta should never feel sorry for other people's men, especially Carlson. He added that this bastard wants Violetta as a woman. She asked if her husband still suspected her of flirting with Carlson. Winter replied that he doesn't suspect, but sometimes Violetta behaves, so he has to doubt himself. He added that he didn't want to talk about it anymore, and taking his wife's hand, he led her towards the carriage. Violet asked what she did wrong. to which Winter replied that he didn't like it when she felt sorry for other people. Here, Winter turned and added that he especially didn't like it when his wife pitied him the same way as the others. Then Violetta stopped and asked if Winter really thought that she decided to call off the divorce out of pity for him. Winter replied that he saw no other reason for her action. Violetta said that the wounds have healed. Winter has become much stronger than her. He has many houses, so she has no need to feel sorry for him. Winter recalled Violetta's words that life with him was hard labor for her, and she replied that it was because of the current situation, and not specifically because of him. He added that, naturally, the situation has changed a lot now, because he has completely broken off relations with his parents. Sighing, Violetta said that it was unlikely that Winter understood anything, because he always sees only the tip of the iceberg, and suggested we talk later. They walked together towards the carriage, and Winter asked Violetta to try to avoid meeting Carlson Lowe. Here, Violetta was distracted by a young married couple walking opposite. The man was talking with his youngest son, and the woman was carefully holding her infant child in her arms. They looked so happy that Violetta's heart sank from the rush of thoughts. After a few seconds, she turned to her husband and said that he could be calm and not worry about her and Carlson Lowe. Winter said he understands Violet's sadness when she looks at families with children. Violetta looked at her husband and asked in surprise why he was talking about this. Winter replied that he, like his wife, would like to have a child, but reminded them that they could not have children. He then added that even if this happened, they would have her blood, and he liked children with white eyes like his. Violetta replied bitterly that no miracle would happen to her, and clenching her fists, she felt her heart clench in her chest. Winter sat in his office and looked at one point. Then Hale could not stand it, and asked if the president wanted to talk about something. Winter replied that if they don't have a child, then Violetta will leave him, so it's better for her to have a child from another man. The secretary replied that the president himself had crossed the line, so Violetta got into the carriage and left. Winter said, "Is it really his fault that he's trying to weigh all the pros and cons?" For some reason, right now he remembered their established rules, that if Violetta was angry, then Winter would kneel in front of her to ask for forgiveness. He asked Hale to tell him where Violetta was now. Violetta was walking through the evening garden and suddenly heard Winter from behind, who said that it had been hot just recently. He was silent for a moment, and then added that it was too wet to kneel here. Violetta did not answer a word, and Winter, in order to somehow start a conversation, said that he was very worried about her. He continued, saying that he was also worried that he could not give Violetta what she wanted, and asked her forgiveness for what he had said recently. Violetta tried to pretend that she did not notice her husband and did not hear his words. Winter said he doesn't like how they avoid talking about the baby, and it's something they definitely need to talk about in the future. Violetta turned around and said that they would talk about it after the coronation, and Winter was very glad that his wife finally responded. She turned to Winter and said that she forgave him, but only because the ground was wet, and Winter laughed quietly and apologized again. Harlan put his pen aside and stretched sweetly. He had finally finished translating the pages of Connick's magic book and dreamed of getting a lot of money for it. He glanced over the manuscript again and suddenly focused his attention on one of the pages. If Harlan translated everything correctly, then Winter and Violetta may have a child. The next day at lunch, Hale brought a letter to the president and said that in 3 days his parents would be in the capital. Winter read aloud that they intended to attend the coronation, and before that to stay in their penthouse, but the path was not close, and it would be through the capital. Violetta said that they would need to prepare for their reception, but Winter replied that this was not necessary. He explained that his parents were coming to meet him, and during this time Violetta and Jen could go somewhere. Winter added that the conversation would be about money, and Violetta would be completely bored listening to it. Violetta replied that she did not exclude the possibility that the conversation would also be about his brother Diev, whom Winter did not support, and his parents did not really like this. She tried to insist that she must be present at this conversation. Winter replied that she has the right to do as she wants, and he is very pleased that she is worried about not putting pressure on him. Violetta thought that she was completely different now and would not just give up like before. She noticed Winter holding a knife and fork and said that it looked like he was practicing for the coronation, and then added that maybe he wanted to switch bodies for the event after all. He replied that he decided to abandon this idea because he considered Violetta fragile and weak. He added that the second reason is that he now has something to lose. Harlan went out into the hall and saw the commotion, and Cale explained that everyone was waiting for the guests to arrive and preparations were in full swing. He showed the manuscript to the secretary and said that he had completed the translation, and now he would like to show it all to the president. Hale looked at the documents and said that he would take them to the president himself and added that he would be surprised to read all this. Harlan asked if the secretary could tell him when Violet's heart problems began and whether she knew the president as a child. Cale replied that he didn't know for sure, but they said that she had these problems since childhood, and if necessary, he could clarify everything with the younger mistress. The secretary then said that Harlan should go to the president with him in case Winter had any questions that Hale could not answer. Within a minute, Winter was studying the manuscript, which had been translated by Harlan from the magical book of Kanik. It said that for vacationers, a spouse is hope and opportunity and they help each other. If the couple continues to kill themselves, they will not die, but this possibility is limited. Winter decided that he would no longer do this, because everything turned out to be not as simple as he imagined. Further, it was written regarding the magic of body exchange, where it was said that the spouses must swear from the bottom of their hearts that they will accept each other's pain. Winter was surprised that the book did not talk about suicide at all. The third and last point was that the spouses must understand each other in order for the exchange of bodies in Elrica's tomb to take place correctly. The next second, Winter angrily tore up the documents and said that they were useless pieces of paper. He grabbed Harlan by the chest and shouted, "Is this really all that was written in the magic book?" Winter angrily added that he told his wife that there was a herb that would help them exchange bodies, and if he said so, then there must be one. Harlan, shaking with fear, tried to explain to the president that he and his wife switched bodies very often, and therefore using the grass was no longer useful. A minute later, Winter came to his senses and finally released his stepbrother. At the same time, Violetta and the secretary were standing in the garden, and she was holding in her hands part of the manuscript that Cale gave her. He added that it was better for the president not to see this, and so he brought these sheets to the younger madam. The secretary added that Harleen was wondering if Violetta had a weak heart, whether they knew the president as children. Violetta replied that sometimes it seems to her that it is so, and then she said that when she was 6 years old, she thought she felt the pain of an unfamiliar boy who was sitting on the street. Then it seemed to her that it was an adult man, but it was probably her husband who was 12 years old at the time. Seeing Cale's surprised look, Violetta said that she didn't tell anyone about this because it was just her guess. Harlan followed the president and thought that sharing pain is normal, and the president will know about it someday. And Violetta at that moment was thinking that Winter considers her weak and fragile, and is afraid for her health. But if he finds out about what may have happened between them in childhood, he will be shocked. She vaguely remembered that moment from her childhood when they might have met Winter. Her nanny, sitting in the carriage opposite, asked little Violetta not to look so intently at all the passers-by through the window. And Violetta replied that she was unlikely to have such an opportunity to see so many interesting things again. But little Violetta did not listen, and the nanny had no choice but to allow her to look out the window and wave to passers-by. Violetta saw the same boy who was still lying on the ground and urgently asked the coachman to stop the carriage. She told the nanny that this man must be very ill and asked permission to go out for a moment. The nanny tried to refuse her, saying that they were in a hurry to the palace, but little Violetta looked at her so pitifully that she had no choice but to allow it. Jumping out of the carriage, she ran to a sick stranger, while the nanny and coachman were talking among themselves. The coachman said that the local doctor had already been called, and the nanny asked to inform the palace that they would be late. The nanny asked why the coachman listened to Violetta and stopped the carriage, but he replied that the nanny also could not resist the charm of the little princess. Violetta sat down in front of the stranger, pressed his hand to her chest, and said that she had a good doctor who could help, and the stranger would overcome his illness for her sake. The sick stranger looked at the girl in surprise and did not understand why she wanted to help him. At that moment, the nanny ran up and asked in alarm whether the princess had touched the sick boy. At that moment, the doctor arrived and was asked to check if the stranger was contagious. Violetta was seated in the carriage, and the nanny began to carefully wipe her hands, saying that if she got sick, there would be big problems. The doctor said she checked the poor guy and he wasn't contagious, he was just sleeping. And then the nanny noticed that Violetta was all red and was afraid that she had caught a cold. And then Violetta felt very tired. She wanted to lie down and close her eyes. The nanny was very scared and asked Violetta how she was feeling. Violetta calmed her down and said that this happens when she is very nervous. 2 years passed and a second unexpected meeting took place between Violetta and Winter. Little Violetta approached an unfamiliar neat boy on the street and asked if he could help her. She said that her older brother played a joke on her, and Violetta was late for the carriage which left without her. She added that they would pick her up soon, and asked if the young man could stand with her for a while. Winter refused her because he remembered his parents' words that there were thieves and swindlers who were very similar to aristocrats, and told him to stay away from them. Despite the refusal, Violetta continued to stand nearby and said that she was scared, but next to the boy she felt more calm. Winter felt sorry for the poor girl, and forgetting the words of his parents, he took off his jacket, wrapped Violetta in it, and took her in his arms. He said that he needed to hold his parents' hand tighter, and Violetta replied that this would be the case in the future. Winter added that if an adult gets sick, he will recover, but a little girl can die from a cold, so it's better for him to get sick than for her. And then Violet's older brother Ash arrived and said that he could not look after his younger sister because he did not feel well. Ash asked Winter what family he was from and how he could thank him, but Winter said he didn't need anything. Ash said that in that case, he would thank the boy again, and Violet bowed politely. Winter walked away and thought that he would really like to be like them, and promised himself that in the future he would definitely become a real aristocrat. Thus, even in childhood, 2 points from the manuscript were completed by both. All that remained was to complete the third and final point. The priest asked if Violetta vowed to share with her future husband not only joys, but also sorrows and misfortunes. Violetta understood that on Winter's part this was a marriage of convenience, and he didn't care, but she simply had no choice. But she really wanted to believe that in the future they would love each other, and she replied that she swears. The priest asked Winter whether he and Violetta were ready to share love in the sickness of joy. He could not believe that this princess would become his wife, who probably did not take this marriage as seriously as he did, and replied that he swears. The third vow was fulfilled, with which the spouses gave each other hope and opportunity. Heading to Violetta, Winter asked Harlan not to worry when he saw his wife, otherwise she would understand that he was lying. Harlan tried to stop trembling and reassured himself that Violetta was no worse than Winter. Harlan told Violet that he knew that they were trying to find the right herbs, and, trying to be natural, added that they had already switched bodies the maximum number of times. He added that, according to the manuscripts from the ancient magic book, the exchange of bodies is no longer possible. Violet asked how sure Harlan was of this. It was very difficult for Harlan to contain his excitement because Violetta made a completely different impression on him and not the same as Winter. The only thing he could say was that he would try to find out as much as possible about it. And then Winter grabbed his brother by the chest, called him a bastard, and said that he was talking complete nonsense. The next second, he saw a silent reproach in Violetta's eyes and immediately released Harlan. Kale came to the rescue and asked Violetta if she would like to offer the guests some snacks. Violetta agreed, and the secretary, taking advantage of the moment, took Harlan further to the side. Winter hesitated and said that he apologized to Violetta for behaving this way in her presence. Harlan turned around cautiously and asked if they were quarreling, and the secretary replied that the gentleman would be a loser in any case. Winter said that if it weren't for his money, his stepbrother would already be dead. Had Violetta never behaved like that? Never beaten anyone or held anyone by the neck? He asked his wife not to be too strict with him. Perhaps someday she would have to hit someone to force herself to come. Violetta replied that cruelty is bad, and Winter said that Violetta's holiness is unshakable. He added that in this world, people like him have a better chance of success, and what he has achieved is proof of that. Violetta replied that in some ways he was right, but she was afraid that someday his cruelty would turn against her. Winter said that Violet says bad things and is a bad teacher, and she said that he is a good student. Winter became proud for a second and said that there was no more diligent and obedient student than him. Winter then asked why Violetta was preparing so carefully for the arrival of his parents, and she replied that she wanted to show them the wealth of her husband. She added that if parents only need money from their son, then they must show them how much they have lost. Winter chuckled and added that Violetta would need to wear the most expensive jewelry, and she replied that she would do so. She added that although she prefers expensive shoes to expensive jewelry, she would endure for such an occasion, and suggested that he finish the preparations as soon as possible since his parents were arriving tomorrow. Winter replied that he would definitely look for expensive shoes with stones today. Winter kept his promise, and before going to bed, Violetta received a pair of very expensive, chic shoes. Jen was delighted with the expensive shoes with stones and said that she would immediately pick out a matching outfit. While going through the dresses in the wardrobe, Jen told Violetta that for some reason at the moment, she remembered the children's shoes that the Dukes gave her. And when she told Kyle about this, he asked to keep it secret and not tell the president about it. Coming out of the wardrobe, she asked the younger mistress why it was necessary to keep this a strict secret. Tears appeared in Violetta's eyes, and she replied that she did not want to go into details, but it was really better to keep it a secret. Jen said that she would now bring the hair jewelry and left the room. Closing the door behind her, the servant stood for a long time and intervened, but then resolutely went to the president's office. When she entered the office, Winter asked if Violetta didn't like the shoes they sent her. Without answering this question, Jen decisively said that last year Violetta received children's shoes as a gift, and when she added that this gift was from Winter's parents, he was shocked. The next morning, when Winter's parents were expected to arrive, Jane informed Violet that Lady Anne was ill. She added that she knew that she was lying in bed. Then Jen said that the gentleman himself would take care of the guests and would not mind if Violetta visited Lady Anna. Violetta replied that she was very sorry that plans were changing, but he needed to visit the sick woman. She got out of bed and told the servants to get the carriage ready as soon as possible. When Jen informed the president about the gift from the Dukes, she was outraged because they knew very well that Violetta and Winter could not have children, but nevertheless, they hurt the lady with their gift. Winter's face instantly changed, stood up and asked Jen to repeat again who sent this gift to his wife. The servants, without hesitation, repeated that his parents did it. Winter told Jen to find a reason to take her out of the house tomorrow morning and tell Violet that she didn't have to meet his parents. The servant replied that she would do everything and left the office. Winter grabbed his head and realized that Violetta had never forgiven him for this and felt guilty. By noon, Winter's parents arrived and the whole family ate dinner at a large table in the garden. The Duchess haughtily said that Violetta was really so busy that she could not attend the dinner, although she knew that they were coming. Winter replied that he sent Violetta because he wanted to drink in the morning, but he doesn't drink in front of his wife. Pouring himself another glass of red wine, Winter told his parents that he and Violetta had been getting closer and closer to each other lately. Then he took a flower from a vase on the table and said that Violetta specially decorated it this way so that they would understand how much they had lost. And then he squeezed the bud tightly and said that these flowers are not comparable to their expenses. The father said, "Does Winter really think that they see him only for money?" And Winter replied that it is so. The Duchess also tried to get her word in and said that they love Winter no matter what. Winter looked at his parents and then asked why they were doing this. And then he told them that he knew everything about the children's shoes that they sent at the moment when they knew that Winter and Violetta could not have children. The Duchess, trying to avert any suspicion, said that they were simply hoping for a miracle. She added that she had already said many times that they did not send her any poison, so why not give her a gift in the form of small children's shoes? Winter replied that this gift was an excuse so that Violetta would not think that they were the culprits of the low-quality medicine sent. The Duchess asked Winter to think for himself why they would send such a gift, knowing that they could not have children. Winter replied that he knew better than anyone their intentions and what they might be capable of. And then Winter slammed his fist on the table and said that they could kick him out of the family. But if they didn't make him their heir, this would entail certain problems. He called Kale to him and ordered him to immediately finish all the affairs of the Carnicks in the south, then break all contracts with the southern nobility. Winter said that then all the southern nobility would not beg the Bloomings to make Winter heir, but threaten. The father said that he would think about his son's words, and the Duchess calmly declared that none of this would work. Winter replied to let the parents think what they wanted and ordered Kale to immediately carry out his orders. He told the secretary to sell the southern properties first. The Duchess jumped up and said that there was no need to do this, because then Winter would also be in the red. Winter replied that in any case they would lose more than he would gain. He then told the Duchess whether a man, in her opinion, was capable of losing everything he had in order to gain a title. The Duchess continued to persuade Winter, saying that he was ruining his life, and he replied that it was they who raised him this way, and it was they who dragged him into all this. To avoid further quarrel and abuse, the Duke invited the Duchess to leave immediately. Then the Duchess turned to Winter and said, "If they make him heir, are they really not worthy of a large reward?" Winter downed his glass of wine and shouted that they still didn't seem to understand what was going on here. Winter replied that he was not going to be either an ally or an enemy for them, and others would ask and beg for the title. For everything they've done, his goal now is to deprive them both of as much as possible. To make it clearer to them, Winter said that if they transferred the title, then he would break the deal only with them, and if not, then he would stop all dealings with the Southerners. He added that neither side would benefit, and they would take care of the friends they have tea with every week. And then the Duchess said that otherwise Winter would have to deal with them, because he had forgotten something. She reminded Winter that Violet was the daughter of the late king, who had put the people of La Crown in danger, with the Southerners suffering the most. And does he really think that they will all take her side, and for this he is ready to break off relations with his family? Winter responded that he thought there was a bond between parents and children, but it turns out that this is not the case. He added that he remembered very well how the Southerners made life difficult for his wife, and he would be very pleased to see them suffer, as well as the suffering of his parents. The next second, the Duke could not stand it and raised his hand to hit his son. That evening, Violetta returned home, and Lulu's servant asked how her mistress's day had gone. Violetta replied that she visited Grandma Anna and was glad that she was already better and not as bad as she expected. The grandmother replied that she herself did not expect to wake up in the morning, but find herself in bed for the whole day. And then she asked what kind of box was in the hands of the servant Jen, and she replied that it was Mr. Winter who sent one of his best wines from the cellars. But Violetta advised that the grandmother should not risk her health and drink this wine when she recovers. Violetta asked if Grandma was happy that she would stay with her until tomorrow. Anna was not very happy with Violetta's message, since she did not want to pretend to be sick in bed until tomorrow, refusing expensive wine. That's why Grandma said that Violetta had better go today. Lulu replied that she was glad that the lady had returned home, and Violetta asked how dinner with her parents went. Waiting for an answer from the servants, Violetta looked at Lulu and, realizing that something was wrong, hurried to her husband. The servants, looking after Violetta, were very worried, because they saw how the eldest gentleman raised his hand to his son. Then such a terrible fight broke out between them that the servants could not separate them. When the dukes left, the gentleman continued to drink. Violet was horrified because she found Winter in such a terrible state, and he said that he did not expect her to return today. Seeing a bunch of bottles around the room, Violetta asked Winter not to drink anymore. Winter hugged his wife and said that when he is very worried and nervous, he starts drinking a lot. And then Winter burst into tears on her shoulder. He asked for forgiveness for the fact that she died because of him several times and begged her to never leave again. Violetta reassured her husband by saying that she had no desire to go anywhere, and the decision to divorce rested only with him. She understood that Winter was so drunk that he would not remember her words, and said that she loved him very much. At the age of 12, Winter ran away from a small restaurant and was on the verge of death for almost a year. In the middle of winter, without shelter, Winter was on the street and felt severe cold and hunger, but this was not what bothered him. He looked into the windows of restaurants and saw children his age, neatly dressed and eating all sorts of sweets. One day he saw them eating some kind of fruit dessert and was jealous of them because he couldn't even imagine how this dish tasted. On the very first day he entered the Blooming family, he saw this treasured dessert in front of him. For the first time, he experienced the incomparable taste and aroma of sweet fruit dessert. It seemed to him that he could not have dreamed of better care, because the last time he heard kind words was when he was 5 years old. Then it seemed to him that he would do anything for these happy moments, and did everything for the parents who accepted him, but he was mistaken in thinking that they loved him. Violetta repeated that she loved Winter very much, and her words were sincere. Winter looked at his wife and said that he also loved her very much. But then Violetta pulled back and said that Winter didn't love her because she didn't know what love was. Violetta was right. He really didn't know what true love was. He was dressed well and fed deliciously, but this does not mean that he was loved. But for some reason, Winter was offended because Violetta did not consider his feelings to be love. Violetta suggested that Winter lie down to rest and decided that it was better for her to leave now. But Winter caught up with her and asked if she didn't believe his feelings. Then what should he do? Violetta turned to her husband and said that he could prove his love if it existed. Winter firmly replied that he would find a way and prove his love to her. Violet directed her bedroom and Winter asked if she liked him, and she said yes. Winter followed her all the way to the bedroom door and asked if she liked him very much and wanted to constantly hear a positive answer from her. Violetta went into her bedroom and through the closed doors asked if Winter would continue to drink in her room. Winter leaned against the door and replied that he would no longer drink alone, but only when Violetta allowed him. Winter's legs gave way from the alcohol, and he sat down in the corridor near the wall. When the servants ran up, he told them to throw all the alcohol out of his bedroom. Winter said he needed to sober up and asked the kitchen to bake his favorite waffles. Then he felt that he was getting worse and worse. His heart began to hurt badly, and Winter ordered to urgently call a doctor. In the morning, Violetta said that she was still angry at Winter for his behavior yesterday. She added that she wanted to visit her sick grandmother Enna, but Winter asked that they talk before she left. He shouted after Violetta that yesterday he completely broke off relations with his parents, which is why he drank a lot. Getting into the carriage, Violetta replied that they would talk after she returned. Arriving at her grandmother, Violetta learned that Enna had deliberately pretended to be sick at Winter's request. She added that she was absolutely incapable of lying and did so because Winter did not want Violetta to meet his parents. That's why he sent her such expensive wine as compensation for the conspiracy. Now everything became clear to Violetta because Winter did not want her to be present at their family conversation. She said that she had again quarreled with her husband because he was drinking a lot of alcohol secretly from her. The grandmother was alarmed that Winter was really drunk and out of control. Violetta replied that when Winter gets drunk, he feels very unhappy. Even when she said she loved him, Winter remained sullen and upset. But yesterday, for the first time, he himself said that he loved her, but Violetta didn't really believe his words because he was very drunk. Grandma was surprised why Winter never said such words to Violetta because he loves her very much. Seeing Violetta's surprised look, Enna said that during her absence, Winter visited this place several times. She was sure that Winter came not only to her, but to everyone who could contact Violetta. Grandma then said that Winter came every day, and she had to show the letter she wrote to Grandma. If Violetta could see the expression on Winter's face at that moment, then she would know how he felt reading the letter that everything was fine with her. Winter could have come to her much earlier, but Violetta herself did not want this. Enna advised that Violetta may not immediately forgive her husband, but she should know that her grandmother wants Violetta to be happy. Violetta replied that she was already happy, but that was not enough. It seems to her that she was much happier before than now. When she returned home, she saw that Winter was already standing on the street. When Violetta got out of the carriage, Winter said that he was waiting for her because they had something to talk about. But she walked past her husband and said that she needed to change clothes. Winter said after her that she had been thinking about this since yesterday, and from the moment he saw her until today, nothing has changed. Violetta turned and dryly told Winter that he had never put her above his money. Winter replied that the goal was not money, he just wanted to keep people around him. He reminded her of her words when Violetta said that Winter does not know what true love is. Yes, he really doesn't know what it means to love a person and can only try to tie him to himself using money. It's been like this since they got married. He's always been like this. Violet asked if Winter was now asking her to try to understand him. And then Winter got down on his knee and said that this was not what he was asking for. He needed Violetta to love him. He added that he really needs her love so that she loves him even more and truly. Violetta looked at her husband and said that in reality he was a very bad person. He replied that it was so, but Violetta, in spite of everything, loved him. Winter asked Violetta to look around while she was away. He grew such a beautiful garden as if it wasn't him at all. Violetta understood that he really changed himself, changed his gait to a more stately one, and planted gardens on 2 continents. In addition, he completely broke off relations with the people whom he considered his parents and only family. He asks her not to leave him, even if he himself does not know how to love. Violetta said that she understands Winter, and perhaps this is the kind of love that he is capable of. Violetta explained, saying again that she understood him, but that did not mean that she believed him. Winter responded that they both didn't trust each other's feelings. Worry and joy, sadness and obsession. Maybe this is true love.